to be very honest. My name is Nisha Shetty, and I'm truly humbled and honored to be a host for this absolutely fantastic conference. First of all, let me tell you, I've had the privilege to host MMA IMPACT editions in the past as well. And like every year, I can see a lovely audience in front of me today. But, ma'am, you know what? Something is missing. Something is really missing. Do you want to look around and tell me there's something missing? There's something on your face which is there right from the beginning of the event till now. Can you tell me what is missing on all their faces? They're not smiling. What is the reason? We're doing 2 editions this year for the very first time in Mumbai and Delhi. I think we should all be happy, right, for that. We are already here in Mumbai. We all have to meet again in Delhi. Why don't we start this day by just smiling? Can we do that together? Why are you not smiling? You're not happy to see me on the stage? Fake it till you make it. Yes, perfect. Are you feeling good? Are you all happy to be here? They say smile is the only free therapy, but laughter is the best medicine. So why don't we quickly start? We are running behind our schedule, but why don't we quickly start this day by laughing out loud? Can we do that? They say fake it till you make it. When one person laughs, the other person automatically starts laughing. Let's do this, ma'am. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, one more time. So 1, 2, 3. And it gets better when we all laugh together. Yes? Okay, let's do it one time. 1, 2, 3. Feeling better? How are you feeling? Can I get some quick adjectives? How are you all feeling before I start the show? How are you feeling, that table? Amazing, perfect. So how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Fantastic. How are you feeling? Awesome. Okay, why don't we do one thing? Since we are sitting and we've become very comfortable in our chairs, you all have been sitting for a long time, why don't you all stand up for the next few seconds? Let's do this quickly. We're running behind our schedule. Let's do this quickly. Okay? I want all of you all to raise both your hands up in the air. Come on, let's do this. Bring back those smiles on your faces, those beautiful smiles on your lovely faces. Gather some more energy. You all have had breakfast in the morning. Yes, all of you all? Had the high tea, enjoyed the high tea, hands still up in the air. With that energy and with that power, I want you to give a high 10 like this to the person on your right, left, back and front. Come on, let's do this, everyone. Let's do this. Come on, let's do this. With a little more energy. Okay, how are you feeling now? Feeling better? Before you all sit down, let's all put our hands together for this August gathering. Come on, everybody. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. You all are absolutely fantastic. Thank you so very much. Requesting you all to kindly settle down. Thank you so very much. So ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, MMA IMPACT India is a part of global series which MMA hosts across markets, bringing the ecosystem of publishers, agencies, marketeers, and tech enablers under one roof to accelerate modern marketing practices, discuss and learn upcoming trends and challenges in modern marketing. This year, with the theme of Winning Marketing Organizations 2.0, Rethink, Relearn, Rebuild, MMA IMPACT India brings together the brightest marketing minds as we explore how marketeers can navigate the evolving digital landscape, drive innovation and enduring business value, and more robust consumer engagement in an increasingly dynamic and connected world. Now, before I proceed further and before I continue talking for the rest of the day, I just have one little problem whenever we do conferences. Generally, it tends to be a very one-way communication. Do you agree with me? Where the MC keeps talking, the speakers come and talk, the panelists come and share their views. But this conference, MMA IMPACT India 2023, I want it to be a two-way street. Can we do this, everyone? Can you raise your hand and promise? Yes? Can we do that? Okay, let's do one thing. Now, you all know what is the theme for this year? What is the theme? What is the theme, friends? Please help them. Yeah, thank you so much, team. What is the theme this year? It's Rethink, Relearn, and Rebuild. Okay, quickly, before we officially begin this event, would anyone probably like to share a story from their lives? It can be personal or professional, where you relearned something, where you rethought or rebuilt something. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai. It can be a personal anecdote. Probably one decision that you made, you had to rethink, or you had to rebuild something from the scratch again, or you had to relearn something. Anyone? Sir is busy learning even now. You're thinking, oh, he's rethinking. Why don't you kickstart?
You've given me a nudge. Let me say, what did I rediscover? So my son plays tennis. My name is MVS Murthy. My son plays tennis. And one day he came back home and said that, Papa, you know what? Nowadays I'm giving only 75% for tennis. So I was very livid with him, saying, "ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? तुमको हम लोग इतना खर्चा करके tennis खिलवा रहे हैं. There are some best coaches. You're going out and playing. What is the 75%? 100% देना चाहिए." So he told me this very interesting thing. He said, "Papa, if I give 100% onto the court, you don't win every day. There are days when you don't win. So I need 25% for recovery." And I thought that it was such a nice thought to carry back home, because even in our corporate lives, it's not that everything that a CMO does gets passed through or a CEO does gets passed through. So there is a need for recovery. So I think 25% is what you keep for yourself.
Let's give Sir's son a huge round of applause. To be honest, did not expect this answer, and now he set a benchmark for the others. I really don't know if anyone else is going to answer, but anyone who wants to share a personal story where you rethought, relearned, or rebuilt anything. Anybody? Sir, why don't you share something? No, nothing comes to your mind. कुछ भी नहीं, कुछ याद नहीं आ रहा.
Maybe we'll have to try somebody else. Can't think of.
What should we try, sir? Don't worry, we'll give you many. Yes, sir.
Learning is an everyday process, right? We learn every day. But can't think of a story as of now.
Absolutely. So beautifully said. Let's give a huge round of applause for sir. Learning is something that we do every single day. It is a continuous process that we do for the rest of our lives. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we have all together gathered to, like Sir said, relearn, rethink, and rebuild. It is going to be a fantastic day. We have planned many exciting things for you for the rest of the day. Before I officially start this event, are you all excited? And are you all looking forward for this conference? Can I see a show of hands? Yes? Can I hear a yes? Yes? Perfect. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it also, like I said, fills us with immense pride this year, because Impact India has become bigger and better, because for the very first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, Impact is happening in 2 cities. So if you haven't registered yourselves for the Delhi edition, please do that, which is happening on the 30th of June. And today, we stand here with immense gratitude and appreciation for the support and collaboration that we have received from our valued partners. Hence, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to all our partners, our program partners, InMobi Glance, Google, Amazon Ads, Paytm Ads, corporate partner, mFilterit, masterclass partner, Double Verify, gifting partner, MyGlam, and associate partner, Walk, an essential company. Let's give them a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. And of course, in order to stay connected and continue the conversation beyond this banquet hall, we request you to kindly follow us on all our social media handles. By doing so, you will have access to all the latest updates, relevant content, and opportunities for further engagement. And ladies and gentlemen, now without any further ado, I know all of you all are absolutely thrilled and excited for the conference to officially begin. And without any further ado, to officially kickstart the conference, it is my honor to invite on stage Monica Karana, country head and board member, MMA Global India. A dynamic leader known to evangelize and shape narratives of the future, with 23 plus years of experience in digital marketing and deep passion to bring best-in-class practices and frameworks to help future-proof marketing. She continues to be committed to make impact bigger and better every single year. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Monica Karana.
Wow, Nisha, it's going to be tough for me to keep up with your energy. You've really left the room absolutely charged, and I'm glad you did that. Thank you so much. Okay, on that note, whilst I know the room is slowly filling up, thanks to IPL, which has made everyone end their day late. So we'll live with the fact that we'll have people filling in slowly, but please note, we have a lot of virtual folks connected with us as we talk, and there is a lot of virtual attendance at Impact, which is also listening in and following the event. Having said that, a very good morning to all of you, and this is yet another power-packed and curated Impact edition. And whilst you're familiar with the theme, Nisha has spoken a fair bit about it, I'm going to touch upon it as well, but in a different context, right? I'd like to call the theme, I'd like to sort of contextualize the theme in a way where I'd like to say the past vessels failed to contain the future. And I truly believe so, as this is really where we are at this point. And why is that the case? So primarily because of 4 key shifts that have happened across the board. And what are those shifts? One, a technology shift. There's AI, there's 5G, there's blockchain, and a lot more. Two, there's a power shift from center to edge, from institution to individual, from consolidated to fragmented. Three, there are boundary shifts. And what does that mean? There's shifts in terms of boundaries blurring between office and home, boundaries blurring across hierarchy, and blurring of roles. Four, there are mind shifts. Mind shifts because there are generational differences and there's change in consumer behavior. So these are the four shifts, which is why we would believe that the past vessels failed to contain the future. Having said that, therefore, with all these shifts, right, we're living in a world which is way more empowered than it ever was, right? And therefore, we need empowered marketers in the room to take decisions, be it around growth, customer experience, transformation, investments, or skilling, right? So we're talking about empowered marketers. And what do these empowered marketers now need to look like? I'd like to call them full stack marketers. We're talking about full stack marketers who can drive performance, leveraging data and technology in the short run, whilst building brand and reputation with storytelling, design, cultural relevance, and a lot more. Hence, for marketing to have a greater voice, it's key to upgrade skills and capabilities for a world where marketing is not a sidecar attached to a motorcycle, but the engine that drives it. So, with that being the context, it was a no-brainer to have had 3 R's, the 3 R's, front and center, which are rethink, relearn, and rebuild to create winning marketing organizations 2.0. For those who attended it last year, Winning Marketing Organizations 2.0 is an elevation from what we presented last year, where we introduced winning marketing on how you can evolve into a winning marketing organization, which was backed by a framework which was launched by MMA Global, and it said that even a 1% improvement in capability fit leads to a 2.5% improvement in business growth. So we're already on the path to being a winning marketing organization as long as we're improving our capability fit. And this year, we only need to take it to the next level. So now that I've spoken so much about it, I know there are fewer people in the room, but it'll be nice if I can get you guys to try the poll which we have up here for you. If it works for you, great. If technology doesn't support it, we'll move on anyways. So in the poll, what I want to ask you guys, so let me first tell you how you can take it. You can scan the QR code and it'll take you to the poll page, right? Or you can go to slido.com and use the key number which you see on the screen there, which is hashtag 1517002. Yeah? So I'll give you a minute to get into slido.com, either scan the QR code or go to the URL and use the key hashtag 1517002. Give me a show of hands if you guys have managed to get there. Yeah? Awesome. So what's the question you see there? In your opinion, how effective is the integration of relearning, rethinking, and rebuilding for a winning marketing organization? You could select highly effective, moderately effective, somewhat effective, not very effective, or ineffective. I'd like to get your views, and we'll probably get the results live on screen, which should help validate what we are trying to drive as a narrative with you today. So are there more folks voting? Do we have the votes? I don't see the ticker moving. Wow, that's a unanimous answer. Everybody believes it's highly effective. So then that's a well done job on getting the narrative right. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. So moving on. Sorry? We should hear from the? Done. We'll redo the poll that time as well. Awesome. Okay, so as we gather here today, we stand at the precipice of a new era, an era where the rules of engagement have shifted and the power of adaptation and evolution has never been more crucial to embrace the winds of change. So, throughout the course of the event, you will have the opportunity to immerse yourself in dynamic discussions, interactive masterclass, collaborative experiences that'll help you reimagine your marketing endeavors. And it will also help you fuel your journey towards WMO 2.0. So before we kick off the day, I do want to wholeheartedly thank our partners who made this edition possible, not only in Mumbai, but also in Delhi. As you all know, and you heard from Nisha, this year we roll out Impact as a two-city edition, and you will witness Impact in Mumbai and Delhi. So can we have a big round of applause for launching Impact in Delhi? Thank you so much, and this has been possible because of your support, collaboration, and enthusiasm to make Impact bigger and better. So before I end my address for the morning, I would need to definitely thank a few important people in the room and not in the room as well. So let me begin by giving a huge shout out to the MMA India board. Some of them are here with us, and we completely appreciate your support and contribution. A big, big thank you to our MMA members who work very actively with us. Please note, we have members who are truly engaged and truly connected and really collaborating with us on all of the work you see here. Having said that, I would definitely want to acknowledge our speakers for today who have really spent a lot of time trying to curate valuable content. Thank you very much. And I promise you, these speakers are experts in their field and have really invested into bringing to you best-in-class knowledge. And you should sit through as much of it as you can and definitely use this day to relearn, rebuild, and rethink. So we do have a curated agenda for you, where you learn on different ways to use technology, rebuild structures, rethink executions, and take back the best in data, AI, digital commerce, new media to power your marketing strategy. One of the key highlights of the day is the launch of our annual report, the Modern Marketing Reckoner, which is our 4th edition, and the complete unveil of our data handbook called Win with Data, the CXO's handbook. Both are super rich and very collaboratively creative. You will be the privileged ones to get access to it first. So let's gear up for the day and enjoy all the valuable sessions that are coming up. And we at MMA felt the compelling need to be nimble at Impact and to bring to you the sessions that we've curated. So let's gear up and unleash our inner learners, acquire new knowledge, and also a call to action for all of you is be active participants and don't just listen, ask, talk, collaborate, connect, and take back all the learnings you can, since relearning, rethinking, rebuilding is not a solitary endeavor. It requires collaboration. And that's why we're here together to learn. So enjoy your day, and thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Monica, for setting the tone of the event, for throwing light on the theme, on our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that power-packed address deserves a huge round of applause. Let's put our hands together for Monica, everyone. Thank you so much. We couldn't have had a better start to the day. And on that note, I would also like to take this moment to thank all of you for actively participating in the poll. I see all of you all follow the thought of promises are not meant to be broken. I'm glad you all remember your promise. How many of you remember the promise you all have made me? Some of you have just joined in. The ones who have just joined in, you have to raise your right hand up in the air. Everyone who just joined in, like this. I see more people who just joined in. You have to make a promise to me that you're going to actively participate in this event for the rest of the day. Is that a promise? The others have done it already. Sir has put his hand down already. Raise your hand. Come on, go for it. Yes, is that a promise? Okay, thank you so very much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. Joining us next is Amit Jain, MMA India Board Chair, Chairman, L'Oreal India. With a career spanning over 3 decades and 5 continents in sectors like FMCG, retail, entertainment, media and beauty, Amit joined L'Oreal India in August 2018 as the Managing Director. As the Board Chair of MMA India, Amit plays a pivotal role in driving the growth and evolution of marketing practices. Under his leadership, MMA India has become a prominent platform for fostering collaboration and innovation within the marketing community. With his visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to excellence, Amit Jain continues to shape the marketing landscape in India. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Amit Jain.
Thank you, Nisha. I don't recognize the guy she was describing, but that's what marketing is all about. So forgive me for slow responses today. I was up watching the final. I don't know, since interactivity is the call of the day, how many of us were watching the final last night? There you are. And how many of us were rooting for the Gujarat Titans? Nobody for the underdog. Look at this. So I was just chatting with Dr. Praful, and I go, so why do you support Chennai? And he goes, Dhoni. Yeah. So if there is a brand in India which is alive and unifying this nation across ethnicities, language groups, Praful made a great comment. He said, Dhoni has done more to teach Chennai Hindi than anybody else I know. Unbelievable. That's a marketing miracle, if you can think of one. But anyway, coming to the order in hand, Monica, I was just telling you that you've been too modest by far. So you've talked about impact, but I just want to, on behalf of the MMA board, talk about the MMA activities and what's been happening. And first and foremost, I'd like to say that MMA, over the few years I've been associated with, I can see it's really emerging as a very credible platform for marketeers and all the stakeholders to do with modern marketing. And a lot of the credit goes to this fabulous team we've got over here. So, Monica, Tanya, Rudra, Lloyd, Pooja, Priyanka, and of course, Rohit, all of you, fabulous job over the years. And we are really excited about the event which we've got over here. So, testimony to this, you can say all the nice things, is the fact that the MMA membership has more than doubled over the last 2 years. And, the number of handbooks which have been released, they have started now tracking the usage of the content which is being created and the impact it's having on clients. And I know one of our board members has volunteered to, really track this for us in terms of what is the impact it's making on their organization. So MMA is not just one more trade body, it is an organization with clear purpose making impact on the modern marketing community in the country. MMA believes in helping marketeers and their partners solve for impediments to growth. And yeah, who doesn't need help these days given the kind of variability in the environment? And very importantly, creating a platform where people across industries can come together, trade thoughts, ideas, pick up a structured body of knowledge and figure out what is it that is appropriate for their respective organizations. Add to that the fact that MMA has got a very significant global footprint. In fact, last month I was in New York talking to the global CEO of MMA, Greg. And the kind of work which is being done by MMA globally is cutting edge and space age. And I can assure you on behalf of the board that, all our members over here, you'll be seeing some state-of-the-art marketing which you will have access to in the months to come. Yeah. But coming to the past year, there are a couple of reflections which I'd like to share once again on behalf of that fantastic board which we just showed you, which is the one promise we have made to ourselves is that MMA is not going to be about creating just great content and flashy slides. It is going to be much more about creating a learning culture within our member organizations and our partners. Yeah? So that's the promise the board has made to itself and the members. And I believe this is a very, very important commitment which MMA has made. And this allows our members and their teams to adapt to this ever-changing marketing landscape which is happening. And today we have a galaxy of speakers who will talk to us about the pace of change and what can be done to stay abreast of it. So yeah, clearly the approach which MMA is taking typifies Kaizen, as the Japanese talk about continuous improvement. And that's what we need to do as marketing leaders, which is create ecosystems, environment, which empowers our team. And I think Monica spoke very well about that, empowering ourselves, our teams, to continuously anticipate what's beyond the corners and empower our teams to be prepared for that kind of a change. Yeah. So coming to the theme this year, in terms of how the members of MMA thought about this theme. Yeah. It is, of course, very nice to have a new, refreshing theme every year. But I think the way MMA thought about it is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We had a theme of WMO, Winning Marketing Organizations, last year. And given the fact that it was getting a lot of traction among our constituents and our partners, we decided that it is very critical now for winning marketing organizations to evolve with the pace of change which is being driven by, for example, 5G and artificial intelligence. And which is why we've got eminent speakers like Dr. Praful who will be talking to us about that rate of change and what it means. So that is, one paradigm. And on the other side, we now have Generation Z entering the workforce. Yeah, they are beginning to earn money. Very importantly, they're beginning to spend money. And they think very, very differently about brands, about companies, and the way the consumer journey pans out online and offline. Yeah, so we have to empower ourselves to a very different paradigm of relating to consumers with this complexity of emerging technologies, platforms, and radically different consumer journeys. Yeah. So, I think Nisha talked about, so what have you learned? I can tell you that if you were to ask me, at any point of time, the only way I stay abreast is I have a couple of reverse mentoring coaches within my organizations, people in the mid-20s talking to me all the time and explaining why I'm a dinosaur and how I need to evolve to stay abreast of what's happening. So for all of you, who have got these, bright, sharp minds in your organizations, I would encourage you to learn from them. There's only so much you can learn out of the kind of content which you get on the net. Yep. And then, of course, talking about the specifics of how we thought about the theme today. There are any number of things which Winning Marketing Organizations 2.0 can cover. But we have decided to focus, along with the board, on 4 areas, which is data, emerging technology, digitization of commerce, and media, and of course the inevitable digitization of media. So thematically, these are the 4 pillars which are going to be addressed by this galaxy of panelists and speakers. And of course, the reports which we'll be releasing squarely feed into that. So taking a step back, why am I, speaking so passionately about this? And I'd like to share a few vignettes of how we think about it at L'Oreal. Yeah. So winning marketing organizations, not literally, but conceptually, is something which completely resonates with us at L'Oreal. Yeah, and our mission of creating beauty that moves the world. We believe that creating very deep connections with our consumers and our brands through beauty tech. So our global chairman gave us a vision of transforming into a beauty tech company. So that we believe for the last now several years is going to be something which is going to be critical for the growth of our brands and our relationship with consumers. And we need to be inclusive, personalized for everyone. And we go way beyond the boundaries now of just products and brands. And we have to create services and partnerships within the existing ecosystem and in the future. Yeah? So our vision is creating multi-expert teams, which are not necessarily in an official hierarchy anymore. These are cells of expertise which can work seamlessly across businesses and brands that successfully bring the entire fusion of digital and marketing. And that, of course, is a bit of a challenge. We had fantastic marketeers, we have fantastic marketeers, but getting them to, shed their egos and learn from these youngsters who bring in the best of digital and technology was a bit of a challenge, and it continues to be an evolution for us. But building capability and creating the right culture where people have the humility to learn on an ongoing basis is something which is a deep, deep belief system in L'Oreal. Yeah? So the way we think about a digital marketing organizations, and each one of you have your own context, but at L'Oreal, we think about it in two strategic missions. One, to deliver stellar online and offline consumer experience across all our channels. And that I can tell you, the way the organizations are structured today, where you have classical, general trade and modern trade and e-commerce and so on, is a big challenge because we are divided by silos. So creating that seamless consumer journey is something which is an existential challenge for us. I can tell you we have made a beginning, but we have not won it. But the one thing most of our organizations, including people who have been around for like 25 years in the organization, is we have to follow the consumer journey. And the consumer has no respect for online or offline at all. Yeah? They decide online and purchase offline and the other way around. And that is exactly the way we'll have to configure our processes and our thinking, if not our teams. Yeah? The other massive opportunity we at L'Oreal obviously saw was e-commerce. Fortunately, we saw it a couple of years before the pandemic. And we massively invested behind it and took some bold decisions. And I'll give you just a couple of examples, and maybe some of you are already doing it. I've talked to a couple of colleagues from the industry who are state of art in doing something like this, and I'll allow them to speak for themselves. But first, we decided to reconfigure our e-commerce and digital teams into tribes. Yeah? So this doesn't belong on an organogram, but tribes have got multifunction teams which are configured around customers. And functions as diverse as finance, supply chain, operations, and of course, analytics, e-commerce, etc. All of them come together to solve a problem around customers and consumers, around an opportunity, around a business plan, interacting with the customers, creating value for consumers. They break up again, and then again they coalesce for the next customer or consumer opportunity. So this is very, very critical, which is the flexibility of your organization. Organograms, as we knew them, are dead. So your ability to have agile teams which come together for a purpose and then reshape themselves for the next opportunity is critical. Easier said than done, especially for legacy organizations like ours. Yeah? I know a lot of you modern marketeers here say, okay, this is what we do for a living. But dude, welcome to the world of a 100-year-old company which has to rethink itself. And that is where, some of the learnings of impact are going to be critical for us. Yeah, the other part of it, which is my favorite, again, and I'm stating the inevitable, is deeply investing in centers of excellence. And these have to sit above brands and business. Everybody likes to have control over everything. So somewhere learning to let go and give up that control and allowing a center of excellence to really have an overarching view of the consumer and how they interact with our brands is critical. So for example, we built a center of excellence around influencer marketing over a couple of years. And thanks to the kind of confidence we built there, today I can share with you confidently that we are spending or investing at least 2 to 3 times industry average peer groups on this area. And it is yielding tremendous results in terms of the interaction of our brands with consumers, not just on e-commerce platforms, but across the entire O+O spectrum. So now we actually have influencers, believe it or not, who can impact our business in general trade. But that's another story. It was a great learning process, but one has to learn to let go and allow the experts to do their job and trust the insights on doing that. Yeah. And finally, of course, creating an integrated consumer experience team. That, to my mind, is critical. You know, it's not just business metrics which have to drive our functions, but our marketing function has got a unique set of metrics which are all around consumer experience. And of course, there are all kinds of debates as to what is relevant, what is not, but making sure that the consumer has a fulfilling journey with our brands across the channels and across the platforms, measuring it at any point of time to see the efficacy of our marketing efforts and investments is something which we believe has been a very, very good investment. But once again, early days, we haven't won this, but all I can tell you is be unafraid to reorganize, rethink, relearn at any point of time. We are a part of one big experiment right now. And of course, underlying this is the criticality of having a very strong, empowered data analytics backbone, which is not just driving your marketing, but what we realized once we started organizing our data, and there was a lot of good stuff which came out of MMA a few years back when we released the initial data reports, is the fact that it impacts all facets of your business. So the real wins on data, apart from the brands, actually came through revenue growth management. They came through supply chain, forecasting. Imagine e-commerce forecasting, which jumps almost 25% in 2 years in terms of accuracy. So those are the collateral benefits which you have when you create these centers of excellence. So, well, the idea was not to really plug any expertise, but just to share a few of our experiences. And apart from the organization aspect, there are a few principles which we at L'Oreal espouse and hold dear to ourselves in terms of, as we think through building winning marketing organizations, there are some things which have to be embedded at the core, and everything else can be variable. So first, again, stating the inevitable, and there might be a few yawns, purpose. Purpose is the critical currency, especially in the emerging consumers. Yeah, and I don't think we at L'Oreal have quite cracked the code as yet, but I would definitely pick up an example from Nike. They state that their brand purpose is unite the world through sports to create a healthy planet, active communities, and a level playing field for all. Yeah? I believe it's a standout example of a brand with a purpose which has managed to completely pull ahead of its peer group, thanks to the fact that there is a deep-rooted belief in the customers, their ideals, their culture, and then configuring the brand purpose around that. And I can tell you that we have now described a purpose for all our major brands, and we are trying to really configure everything which we say and do around that purpose. It calls for a lot of sacrifices in many cases, but that is the price you pay for connecting with the new generation of consumers. The other aspect is transparency. Yeah? So the days of hiding behind the corporate veil is over. Yeah? Given this era of information being on tap, consumers want to know much more, not just about your brand, but they want to know about the company behind the brand. Yeah? So this is a trend which is just beginning in India, and I can tell you the best testimony of the fact is that Make in India is not just now a nara from the government. Yeah? It is something which the consumer believes in. And the evidence of it, and our people from the research agencies will tell us, is the fact that in most categories, Indian brands are winning big. Yeah? So I can tell you this on the other side, that we are definitely seeing the Indian consumer believing in Indian brands. They want to know where you make your brand. Do you pay your labor a fair wage? Do you have equal wages for men and women? Do you have the processes to ensure that there's no child labor employed? Yeah. Do you have ethical processes around animals testing? We made a very public commitment around that a while back. That's how we win trust with consumers. And of course, what's inside your products. Ingredients. For example, in the beauty industry, and a lot of you who are close to that category will testify to the fact that that is something which is really creating a lot of intimacy and trust with the brands. So transparency is something which is now a non-negotiable. People used to say consumers are kings. I would say now consumer is the emperor. They have got the RTI on brands and products, and they're using it with fierce resolve. And a logical extension of that is authenticity. Yeah. So be yourself as everything else is taken is a very famous saying, and being authentic is so critical. Why? Because the era of that sharp selling, the snake oil salesman, is over. Consumers now tend to trust peer reviews much more than anything else. So yeah, how do you select your Airbnb? It's peer reviews. You're much more likely to select your next set of headphones looking at the reviews on Flipkart as opposed to anything else. So you can have the best product data sheets, fantastic visuals, all kind of claims. But what is far more important is what your peer consumers are saying about your brand. So hence being authentic about what you're doing is critical. So your product or your service is the new advertising, is the way I would like to think about it. So do invest on really designing your products or service for creating the appropriate consumer experiences. Because the world is very generous and they will tell your story if you're really authentic. So in the interest of time, I'll hurry along a bit, but a couple of other trends which we always are passionate about, attention spans. There is, at MMA, there's this ongoing debate about how attention spans are shrinking. Somewhere we read a report about average attention spans of consumers now are shrinking to 5 seconds, which is 3 seconds shorter than a goldfish's, which has been rated at 8 seconds. But then again, there is the dichotomy that if you tell the right story and if you can entertain, you can still have that 30-minute Red Bull mountain bike race, which is right there. We'll still, see the saga of Lagan, knowing perfectly well that Amir and his team are going to win at the end, just for the sheer storytelling and the entertainment which is there. So there is a dichotomy of consumers, and telling an authentic story and being completely transparent about your brands is something which is very, very critical. And finally, transacting on mobile. Again, we've got a section on mobile, so I won't bleed it, but if you don't have a very, very clear marketing strategy and a winning marketing strategy and capability around the mobile, wrap up your business, especially in the Indian context. Yeah, so this is the one computer which, whether it is 5,000 rupees or 50,000 rupees, some cases almost a lakh, yeah, everybody has access to. And this is going to the medium, which is going to educate India. The banking of India is over there. And of course, most of the entertainment of India, as we can see the trends moving, is going to happen on the mobile phones. So building capability on mobile only is going to be a critical capability. There are, some other trends which we espouse a lot as we configure our teams. some of the big trends we are seeing, and I'm not going to drain it now in the interest of time, but we believe that pull media will slowly and steadily be disrupted by push media. You are going to see the messages which you are interested in, and we can already see it in the evolving global platforms from Meta and Google, and that is going to be a bigger and bigger trend to come. And of course, concluding, trust will remain the strongest currency. People are saying that they don't trust politicians, journalists, but at the same time, they will get into the car with a perfect stranger on Uber, or they will rent their homes on Airbnb to a perfect stranger. Trust used to flow upwards, but now it flows sideways to our peers and our neighbors. So building and retaining that trust through the transparency and authenticity is going to be very, very critical as you think about creating your winning marketing organizations. So to conclude, once again, on the behalf of MMA, a very, very warm welcome. Thank you for taking time out to be here with us. We have a very, very interesting lineup of best-in-class sessions coming your way. It's a phygital format. The bulk of our audience is online as we speak, about building winning marketing organizations. So I will now open this forum formally to some outstanding speakers who are coming in, who have graciously accepted our invitation to share their expertise and create a platform of exchanging, collaborating, innovating. And I'm sure we are going to have a very, very interesting and a value-added day ahead. So all the best to all of you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Amit, for that wonderful address. Requesting you to kindly stay back on the stage. We have a small token of appreciation for you. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights. As always, your insights were truly, truly valuable. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement before I introduce the next segment. Post-lunch, we have an interesting masterclass on rethinking everything you know about media quality, delving into the criticality of media quality and safety in today's super dynamic and evolving ecosystem. Let's learn more about how one can tread cautiously but surely and also optimize one's media investments. In this masterclass, we have Jayati Haryani, who is Director Sales at Double Verify, elaborating on how best marketeers can leverage and maximize their advertising spends. This masterclass will be conducted in the Zenith Ballroom in, of course, the same property at 2:45 p.m. If you're interested, requesting you to kindly proceed towards the registration desk for the same. On that note, we have now reached our very first keynote session of the day, Marketing in the Era of Generative AI, Challenges and Opportunities. How would marketing evolve in an era where AI is better than the average human at telling stories, drawing images, composing melodies, engaging in conversations, and creating virtual worlds? We will talk about what's happening right now and what is likely to happen in the next 12 to 18 months. And ladies and gentlemen, for our very first keynote session of the day, joining us on stage is Dr. Praful Chandra, co-founder and advisor, Treasure Pack. Dr. Chandra works at the intersection of decentralization and machine learning. He's particularly interested in how Web3 and AI will impact enterprises, economy, and society at large. Over the past 2 decades, his career has spanned industry, academia, and startups. Dr. Chandra serves as an adjunct professor of data science at Case Western Reserve University and as a member of the board of academic studies at Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences. He has authored 22 papers, 18 patents, and 2 books. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Dr. Praful Chandra.
Thank you. Hey, good morning. So it's interesting that in the last hour or so since the session started, we talked about learning from the next generation, right? Amit talked about reverse mentoring. And I think the gentleman here on the first seat talked about learning from his child. And I think that's probably a good leeway into what I'm going to talk about. I was talking to Kalpana earlier, and I was telling her that I'm in equal parts scared and excited about what's coming. And my feeling and what I plan to achieve in the next 25, 30 minutes is hopefully that you go away with the same feeling, that it's an exciting world, it's a scary world that is coming, and hopefully MMA can do something about it too. And I will end with suggesting what MMA can do about it, because this is the right forum for this. Okay? So let's get started. Right? This is one of the challenges in talking about generative AI is that you can never reuse your slide deck, right? And you have to always keep updating it on a weekly basis, right? This is less than a week old, right? So there's a conference where these people had a bunch of marketing experts create ads, a few ads, and then they had generative AI create ads. And they showed the ads to a bunch of marketing professionals. And they asked them, can you tell us which ad was created by generative AI and which ad was created by marketing experts? Right? And since you can imagine what happened, right? They fooled, the majority of the judges were wrong. Right? So they cannot distinguish, even the marketing experts cannot distinguish between ads which were created by AI versus ads that were created by marketing professionals. I want you to take a moment to think about what just happened. Right? What just happened is the acknowledgement of the fact that creativity, which we have always thought of as something which is very human, is no longer the domain of humans only. Right? You have generative AI now doing stuff which we always thought was human, very human. And this is the structure of the talk, right? I'm going to talk about what really is this technology all about. I'm going to talk a little bit about what are the opportunities in AI, and I'm going to talk about why I'm scared and why probably a lot of you should be scared too, right? So let's start with what is AI, because there are a lot of terminology and keywords floating around, and people using the terms in very different ways. I'll just give you a three-part definition. The first part is generative AI is AI which can generate, right? It can create. And what can it create? Today it can create vast kinds of stuff. It can create audio, it can create video, it can create text, it can create virtual gaming environments, it can create 3D objects, just a wide variety of stuff that it can create. Generative AI uses something called foundation models. And this is part where it gets really, really interesting. What it does is that there's been a paradigm shift, right? Again, Amit talked about data and analytics. Absolutely, that has been around for some time now. But what is happening is that once you did analytics for a particular set of data or a particular problem statement, that model or that data lived independently. Now what is happening is there is a creation of a set of AI models which are so intelligent that it can do multiple tasks, right? And that is the idea behind foundation models, right? AI models that can be adapted to a wide variety of tasks, right? And third part is that it is very hard to explain how they work. I'm not saying it's hard to explain to the layman, I'm saying it's just hard to explain, period. Which means even the people who build it don't understand how they work, right? Which is scary, right? So that's what I mean when I say generative AI. Now, why is it scary good? If you look at this chart, and this chart starts to tell you what is the proficiency of one of these AI models called GPT-4 on the verbal SAT scores, right? So, if you look at it, GPT performs at 99 percentile. What that means is that AI is better than 99% of humans in verbal SAT. And today, this number is getting incremented to more and more tasks. In fact, today AI is greater than 90% of humans in many tasks. Right? It can ace the SAT, it can ace the GRE, and it can clear the bar exam in the US for law. Right? This is today. Okay? And what people miss is how fast it grows. And I'll talk about that. Right? Now, third part, unlike it does not only talk about text, it can understand images. So its method of learning is not text only. It can look at an image, it can stand here, look at an image, and understand what's going on. Okay? And I want to drive home this point. It is really scary good. I cannot say this enough. Okay? This, for those, everybody seen The Matrix? Yes? Yeah? This is seen in The Matrix when Neo and Trinity are there to free Morpheus. They freed Morpheus. And they run to the roof, and there's a helicopter standing there. And Neo asks Trinity, do you know how to fly that thing? Right? And she says, give me a minute. She calls the operator, and she says, download, how should I fly this helicopter? And then she says, now I do. Right? This is how AI models learn. They learn faster than humans. This is the speed at which they learn. Right? And they learn from each other. Which means if you teach one AI model something, it is now possible for that AI model to share that learning with another model, so that model also learns that. Right? This is scary stuff. Right? The amount of data on which these models have been trained, the trainers don't know what they know. I'll say that again, the people who have built these models don't know what the models know. Forget that they don't know how they work, they don't know what they know. Right? They are figuring out that GPT-4 models can pass a chemistry exam. Right? And this is why it's really scary good. Okay? Now, that's the context of what I'm going to talk about. Why am I talking about it MMA? Right? What does this mean for marketing professionals? Right? Okay, so here are two ads. First thing it means is exponential personalization. Right? And what that means is this will happen at scale, and it will happen affordably. Right? There are negative implications to that statement as to what it will mean for the amount of work left and amount of humans needed, but that's a separate conversation that's coming later. But this is exponential personalization, right? Now, on the left is probably something that all of you have seen. This is an ad that was made with Shah Rukh Khan. It was a video ad, and it used a technology called deepfake. And what you could do is, if you had a retail store, you could go to a website and customize the ad so that Shah Rukh Khan invited you to the nearest retail store to your house, to your retail store. And the person who was watching the ad could not tell whether it was really Shah Rukh Khan speaking or somebody else. Right? So this probably you have seen. I want you to look at the picture on the right. This is a Levi's model wearing a Levi's dress. The only thing is that this is not a human. This image was created by AI. Right? So you have now AI models. And why do you need AI models? Well, you need a model that looks and feels like the person who you are targeting. So think about what that means. A model that looks and feels and talks like you. Right? So the idea of personalized ads, and Amit briefly talked about it, Google and Meta have already released platforms which can do this today. A personalized ad for the long tail of consumers, happening through algorithms, without human agencies, without media agencies sitting in the middle and doing the customization, without the need for multiple models being hired. This is happening at scale affordably today. Right now, they look like you. Right? In the next 12 to 18 months, expect these models to talk like you, behave like you, maybe like your friends or your idols. And I cannot emphasize this again, this will happen at scale, this will happen affordably. Right? And they will speak in your language. They will talk about locations where you sit in. And we talked about two examples. Right? This is generative AI. Okay? Second thing that's going to happen is exponential engagement. What does that mean? Well, you will have chatbots who will engage with the user to make sure that they stay engaged with the content on your platform. Right? If you have ever played with ChatGPT and you can get sucked into conversation for minutes together, the average time span or attention span for ChatGPT is not 3 seconds or 8 seconds, it's minutes. Right? Now imagine what that means for engaging your audience. Right? Now, the picture on the right is another interesting story. This is a social media influencer, and she has created an audio avatar which she's selling for $1 a month subscription, so that this audio avatar will act like your girlfriend. Okay? It's not very far-fetched to imagine avatars and shopping assistants that brands would like to create to engage the audiences. Right? So that's what's going to happen. Now, the third thing that's going to happen is exponential influence. Right? And I want to play about a 1-minute clip, and then we'll talk about it. Okay? How many of you have seen this ad before? No one. One person, right? Okay. Very interesting ad. You can see what AI does. But this is the part where I start to get into some questions that I want to put on the table for this meeting. Is a chat session an ad? Right? What if it recommends a brand as it did? Right? And the recommendation may not be explicit. Remember the way they set this up? They said ketchup, and a Heinz-looking bottle came out. So it's not, the boundary between what is an ad and what is content is beginning to disappear in generative AI content. Right? And there are ethical questions also, which I'm going to come to in a minute. Right? Here is another interesting question. Can you trust, and Amit again talked about trust, can you trust a recommendation made by an AI assistant or an AI avatar? We already have recommendation algorithms where YouTube, if you're watching YouTube, it will make recommendations. If you're watching Netflix, it will make recommendations. Now imagine the recommendation coming from a human-looking avatar which speaks like your friends. Right? So these are all interesting questions, and part of the reason that I'm kind of a little bit scared. And just to put these things in context, I showed you Heinz, but I just want to recall Cambridge Analytica at this stage and think about longitudinal impact. Right? An AI agent which has been working with you, or you are talking to the AI agent. I don't even know what to call it, him or her. Right? How do you address an AI assistant? Right? If there's an AI assistant whom you have we've been engaging it for a year, and then it makes a recommendation. Can we trust it? Is this an ad? Right? These are all open questions. So, and I'm going to switch to the second part of my talk, which is probably, don't call me the doomsday prophecy provider, but I think it is important that we discuss this, right? None of these is real. The 3 pictures that you see here, well, the first picture is, of course, a fake. The second model does not exist. And the third picture that you see, the woman exists, but she's selling her voice audio prompts, which she has not spoken. She has just trained an AI agent to speak like her and then customize to the audience. None of this is real. And this is the question that we really, really need to think about. This is the world we are going into. What you see is not real. What you read is not true. What you hear is not who you think it is. Right? This is the world we are going to move into very quickly. We are already there. And I'm going to play this clip, and this is the last video.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
So, here is the question that we are now, since we are going to live in a world which is, we won't be able to tell whether this is real or not. The questions that we need to ask is, how do you trust what you see on the screen? How do you know who you are talking to, even in a video call? Here is another interesting data point. If I have 3 seconds of your audio clip spoken from your voice, you can create any content in your voice. 3 seconds. That's what it takes. Okay? Fundamental questions. How do you actually know what is real? What is authentic? Right? This is a video that I highly recommend you watch. It's a 1-hour video. Of course, I won't have the time to play it here. There are 2 authors of the book and movie called The Social Dilemma. Right? Here is what marketing professionals really need to be thinking about. When you can personalize content faster, when you can drive deeper engagement and retain even more user attention, right? This is what we are striving for. This is what marketing professionals are striving for, right? And when behavior can be influenced at scale, we think of all these as good things, and in some sense they are, but there is a flip side, right? This is the flip side we are living in. Okay? Be cognizant that with great power comes great responsibility. Right? And if you look at this statement, there is a genuine existential risk we are facing. Right? 95% of IT decision makers believe that this technology should be regulated. Right? 50% of AI researchers believe that there is a greater than 10% existential risk to the human race because of AI, generative AI. Right? Just to put this in context, the example from the last video, imagine would you get on a plane if 50% of the engineers believe that there's a greater than 10% chance that the plane will crash? That's what we are going towards. Right? So, and this, if you have read the book Sapiens, right? This is how people are thinking about it. This is scary stuff. Right? And while you have this power in your hands to use these tools, you need to be aware of how much power you are wielding and make sure that you use it in the right way. Right? So the question really is, and I will end with this, what can we do? Right? Yes, there's a huge opportunity. The opportunity is in personalization. The personalization at scale, driving deepening engagement and influencing consumer behavior. Right? But you must protect against hallucinated output. Now, if you have worked with AI, when AI creates an output, whether it's text, image, audio, or video, it makes no guarantee about it being the truth or real. It speaks as it is. It may actually be false, but it gives you the answer with the same confidence. right? It learns from the people who use it. Now, that seems like a great thing, but remember that there are a lot of biases that we hold. And once you set a system in place which learns from the people who use it, from your consumers, from your users, you are opening also the door to it learning the wrong things from the wrong players. This is called data poisoning, right? You need to be sure that if you are customizing it and giving the data to it, you actually have the right to use that data, right? Are there biases in that data? Are there copyright violations that you need to be aware of? And are there privacy violations? These are all things that we need to be cognizant of if you're going to use this technology, right? So, how do we get there? The first thing is professional guardrails, right? If you are a brand, if you are an agency, or if you are a marketing professional, there are some things that you should adhere to. Note that as I've said this before, this is a kind of code which is influenced more by the data it is fed rather than the code it is written. And when you are creating content using generative AI, it is your responsibility, your accountability, and your credibility on the line as to what it outputs. Okay? And if you have interacted or if you start interacting with this, these kind of things will be relevant when you think about how you prompt these, what data you use, what brand data you use, where do you pick up the data, right? And if there are inherent biases in that data. The picture on the left was an extremely controversial picture. There are fashion agencies which have written about how this is not the right way to do diversity, because you're actually taking away jobs from models who come from a diversity background or a different background than white. So it's become extremely controversial whether this is a good thing or not. Right? So you have to think about these things. Right? Second, technology guardrails. Right? And this is where we do a lot of work. Right? Web3, and this is for companies who work in the marketing tech sector. Right? Web3, as those of you who know, blockchain, NFT space falls in the same space. There are interesting opportunities here to kind of say, can these guardrails be provided by technology? And here is the way to think about it. Should the user know that a particular piece of content was generated by an AI agent or human? Does he have the right to know? He or she have the right to know? Do we need a made by AI digitally verifiable certificate on every content that comes out from a brand to make sure that the brand is protected? What if there's an ad where there's a fake offer being made? Does it create liability on you? Right? And how do you get the data on which you train these models for your brand? Can you use user-generated content? Do you know who those people are who are giving you that content? Will that drive your assistant or model or brand avatar in a direction that you want to take it? Is there a need for verified communities of users whose data you can use? And we believe that there are answers here in Web3 space which can offer solutions to these challenges. And lastly, I will end with this. I think there is a need for regulatory guardrails. Right? European Union has already starting to come out with these rails. But models have models have to have digital verifiable entities. Marketing bodies, which is MMA, right? Do we need to create guidelines, policies, and frameworks for generative AI? And can auditors and regulators and government bodies need to step in? Right? This is where I think MMA needs to play a role. Right? I will leave you with this quote from Satya Nadella, and I'll return the floor back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Dr. Praful. Let's have a thunderous round of applause for Dr. Praful for that insightful presentation. And I would now like to invite on stage Kalpana Ravi, Associate Editor, Indian Television, for a chat with Dr. Praful that can help our audience decode the topic of AI even more. Let's please welcome her with a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you, and over to you, Kalpana.
Thank you. You know, Dr. Praful started off his conversation saying how scary, how afraid we should be. And when I was having a conversation with him, and I asked him a few questions to understand what generative AI is, and asked him a few questions, he said, another year or two and you will see what happens. And his conversation, his talk today does raise a lot of questions, not only for people like me who write content and who are journalists, but also to marketers and people who are brand custodians on how are they going to convince their brands as what is right, what is not right, and how as we as consumers are going to consume this kind of, what do I say, fakery, fake news, and a lot of other things put together. So Dr. Praful, my question is, on the first thing is, what happens to data privacy? You know, data is floating all across the place now.
Yeah.
We're putting our numbers everywhere, we're giving our emails everywhere.
Yeah.
What happens to that data privacy? And how as a consumer, how am I going to be affected by generative AI now?
So let me give you a couple of data points of what has happened, right? Twitter has stopped OpenAI, which released ChatGPT-4, from reading data from Twitter anymore, because OpenAI was paying Twitter $2 million a year for using the data. And Twitter basically, Musk said, this is too low. You need to give me more money. Right? Now, here's an interesting question. The data on Twitter, who does it belong to?
Not to me, of course.
Right? So when you look at a scenario like this, and Twitter is not the only example, platforms like Reddit, which is another social media tool, and Substack, which is another social media platform, are all now saying there is value in our data, and we can sell this data to OpenAI models to learn it. The question is, who owns the data? Which has always been the question. It is now just exponentially more important to answer the question about who owns the data, right? The problem, it can get worse if it is not anonymized and there's personally identifiable information in the data. These models are picking it up, right? Now, what happens to it? I don't have a good answer, right? Is it scary? Yes, it is scary, right? Should we be cognizant of it? Absolutely, we should be cognizant of it. Is it something that we need to be guarding against? Yes. So the answer to all of that is yes. How do we solve it? I don't know.
That's a great answer. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Dr. Praful, if you don't know, I as a layperson or people sitting over here in this room, how are they going to convince their brands? Okay, you said something about Twitter. So I have to now, or anybody who uses Twitter frequently, think twice before putting out our comments, information, you know, so that it's not used against me or taken off, you know, like you said, 3 seconds can be taken off it and used somewhere. So how does one guard against it?
So, okay, so there is the scary cat answer to this, which is don't use these platforms. Which is, so I don't use Facebook, I don't use Twitter, right? The only platform I have on is LinkedIn because that's slightly more saner. I think twice, my kids' photographs are nowhere.
Yeah, true.
Right? And I try to be very, very aware of what I put out there in the public domain. Unfortunately, the vast majority does not.
True.
I think as brand custodians, we need to be aware of what marketers are asking brands to put out there. As I said, what data is it trained on? Is that data owned by the brand, or is brand only the custodian of the data while acknowledging that the data is owned by the users and consumers, right? And can you prove it? Is there an audit trail? Because regulations are coming.
Absolutely.
Regulations are coming. So you need to be able to prove in future, yes, that what I did was right? Otherwise, you have reputation at stake, and you have laws which are going to come very soon to say, you need to be held accountable for what you're doing. I think European Union is probably the most further ahead in this, but expect regulations to come. Whether it comes from industry bodies like MMA, which is self-regulation, or whether it comes from government, which is using data privacy laws or Digital India laws, I think they're coming.
You said something about brand custodian. Today, earlier in our times, the advertising agency was the brand custodian. Today, that line is blurred. The agency may create a communication, the content creator creates another communication, and an influencer creates another communication. At times, there is no synergy to this communication. And this can be misused. So who is responsible for it? Is it the brand who's responsible for it, or all these three people who are responsible for it?
Well, add another thing to the mix. Now they have AI generative content which is going to create this, right? So again, who is responsible? I think who is legally responsible is probably a question left for lawyers to discuss. But at the end of the day, it's the brand which gets impacted, right? The impact always comes back to the brand, right? So I gave you the example of Levi's using a AI-generated model, right? Model in the sense,
Yeah,
fashion
true.
model, right? It's been an extremely controversial stance from saying that you are creating models in the image of your audience. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Right? Now, there have been people who have appreciated that you're trying to move away from a particular kind of model style to something that speaks to the audience. At the same time, as I said, there's a criticism that you're taking away jobs from models from the minorities, real human models. So, as I said again, all I have at this stage are questions, right? I don't have all the answers, but hopefully platforms like this will trigger the right debate, right? And that's the main thing today that we can offer. Let's have a conversation.
Are we losing jobs? Are people going to lose jobs in the next 2 years thanks to AI, ChatGPT,
So-
and what else more coming?
The non-diplomatic answer is yes.
That's scary. That's really very, very scary. How do brands using generative AI, like you said, Levi's or used Cadbury's, what is the kind of ROI they're getting by using generative AI?
So I think this is at the stage where the people who are using it are in the experimental and thought leadership space,
Okay.
right? I haven't seen benchmarks on ROI. Interestingly, it will be very, and I mean, your previous question and this question are related. ROI is going to come both from traditional ROIs, which measures impact of marketing campaigns, but it's also going to come from operations efficiencies, right? As we talked, right, the job which could be done by 10 people would now be done by 2 people, right? And what is scary about this is that this operations efficiency is going to hit the bottom of the pyramid, right? What that means is that the people who are doing the more mundane work, right, is going to get hit first, right? The strategy people are going to stay at the top because you don't have right now that kind of capabilities where you can create a marketing strategy. But the day-to-day work is going to get much more efficient. Efficient is a fancy word for saying we need less people, but that's what it is.
So are we moving towards a lean, mean organizations thanks to generative AI now?
I think, as I said, jobs will definitely get impacted. I think the role of humans will be in guiding, guardrailing, and governing the output of AI. So I think there's a lot of scope for reskilling. Amit talked about the learning
Yes,
organization.
yeah.
I think it's time. It's time that we take that statement very, very seriously.
Reskill ourselves.
Yes. In terms of what we do and what is the role of humans versus what is the role of AI.
You're talking about guardrails and, government getting into it, and, Europe has already started doing it. As a country in India, there will be red flags raised, over this. How is the government circumventing, and how is an organization like MMA going to, help us guardrail these kind of things?
So I think there are early conversations happening with industry bodies like NASSCOM saying, how do we regulate this? I don't think a lot of people have understood the scale at which we are now and the tipping point at which we are now, unfortunately. And that's one of the reasons conferences like these are helpful. There are industry bodies which are looking at generative AI in particular. I think MMA, as I said, my view is we can do 2 things. One is, just like there's the Advising Council of India, we can create regulations of what marketing professionals should and should not do, right? It's self-declaration. Simple things like saying that we will declared that this content was created by AI. Right? Technology like Web3 can help, right? And that's where we kind of are playing our part, saying this can help. And second is, of course, going to the government and saying there are things that we can do as self-governance, but there are things that you need to do because there are bad actors in the ecosystem who need to be governed and who will not adhere to these self-regulations. So I think that's the other thing that agencies
And what happens to intellectual property with AI?
yeah, that's a whole another can of worms, right? So there are artists and authors who have argued that OpenAI is digital bank robbery, right?
Yeah.
Because you have taken the artwork of the masters, you have taken content created by other artists, by people like you and me, by experts who have just put it out there for free. You have trained a model and who uses this data to kind of create content. Of course, these people have written the algorithms and invested in machines in millions of dollars. The question is there something due to the original content creators?
You know, you had a movie now supposedly written by ChatGPT.
That's right.
I mean, it is like, pointing fingers at screenwriters and writers who've written great work. And suddenly you have a ChatGPT writing a script of a movie. So there is a red flag raised here also. Tomorrow, somebody will sing a song and say, I use chat AI and I'm better than A.R. Rahman.
That's right.
So where do they go now?
I don't know the answers. I mean, the only thing I can offer you are questions, some guidelines as to where we should be going, right? And that's why I think it's time. This is the discussion.
So the guidelines are for the marketers sitting over here so that they follow it and hope MMA, gets into this act of putting, drawing a future for all of us put together.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Praful. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Praful and Kalpana. Thank you so much for that wonderful discussion and beautifully moderating that segment. Till AI is not taking over my job, I'm good. AI models, yeah, AI MCs, no, not at all. On that note, without any further ado, let's move on to Anticipated annual report launch, where we will unveil the culmination of months of research, analysis, and dedicated efforts from our team. Brace yourselves to witness the launch of MMA India's marquee annual marketing ecosystem report, that's Modern Marketing Reckoner, with the 2023 theme being Transform to Thrive. A ready reckoner comprising an industry-neutral 360-degree POV for marketeers to not just evolve, but transform using increased agility, investment in meaningful technology, more collaboration and partnerships, a rapid test, learn, apply frameworks, and a diversely skilled workforce. This is an MMA and Group M initiative. And without any further ado, I request Amit Jain, MMA India Board Chairman, L'Oreal India, Partha Sarthi Ma, MA, Chief Strategy Officer, South Asia Group M, and Monica Karana, Country Head and Board Member, MMA Global India, to kindly take the stage to unveil this marquee report. Let's please welcome our dignitaries with a huge round of applause, everyone. It is now time to unveil the report. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this most awaited moment of the day. Let's give a thunderous round of applause for this launch, everyone. Come on. And can we now have the copies of the report? And yes, as MMA Chair, may I request Amit to kindly say a few words about the report?
Yeah, so on behalf of MMA and of course our very valuable partners from Group M, I'm delighted to launch the 4th edition of this report. Yeah, the Modern Marketing Reckoner, as it's popularly called as the MMR, we believe is a must-read for every marketer who is looking to transform and thrive in this unprecedented change. We had Dr. Praful scaring the hell out of us this morning. So hopefully, transform to thrive, which is the theme of this report, which has been jointly scripted. It's a complete collaboration with the ecosystem, which is led, of course, by MMA and Group M. I think it's a fantastic example of the industry coming together in the face of fantastic challenges and opportunities. So yeah, this is all about increased agility, investment in meaningful technology, collaboration, partnerships. And what is critical in this report is that there are 30 industry leaders and thinkers who have collaborated across the ecosystem to bring forward very pragmatic ways to transform your organizations to keep pace with what's happening there in the environment. So this is a great testimony to what MMA does so well, which is bring a really diverse ecosystem together for creating solutions for all the marketeers and the stakeholders over there. So congratulations once again and good luck.
Thank you so much, Amit. I request Partha Sarthi to kindly say a few words. Let's do the picture first. Very important, of course. Congratulations, team. I'm requesting Partha Sarthi to kindly address the audience.
Hi, I think it's always been an honor to work with MMA in this annual report. It's a tradition which we've been doing for some time now, and this time the contributions have been fantastic, and it's all on a very pointed theme of transform to thrive, and I hope you'll all find it very useful. I'd also like to thank the extended team that's put this together. First of all the contributors who have really thought deeply about the topic and given us some fantastic content. And also, the people who pulled it together from MMA, Tanya, and from Group M, we have Upali and Prerna who really held it all together. So a big thanks to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And of course, Monica, requesting you to say a few words about the report.
So I think Partha and Amit have pretty much said it. However, we have a lot more to share with you about this report, which we will do over a panel discussion, which we will just begin, which will also have our contributors who've been very deeply engaged. So I'm sure it's going to be a very enriching piece. Having said that, what's important is this is a collaborative piece which brings together views from experts from across the ecosystem. You must grab a copy of it and you must consume it, because we are in an era where transformation is the only way forward. So it's really a narrative we deeply believe is a narrative we'd like to own for the year, and we look forward to getting your feedback on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monica. And like Monica said, I request you all to kindly scan the QR code on the screen to get the full access for the report. Requesting Monica and Partha to kindly stay back on the stage. And thank you so much, Amit, for doing the honors. Thank you so very much. So it is now time for all of us to decode this report and understand from our contributors their POVs, which are an integral part of the MMR. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for this segment. We have with us Arvind Mathur, Product and Business Unit Head, M-Filter It. MBS CMO of Federal Bank. Sunitha Bangad, MMA India Board Member, Group Head, Consumer Insights and Brand Development, Aditya Birla Group. Vidya Kailasam, India Consumer Digital Lead, Mondelez. We have Monica on the stage, and of course, our moderator for this segment will be Partha. Let's have a group picture. Yes. Over to you, Partha.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah, I guess so. Welcome once again, and I think the theme, as was mentioned, is transform to thrive, and probably more relevant now than ever before, because there's transformation happening across sectors, across industries, across functions within the organization. And it's also led by the extreme volatility which we have seen, right? And great to have a diverse set of panelists here from very diverse industries and functions who are all either driving transformation in their organization or who are partnering with clients to drive that. So it's lovely to have you all here. This report, as Monica had mentioned earlier, is, it starts off by talking about some of the drivers of uncertainty. Now, there's always a flip side to that, because with uncertainty comes disruption, with disruption comes opportunity. So the way I would like to talk about, start this, is asking each of you, what do you think are these big kind of disruptions that have happened? What are the kind of opportunities they've fostered? And how has that led to the transformation? So maybe I'll start with you, Vidya. And, you come from the confectionery industry, Mondelez, and, it was also showcased. Your case was spoken about by the person who spoke about AI. So what do you think are the biggest kind of disruptions and opportunities when it comes to your industry?
Thanks, first of all, for the opportunity to speak here. And I think you spoke about disruption, and that's been the running theme for the last couple of years, right? So you had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. You now have a warlike situation, which is creating a lot of chaos all around. I think most of us have experienced a lot of changes, whether it is in the way we consume media, whether it is in the way we consume our products. So in our category, for example, snacking is no longer done just once a day, right? So, you know, our global snacking report, for example, says that people think of snacking as a moment that they want to savor. It's a moment of indulgence for in a day, and they really care about it, which means that it matters to them that the snack is available at all times. It means that in a rapidly digitizing environment, they're okay to buy snacks from, let's say, a quick commerce kind of partner, because it's available at any time. When they think of a snack, they can pick something up, which means that they're going to rapidly adopt various mediums like that. So, for example, it would be, it's very surprising to know that even in categories like ours, people actually look at search as a medium to look for inspiration as well as ideas for snacks. So you would think that impulse categories, people don't, why would they need to actually search? But that's happening as well. So here you have a situation, there was a rapidly accelerating digitization situation that was prevailing before the COVID pandemic hit. And now that's really taken off. You have the always-on consumer who's looking for content across online and offline, and which means brand marketers like us need to create a seamless experience that seems exactly the same when you're looking at a mobile phone or or a laptop, or you're in the store. And you need solutions which are amenable across retail formats. So the way I would look at it is the disruption has actually created moments that we can participate more, consumption opportunities that we probably didn't think of earlier. So today at 4 o'clock, if a consumer is thinking of a snack, there's also a chocolate snack that he or she is thinking of, along with a samosa, and all of it he's searching for on a mobile phone to see how is the quickest that he can get it. And that's the opportunity for me to advertise and speak to him. So I think all of this has worked in a manner for us to keep innovating and thinking about how do we present a proposition in a manner that's amenable to the format or the media that the person is consuming.
Thanks. I think opening up moments or possibilities for consumption is a big shift, I think, and that's an interesting disruption. MVS, you come from a very different industry, which is the banking and financial sector, right? And that has its own share of disruptions and opportunities over the last couple of years. So would love to hear your point of view.
So I'm just allowing myself to be indulged, saying that I don't want to talk about just banking and financial services, but if you look at disruption, we are at an infinity loop of culture and technology, and both of them are playing out. And let me just give you a context of the amount of disruption, now I'm coming down to banking, that we face. So if you look at India itself, there was a pre-Geo and a post-Geo era, then you have a pre-UPI and a post-UPI era, and now you have a pre-ONDC and a post-ONDC era. And all of it is being powered by technology. And what is happening is that because technology is allowing products to be delivered. So for example, Anarkali can be bought in Chennai as well. It's a garment that women wear because of the prevalence of the technology. As much as an Alfonso can be sold by a villager who's living perhaps in Pali thanks to ONDC. So therefore, this is the spectrum in which we are going out and operating. And the challenge for us in the BFSI sector particularly is how do we learn from a lot of the e-commerce guys, because money is what we sort of eventually go out and manage. And how do we create an experience, because we are not going to be compared by another bank. We're going to be compared by an experience that you have perhaps on an online delivery system, or an experience that you've had on an airline app. So that is the level of comparison. So clearly it is pushing us to raise the bar in terms of the kind of customer experience we want to give. The other part that I also am deeply conscious about in my role is that suddenly we are seeing on the horizon that there might be a time, and a lot of you are very creative people who will write a book called as The Demise of the Wallet. Because now you're practically carrying your wallet for your driving license, maybe pictures of your loved ones, and Ekad credit card. But with UPI credit coming in, there is no reason for you to carry plastic. So you could as well be without a wallet. And that brings one more challenge to me, because somebody is going to ask, and Amit was talking about it here, saying that what is the purpose of the organization? So one credit card, for example, lasts for about 400 years. So in a consumer's life cycle, if he has 3 recardings which has happened, then you are talking of about 1200 years. So then the marketer is being asked, कि भाई आप ESG पे क्या कर रहे हो? So you see how the loop is so infinite that if you think that technology has stopped somewhere, then you'll be hit by culture. If you think that culture is taking an afternoon siesta, then technology is going to come back. So that's the format in which this entire change is happening, and therefore the need to thrive and transform, or transform and thrive, whichever you want to put it.
And very interesting also, I didn't look at it from the ESG angle. I think that's a very interesting point. And you are the enabler of a better life, which enables a consumption of all the other products. So that itself is every disruption there is a disruption for you in that sense. So Sunita, you power consumer insights across a wide variety of industries in the ABG group, right? So just to flip the switch and look at it from the consumer lens. So what do you think are, I mean, he's touched upon some of the disruptions, but how do you see it happening? I mean, what are the changes in behavior, attitude, perceptions?
So I'm just going to pick up the leaf on ESG, and we've just done a massive study across a whole spectrum of products and industries. While people awareness of ESG, intent of wanting to use ESG is very, very high as 99%. Actually, people who are doing something about it is less than 20%. Yes. So there's a huge leakage, if I may, between what people say versus what they're doing, and I guess they don't want to pay a single rupee extra for doing that. So they pass it on to organizations, governments to actually do the job, because they've messed up, they need to clean up, and not them. So, there are those kind of funny things. But at a very broader level, while we all know about stats of demographics, etc., 2 key areas that we've done a lot of work is really in the whole small town upsurge and development. And post-COVID, I think even more important, because all our businesses want to go beyond the metros and large towns. And we see that reverse migration has actually taken place in a big way. And we did this study which kind of said that apart from, of course, the population going back, and it's going to be a fairly large growth of youth in that sector, there's a lot of development that's happening there, and therefore the whole consumption pattern, digital enablers that help people to kind of get there because of convenience, they're not now the lesser cousin to the urban world. They get what they want, where they want, the brands that they want, and convenience is something they look for as well. So, that demographic is becoming very, very interesting, and knowing that audience, understanding them better, and having the first mover advantage for our industries is going to be huge. Apart from the B2C, we also are in a whole range of B2B, and I must say that this whole concept of B2B, B2C is now almost kind of blurring, because there is more like B2H that I keep hearing of, because there is a C at the end of every B2B as well. So the same principles of B2C apply to B2B, and all the things that were spoken in the morning by Amit and on the AI, which is also very interesting, is there's omni-channel, people are not really linear in the way they go, so online, offline, digital is here to stay. And I think post-COVID, while there has been some amount of reverse, back to brick and mortar stores, I think a lot of behavior change has happened on that front. So I think, and more so in, like I said, the small towns, digital is very much going to be the key enabler for us to, succeed in that sense. So lots of these things across our industries we're looking at, and even women, another very, very important cohort that is now changing the dynamics, and things like home development. I mean, people were thinking decor is what you target women, but even cement now is targeting women, because they are playing an important role in deciding how to construct houses, for example. In the BFSI sector, because they've got onto the digital medium, they find it far more easier. Of course, we need enablers to kind of educate them a bit more, but you see that audience also playing a very important role. So we've kind of looked at them as not just women, but consumers and promoters for some of our products, fashion and investment actually particularly. So these are some of the changes that I see coming around. And lots of exciting stuff. I mean, I agree with Vidya and with Murthy that I think in this wake of disruption, which has now become the norm, the opportunities are, becoming a galore, and the marketers that actually take these up and take the first mover advantage actually succeed. So that's what I would want to say.
Interesting. I mean, it's very hard to pull the wool over anyone's eyes anymore. I think there's such universal kind of access to information and knowledge that it puts all of us on our toes every day. So Arvind, you are product head of a technology platform, right? And you work with clients across categories and industries. So what are the kind of disruptions which you're helping them deal with, and how do you look at it from the other side of the fence? You have to switch it on. I think you have to. Otherwise you could use this. It's on.
Right. I think the changes that we've seen over the period of time, especially couple of large topics got talked about this morning. So we've seen AI, we've seen the way brands have started embracing and looking at these formats. A lot of change happened pre and post COVID, where even small businesses felt it's important to be on the online space, right? And with small businesses and small partners coming online, there was also an inherent challenge of regulations or the regulatory framework that brands had to have to manage these channel partners, or to look at these third parties which are critical business partners offline, but now what happens when they take a brand's repute online, right? So with that and AI coming in place, already about 2/3 of the world's digital traffic was driven by bots and softwares, right? This just adds to the challenge, which means you typically will have human traffic going to about 1/5 of the global traffic in about 2 or 3 years' time now. And with AI coming in place, generative AI taking over, more and more brand communications, more and more engagements that brands drive through omni-channel shops, most of these will have layers of digital and consumer journey that are intertwined, right? So I think these become pediments for opportunities also, wherein you will have multiple ways of how you can enter a customer segment or a customer journey in and out of their different cohorts. At the same time, there'll be a challenge as to which of these journeys are really legit or made by customers. Or are they actually faked by bots, softwares, or bad actors in the society, right? So I think that's where I see challenges increasing for the brands. And there will have to be active frameworks that it's time that brands start putting in place to deal with these scenarios, in terms of having a framework on regulations for brand safety, a framework and regulation for an ad fraud mechanism, which will become, I think, critical going forward for all brands.
Absolutely true. Absolutely.
I just want to add to what he's saying. I mean, I think Amit was speaking about reviews and how people decide basis reviews, whether it's an Airbnb or a product on Amazon. With this whole bot thing, you really never know that are you genuinely following reviewers, or is it that somebody's used a bot and just got them. So there's always that doubt of, and therefore authenticity, I guess, is becoming very critical.
So I think I'll just probably add one cent to it. See, almost 5 out of 8 customers think that the legitimate content that they're following, it's the brand's responsibility to actually own it up, right? And not leave it to the open web to discover. So I think as long as brands have a control mechanism in place, whether it's a technology play that they intervene, whether it's a overlay of internal systems that talk to each other, this challenge is something that brands will solve as we move forward. Yeah.
So Monica, this report which we've just unveiled, right? At the core of it is a very, very interesting survey which was conducted among very senior marketers from across variety of industries, right?
Correct.
So what struck you as some of the really sharp insights which came out of this report, which might be useful?
Absolutely. So I think we did think through the narrative a fair bit, and we did crowdsource a lot of the gaps before we chose to arrive at the theme Transform to Thrive, right? And whilst we were observing a lot of dynamic changes in the environment, and we also, were cognizant to the fact that in the last 2 or 3 quarters, there were a couple of macro factors playing out, along with, of course, an extended phase of COVID. So when we checked in with our respondents, there were 3 factors which they believe have really contributed contributed to their thinking and to their need to catalyze transformation as a, as a KPI, right? And which primarily was macro factors like COVID, like inflation, like the Ukraine war, and there were about 61% who said that that's one key factor which they weren't ready for, and it happened, and they were forced to change. The second was technology disruption. We've been hearing about it all morning. And there were about 51% of them who said that technology disruption in various ways, which are self-explanatory, is leading them to think very transformative ways of driving business. And the third was the consumer mindset shift itself, because of an extended journey of COVID and a lot of new tools and platforms available. There is a distinct shift in consumer mindset, and 46% attributed it to that, right? So these were like the three key factors which, kind of came out very, very clearly in terms of dynamic shifts that were happening. And the way it also, the survey also called out 3-4 developments in media and marketing, which were also, adding for them to need to think their media mix way more than what they were thinking. So what were those 4? I'm just going to call out the exact data points. So we had 4 key data points. One, the effective use of first-party data, and 69% said that that's really a very big number to ignore, and therefore it needed rethink in the way they thought media and marketing. 63% said AI, ML, and advanced analytics, which was again a big contributor to them rethinking marketing. 51% said omni-channel, right? And 32% said voice technology. And of course, then there were more beyond that. But these were the 4 factors which led to wanting them to rethink media and marketing quite substantially. And we have a bunch of other questions as well, which are included in the report and can be deep dived into, and which have been a strong base to what we've covered in the report.
Thanks, Monica. I think that's a perfect segue to the next question which I want to ask, because all the people on this dais are people who have actually contributed in this report. So I thought it'll be great to get a snippet from all of you, on what you have contributed. So one of the aspects which Monica spoke about was the first-party data piece, Vidya. And, Mondelez, as we know, has been on a complete data and digital transformation journey for some time now, and it's bearing great results. So I wanted to hear from you on what exactly, how has that transformed people within the organization? What are some of the key initiatives and learnings you have?
I think the context for that is exactly what my co-panelists here spoke about, that the use of data, the relevance of data was increasingly becoming important. And we operate in a category where, historically we've done mass marketing, so to speak, while digital offers a great opportunity to do personalization. In fact, the example that you had here since morning, which is not just a Cadbury ad, we used data from our partner publisher, publishers like Google, etc., to be able to sort of pinpoint the retailer and create a customized ad. But the big reality is that, even for organizations like us, there is gold dust in terms of getting hold of the first-party data, in terms of consumers, knowing them deeply, way more than what we know them today. However, I think the whole journey didn't start from saying that we want to get data, right? I think the whole point was digital today offers us an opportunity to do great personalization. Personalization in an era of extremely digitally savvy consumers is very important, because all consumers, despite the brand, want to feel like the brand's talking to me. It's offering me something that's intimate to me, and that's the reason I want to build that bond. So that was the starting point, and therefore we said, okay, so how do we go about being able to market this effectively to consumers in a personalized manner? And therefore, if we need data, why would the consumer give data for categories like ours, right? So we are an impulse category, very low value. Typically, people don't spend considerable amount of time figuring out what they want to buy, etc., unlike, let's say, automobiles or electronics, etc. So we had to provide substantial amount of value exchange. Now, I can talk of one example. During COVID, like we all know, we all did a lot of cooking at home. We all did a lot of baking. doing a lot of recipes at home, which we probably never did before. And we realized that there was an opportunity for us to create a recipes destination. Primarily because, the tier 2 example that my panelists here spoke about, we realized that brands like Oreo were getting consumed for making cakes, for adding that extra bit of oomph to the recipe that you would have anyway otherwise made. And we had this great opportunity to create a destination for using our brands in an interesting way and getting consumers to come there, which is how we created a dessertscorner.com. And what we realized is that that value exchange was meaningful enough for consumers to want to come and sign up with us. And continue to stay engaged with us. So you had a community of consumers who are looking for more content, who are looking for more engagement from us. And we also get to know what's their preference, etc., which can be then meaningfully used to market to them. But to your second question, how did that translate into changes that we had to make from an organization perspective? Just briefly talking about that. One, it needs a lot of CXO advocacy, right? So at a very high level, top level, we had to have clarity as to why we were embarking on a data strategy and what we needed to get there. So what were our use cases? What is it that we will want to build out of the data that we were collecting? Very different from, let's say, some of the other industries, and therefore had to be razor sharp in terms of what it means for Mondelez. And then, of course, a lot of it is new capability for us. So, we probably needed to test a lot of ideas, dump what's not working and scale what's working. So needed a bit of test and learn, a bit of fail first mindset and not be affected by this, which is very different from the way we do our marquee campaigns. So in some sense, there was some amount of unlearning also that we had to do there. I'll pause here and maybe build on it.
Thanks. I think relearn, rethink is very much in action. MVS, you spoke about technology being the spine, I think, and you mentioned it in the earlier piece you spoke as well. Now, the other point you spoke about is the distribution model is getting phygital, right? Which means how do you kind of deliver a consistent experience to your consumers across whichever place they come in contact with you as a brand? And what are some of the initiatives you have done for that?
So let me just give you a little bit of a background. I'm an extremely proud marketer today because I'm the custodian of a 92-year-old brand. Federal Bank is a 92-year-old bank. Okay, we are not known to be, we are not among the top 3, but I think we will break into the top 5 over the next few quarters. Clearly, the brand is doing a lot of work. And coming to your question about how do we manage this consistency of delivery, and I think our brand line which says, "Rishta aap se hai, sirf aap se nahi." In the midst of all of this hullabaloo on technology, at the end of the day, you cannot take away the human empathy which is required. And people, when they come to handle money, they need people in the branches. And therefore, while I can give them a great amount of efficiency through my mobile application, through my internet banking website, through a chatbot that we have, they still want to come and meet. And one of the key reasons of consistency of delivery is that we have an attrition rate of 2 to 3%. When you are in the service industry, for example, the place where we are sitting, or an airline, or a bank in our case, you need to have people who have been with the system for a long time so that the consistency of the delivery come. If you have a lot of people coming in and going out, then it's very difficult. Just to give you a comparative measure, one of the largest private sector banks has got a 32% attrition rate. So imagine what is going to happen to you in terms of delivery. The other part which ensures that there is a consistency of delivery is that it's a great place to work, because we have 42% women in our bank and nobody is taking an effort. All right. Now, to give you another statistic on consistency, is that 21% of the remittances which come to India, which is about $100 billion, comes from Federal Bank. So what I'm trying to say is that people need the efficiency of technology, but to ensure consistency of delivery, they need people. And you need a set of proud folks in the team who will go out and go the distance and help people to go on, and hence our brand line. We keep saying that we are human at the core and digital to the fore. So you need to keep living this all the while.
Love the tagline, by the way. So Arvind, you talk about two things in your piece, right? One is ad fraud, which I think everyone knows can really hamper efficiency. The other is, the entire brand safety piece, which plays such a huge role in reputation. So I just wanted to check with you, do you think marketers are taking these things seriously enough? And what do you think they should really do to make it best practice?
Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So I think it's a great question. I think about 5 years back, when we were having discussions with customers, the realization that there's something called as ad fraud was not there, right? Now, if I walk over those files and I look at this back today, I think most marketers, brands are aware about these challenges, about ad fraud and brand safety. In fact, very recently, in fact, for the last about a year and a half, I think even the agency ecosystem has been hit badly because you will have SMSs that keep cropping up where they will ask you to join a incent-based model where you click on ads and you get paid. So essentially, this is human-generated fraud. There are again frauds which are non-human generated. So typically, I think brands have started taking cognizance of this fact. And the reason why this has become, this has come to the center stage is because the amount of drainage or the wastage that was happening was significant. So, and this may actually happen at each stage of the funnel. So you may be buying on impressions, you may be buying on clicks, you may be buying on leads. You could be in fact also paying certain partners on a sale model. But attributions, the journey on attributions, attribution hijacks, these are use cases that are now becoming more and more important for brands as they start looking down the funnel. Brand safety, again, as I said, is something that's got the brand's attention. Why? Because customers started speaking about it. And they would go and talk about it on various social platforms, and hence it becomes important that as a brand, if they want to protect their reputation, they might start educating the customer about what could go wrong. And I think banks have taken the leadership stance there, right? There are a couple of campaigns that banks have taken. There are campaigns that the governments have taken internationally, like Netherlands or New Zealand, where they're talking about what you post online, what you don't post online, what kind of content you should click on, how do you ensure privacy, how do you ensure, how brands should ensure that they should not be seen in the wrong placements. So, and the challenge there being that brands, while there's intent, they need help with all of this, right? Because they've been engaged in their own businesses. They're not specialized in managing this chaos. So that's where they need partners, they need support in the ecosystem. And the large fact here is that even if you look at large publishers and platforms, so while platforms take the ownership of trying and mitigating this risk, but whenever they work with the network or whenever they aggregate the inventory for themselves, like for example, Google, apart from search and mail, they actually end up aggregating most of the inventory. Even, for example, YouTube is owned by the channel is owned by somebody else. It's not owned by YouTube, right? So whenever you deal with network and people of aggregated networks, that's where safety becomes difficult to manage. And this is where I think brands have started realizing that they need to step in.
Yep. No, thanks for that perspective. I think time flies when you're among friends, and that's happened here. But two very quick questions, Sunita. I mean, we spoke about digital, data, technology transformation, but finally, the other most important part of transformation is culture, right? And you come from such a large conglomerate where, culture is ancient in that sense. So what are your thoughts on cultural transformation within companies?
So I think, in the native digitally born organizations, it's easier because that's how they've been doing business. But when you look at something like Aditya Birla Group, and 60% of our businesses are B2B, and we are a 100-year-old organization, it's not that everybody is at the same level. And disruptions such as COVID or business, whether it is the war, whether it is government regulations or certain policies, we're constantly faced with managing business today and looking to what we need to do for tomorrow. And I think more than the processes that we kind of change, it is the mindsets and the behaviors that you have to manage, because ultimately you can have a great process, but if the people are not willing to take that up, there's not much change that's going to happen. So, internally we have this discussion that there's a lot of conversation around the VUCA world, but I think today if we have to manage all of this, you need to be more in the finer space, as I put it, and finer as in the organizations need to be flexible, they need to be intuitive, non-linear. I think we've spoken a lot about this path to purchase is not a linear way anymore, so it's really non-linear. Exciting or excitable, you know, as an organization or even a brand, because if you're not, people won't even bother visiting you or buying from you. And most importantly, I think resilient, because it's not about doing it right once. You may not learn, you may not be able to get the result, but you need to be at it and continuously keep evolving. So I think internally, that's what we are trying to move people to. Some of our organizations, which are more B2C, have adopted, adapted, and moved forward. Some of them are still sort of learning the ropes and getting there. But I think the big thing that we are trying to move within the organization is, A, customer centricity is at the bedrock of everything that we do. So, you know, it's about customer journeys. And therefore, looking at, I think one of our earlier speakers also said that organization structures are not what they used to be. I think, and in some of our cases, it is very, very archaic, if I was to put that. So this whole thing of cross-functional teams coming together, looking at the customer journey and not saying that's my job or your job, digital not being just a marketing thing, but it could be between supply chain and finance, it could be between HR and you know, marketing in that sense. I mean, if I don't get the right kind of profile of people, I'm not going to be able to change the way we work. So really working in more of a collaborative spirit, looking at what technology can do, looking where the human intervention needs to come in. Better storytelling, I think, is important, because I think Amit spoke about it. You will probably not look at something for more than 3 seconds, but then you may want to look in for 5 hours that you're putting onto a long format. So it is a combination of really having your eye to the goal and ear to the ground. You know, consumers are evolving, disruptions are happening, you have an endpoint to go to, but how do you constantly look at it and have that agility between, you know, your people to understand when to change, how fast to change, and how much to change. So literally, if you were to put a playbook there, it's really about customer intimacy, data-led marketing, because you need to know the whys, not just the numbers, but why those numbers to be able to do something about it, have clarity of thought and purpose, and at the end of the day, be resilient and do things keeping the consumer at the heart of everything that we do. So I think those are some of the cultural shifts that we are trying to make. Some places we've been successful, some places we are struggling, but I think it's a journey, and that's where we are getting to.
Thank you so much.
Partha, can I just, you know, just three points I wanted to bring in, you know. You want to say something, Monica? So here is the thing, okay, and as a marketing fraternity, I want to bring in 3 points. One is that let us look at the context in which we are operating. We are at an India moment. A nation is a sigma of its brands. Anybody wanting to invest in a country is looking at all the brands which are highly visible and how do they go out and function and what are the kind of consumer insights that they can bring in and what is their opportunity to invest. That's point number one. Point number two, which he also mentioned, and I think we need to realize, and Amit is here, he's representative of what I'm going to say this now, that Amit Jain, Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Shankar Narayan, Indira Nui, all of them, SNA Indians, suddenly we have a halo around us. It is because India is a very large market. Globally, people are looking at Indian people. And how do you go out and enter a market? You put a person who's from that market to the top because he runs the culture. And culture eats strategy for breakfast. We know about that. So that's the second thing which is happening. So India movement, culture, and the other part is, and which is what we spoke also about ESG, it is getting very, very important. Because when you look at it from a shareholder perspective, when you look at it from the market's perspective, when you look at it from the activism, I may not be a consumer of your product, but I may be a very vocal voice about, you know, ethical manufacturing, or I may be a vocal voice about reducing my carbon footprint, and I can be the one who can cause a fall of your brand. And therefore, now I am feeling this, and I would not have said this 10 years back, that the CEO and the CMO are working in much closer coordination because the variables are far too many. The sales guy will anyway go out and do what he has to go and do. But the only thing, and pardon me if I'm extending my brief, Amit, but I think the only thing the CEO is looking at is how is his company being observed by a lot of people from a governance perspective. And you know, you can't be a percentage pregnant, either you're pregnant or you're not pregnant. So that is where the CMO has a very critical role in this moment in time. Maybe 5 years back, it was a different kind of a thing. But let us recognize that here is a nation who's really going to take off now. And the CMO has got a very critical role to play in this. I'm saying CMO is equal to marketeers.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Any last words from you, Monica? I know we are running out of time, or we ran out long back.
But we began late.
That's true. Not my fault, as you say.
Okay. Yeah, very quickly, two things. One is, I think this report attempts to help you, when we say transform to thrive, what we really mean is to become more full stack in nature. We heard a bunch of things in terms of how various factors are now front and central, be it customer experience, be it personalization, be it your tech stacks, be it managing data. So basically, we really are looking for full stack marketers today. And this particular report is alluding to helping that journey of marketers who can be more empowered, have a bigger voice in the room, and work more closely and collaboratively in the organization unlike earlier. So I think that's the whole context of doing a transform to thrive. And I do want to say a big thank you to our contributors out here who've been extremely involved in putting this together, and the other contributors who are in the audience with us and who've done a phenomenal job of sharing their perspectives. Truly appreciate it, and we look forward to doing this each year with your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we have quick 2 questions, if you all don't mind, to the panel. We have these questions from Pawan.
Yes.
Pawan from Media Brief, requesting you to kindly answer. Yeah, please go ahead. Can we have a mic? Sir asked for a mic. He got coffee.
Sorry. Thank you ever so much. Sorry, ma'am. No, so wonderful session, and the report is truly amazing. I taken a peek at it, and a deep dive of a quick peek, which is a bit of an oxymoron. But thank you very much, Partha, Monica, of course. And first is an observation, and MVS and everybody else here, is that like Monica said in the morning, during her address, that it's all about MMA Global and MMA Global India trying to help marketers become full stack marketers. And a full stack marketer in my mind is, full stack only till last night, and today he has to or she has to become bigger and evolve because of all the uncertainties. And the 4 pillars that are here, in fact, 3 are the pillars, and the 4th is the need, which will be empowered by these 3 pillars.
Sure.
This report, this is just first an observation and then a simple open question to all of you. You all have spoken about uncertainties, which is what everybody is completely beset by. 2 is uncertainties because of consumers shifting, changing, and also because of the challenges and the questions that data and the need for strategy throw at you all the time about the inadequacies of measurement, etc. Today, you don't have a traditional or a digital marketer. It's both it's a holistic thing. And if I'm a consumer of news, I view the news, I read it, I listen to it, I consume it across different platforms through the day. For instance, so one particular piece of content goes across, whether it's an IPL, it goes across different formats, including scores on Cricinfo, etc., etc. So what I'm trying to say is that these 4 pillars, is the consumer, B is the uncertainties, and C is how data keeps throwing challenges at all of us, and therefore they get into the ready reckoner and the handbook, so to speak. I'm oversimplifying and going against my first opening statement. But how you've picked up these, I want to ask each one of you to just pick up one important aspect of this modern marketing reckoner and just share with us how you think that one particular aspect is truly going to benefit the marketer. Because today you don't have a special, every marketer needs to be good at a lot of things and be aware of them. So Partha, would you want to take this question on what you think and how you think that the report is really going to help everybody? She did summarize it, but give me your perspective on, and all of you, on how, which are the most important aspects or pillars from this report that will help everyone.
That's a very tough one to answer because there's so much in that report. But I think, look, at the heart of everything, and Vidya also spoke about it, is test and learn. So I think the whole aspect of measurement, testing, learning, recorrecting, and a lot of the content in the report talks about how there is a need for a culture of test and learn. And I think that is something which I would think is very important. Everyone's going in that direction, and I think that's my point of view.
Right. And
anyone else?
I think for me, the big one will be this breaking down of silos as we work. I think the traditional way of saying you do this function and you do that function and so on and so forth, I don't think that works, because with this whole complex path to purchase, the way the consumer behaves, I think many functions need to come together. I don't think digital is another channel. I think digital is a way of doing business, and it is an enabler. It is not the be-all and end-all, but using the right kind of technology, getting the right kind of insights, working in a collaborative manner, I think that to me is very, very important for businesses to adapt, to evolve, and to succeed in this ever-changing digital era, and stay ahead of the curve rather than to do the catch-up game.
right.
I'll just add to that. I think that obviously was my first point. I think what I add to that is a unified lens on how the business really runs. So you've got different channels across an organization. You've got an offline channel. There's an online channel. You may have franchisees who are operating. You may have partner networks that are operating. How does this all come to you as an organization? How do you consume that data to power insights internally, to look at how do you optimize and how do you take business decisions? I think this will be a critical part of the entire journey that brands will have to take. I think, and with that, with the lens of which information is critical, which measurements points are important, that cultural change and that technology change is something I really think is going to be critical.
I think for me, what stood out was the theme itself, right? The very fact that we are calling out that transformation is required means that what we've been doing in some sense is archaic. And that could vary across organizations, across teams. And to us as an organization, I think the whole aspect of operating with a flywheel mentality, which means that today I try something, it works, I scale, I sort of recalibrate, and I kind of, it's then it's not a given, it's not like done. So it's not like one activity that you're doing and it's over. But it's a continuous learning process, and that's how you learn to appreciate both incremental as well as disruptive progress in service of the transformation that you want to drive. I think every organization, every team, whether it is sales, marketing, supply chain, finance, will have various things that they would think are critical in terms of transformation, right? And that doesn't need to be digital necessarily. It could be that some teams are far more advanced on digital versus some others, and some others might need some other basic fixing of, let's say, team structure, for example. Right. I think recognition that we are living in a very sort of evolving world, and it's changing very fast, has been the case for a long time, but perhaps the pace of change is higher. And therefore, we all need to transform, hold some things which are close to us dear and as static, but keep changing the other aspects on it on an ongoing basis is, I think, what people should take away from this book. At least our endeavor is to be able to talk about that and build on it.
MVS. I think the two key takeaways are in two sections. Section one, I would want to say that for every Captain Kirk, there is a Spock and there is a Scott. There is a human and there is a intelligence also which is happening, but the buck stops with Captain Kirk. He has to take the calls in a complex world is one key takeaway. And there is no running away from the fact that, like I interviewed somebody and she said that I look at the dormancy of a card is what she said. I thought it was really like looking at the 17th hair on a fox's tail. And with that, you can't become a full stack marketeer. So it's very important for you to understand and not to get overawed by AI and stuff like that, because it helps a lot in terms of bringing in efficiency. That's part A that I want to share with you. Part B is that I want to add two more things here, and I'll bring it down to what we all know of also. I think marketeers should also take away that we need to refresh and we need to reinvent. I'm adding two more R's. And two of the brands who are doing it very famously, and when I say this to you, Mr. Bachchan at 81 is refreshing himself every day. He is the most relevant actor in Bollywood, and everybody would want to give their arm and leg to go out and work with Mr. Bachchan. In spite of AI, in spite of all the creativity, and this gentleman is on record, he says, पैसे कमाने के लिए तो शब्द ढूंढने पड़ेंगे ना. Gulzar Saab at 88. He is reinventing himself and his poetry every possible day. So I think as marketeers, we are very, very creative. There is technology available to us, and you need to be out and out and out and out human. You can't be sitting behind your laptops and, you know, with your head inside the mobile phones and expecting that you'll create a great story. It's not happening, boss.
Thank you very much indeed. And the best thing that I took away from this is that it helps break down the silos. Because all of these are pillars and you can't just have one expert on one and one on the other. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and Pawan, just one last thing to sign up on what they said is that this particular narrative is just a reminder, or rather a call to action, to the fact that we are a part of a larger community of change agents, and we need to live up to that, and we need to keep driving transformation after being inspired by the number of contributors who have showcased a transformative approach in their journey. Yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your valuable insights. Requesting my team to kindly present the reports to our panelists. Thank you for your key contributions to the report, to MMR, and of course this panel as well. Let's give them a huge round of applause. And thank you so much, Pawan, for that wonderful question. Thank you.
Nisha, can we also have the contributors and all our collaborators from Group M on stage to do a photograph with us, please? Very quickly. I know we're running short of time, but all the contributors of the report.
Yes.
So all Group M colleagues and MMA colleagues who participated in putting this fantastic toolkit together. Please be on stage with us.
So requesting all our key contributors, Nitin Gupta, founder and CEO of Zapats, Vasudha Agarwal, Chief Business Officer, Consumer Platform Advertising, InMobi, Abhishek Agarwal from Plum Goodness, Tanveer Khan from Dunzo, Siddharth Chagdir from Disney Plus Hotstar, Amit Rathi from Digital Turbine, Nikhil Kumar from Media Smart and Affle Company, Ritika Taneja from Group M, Amit Doshi from IVM Podcast, Rubina Singh from Any Mind Group, Mitesh Desai from HT Media Group, Gandharv Sachdeva from Hybrid, Apurva Sood from Web Engage, Rita Sahaj Paul from Group M, Shubha Pai from Google. We have Sri Raman Tyagarajan from Agrahaya, Vishal Jacob from Wavemaker Group M, Ashay Padwal from VServe, Google's Perspective, Kunal Aman from SAS India, Milva Povo from CTAG, Neeraj Ruparel from Group M and WPP, Saurabh Khattar from IAS, and Nabajit Nath from Bliss, Afi Kazi from Group M, and Nachiket Deole from Double Verify. If we've missed any name, requesting the key contributors to kindly take the stage for a photo op. Yes, thank you so very much. And of course, to access the full report, you can scan the QR code on the stage, and requesting the panelists to kindly stay back for a small token of appreciation. Thank you so much once again, panelists, for that wonderful discussion. On that note, let's now proceed to our next The significance of mobile and the internet is no longer lost on marketeers, but all digital marketing strategies simply won't do. In this session, our keynote speaker will share on how your brand can take a fresh approach to cut through the clutter and catch the eye of your customers. Please join me in welcoming Vasudha Agarwal. Vasudha is the Chief Business Officer, Consumer Platform Advertising at InMobi, responsible for leading ad monetization for all consumer properties of InMobi Group globally. She has been featured in the Economic Times 40 Under 40 list for 2021, Campaign Asia 40 Under 40 class of 2021, Campaign Asia Women to Watch 2020 list among the top 50 influential women in media and marketing in India for three successive years since 2018, and in the Economic Times Women Ahead list for 2018. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Vasudha Agarwal on the stage. Thank you.
Great, we'll get started. I think since this is the session between everyone here and lunch, we'll make it a quick one. So, like today's theme is about, rebuilding, relearning and rethinking marketing. We thought it'll be interesting to talk about, how content discovery in this world, in this reimagined world, is extremely important and how it's key to building brand love when it comes to consumers. So if you look at content discovery today, and I think in many sessions earlier today, we talked about how we live in an extremely cluttered environment when it comes to content. Content discovery is not easy. We have thousands of hours of content on the internet today, and every minute there is tons of content getting uploaded on the internet. And so what does it mean today as a consumer or even a marketeer when it comes to consuming content or relevant content on the internet? The journey starts with not just one simple click. We are spending 5 hours a day, almost 5 hours a day on our mobile phones in trying to find that content, because as humans, we want to stay informed, we want to get entertained, we want to explore ideas. And all of this does not come easily on our mobile phones. So what does this journey of discovering content look like as consumers? And I'm sure many of you who are sitting in the audience on your mobile phones are doing exactly that as you go between sessions. It takes 8 clicks, and we counted this, and you can experience it firsthand. It takes 8 clicks to just watch a short video on the internet today. First, you unlock your phone. Then you scroll through multiple apps to find the right app. You end up finding the app that you wanted to go to. Then you fire open that app, and you're already on your 4th click by now. Then within that app, you start searching for the content that you want to view or look at. You again scroll to find the one that you want to watch. And then you finally play that, if it's a short video, you play that video. And just before you're able to watch the content, you have to again click to skip the ad, right? So you're already at 8 clicks by now, and you've not managed to reach the content that you had come to watch in the first place. This journey of 8 clicks is not an easy one, and most of us are doing it on a daily basis as we try to find relevant consumable content. This journey is not short, it is not an easy one. And after all this effort, we maybe spend, a second, maybe a few seconds to give attention to that content, because everyone knows that attention spans in the current, consumer ecosystem is very, very hard to find. So what if, this journey could become much simpler? What it could be much easier and shorter? What if, we could completely reinvent and reimagine the way content is discovered today? And that's where, our sort of, thought comes in, that what if it doesn't need to be an app if you want to discover content? What if it is, some place where you spend a lot of time today? And what is that one place on your devices that you spend a lot of time? Any guesses? Which place on your phones do you spend the most time today in the audience? Yeah, I think someone said it, your phone's lock screen, right? That's where you spend the maximum time when it comes to your device today. almost 50 times a day on average, going to about 70, 75 times a day. And this consumption of your lock screen, what does it typically look like? What does an average or a typical lock screen look like? I mean, what are people usually doing on their lock screens when, I mean, sometimes you don't even know if you reach out for the phone and you just pick up your phone. I mean, check the date, I don't know, check the time, sometimes check the weather, check notifications, dismiss notifications if there's too many of them. Sometimes even, you know, if you're lucky, turn on the camera without, you know, unlocking your phone in one go. So that's typically the experience of, you know, an average lock screen that we have today. And on an average, it's used 50 times a day. So what if, you know, that lock screen experience could change, right? From a typical passive lock screen, which is just meant for notifications and basic information, what if it could convert to a smart lock screen, right? And let you do much more, right? Let you, for example, know things before anyone else has access to them at the moment that they happened. What if you could discover content that is of interest to you and is just shown for you in a very personalized way? What if you could even shop and, you know, just quickly find the product that you like? Or you could, you know, even watch and play games. There's a lot of people into gaming now, and gaming is booming. So what if you could just discover, watch, and just play a game? All of these experiences just on your lock screen without even having to, you know, go through that entire 8-click journey of finding content. So that is, you know, something that, you know, we've tried to create. It is not an app. You don't need to go through that 8-click journey. It is a place where the content comes to you. Instead of trying to go find the right content in the right app, it's a place where the right content comes to you on your smart lock screen. And we'll just quickly, you know, in 2 minutes also show it live to you as we go through that. So you see this is, you know, our smart lock screen, and you've not yet unlocked the phone. And you click on, you know, just watch now, this is a content piece, or you could, you know, again try to unlock your phone, and, you know, there's a you know, watch that is relevant. So different kinds of cards that are coming in. If you once click on it, you go to, you know, the shop destination, and you can actually purchase the product if it's something that's interesting. If you go into gaming, if you are, you know, someone who's looking to, you know, pass the time, you're commuting, you can watch games, you can experience live tournaments, you can participate in live tournaments. Similarly, something, you know, watch, for example, there, where, you know, it's live entertainment. It could be, you know, any interesting kind of, you know, celebrity shows, it could be contests, it could be DJs, anything at all, right? Very interesting, different content. Then you have, you know, T20, which was specifically created for catching sporting action, just looking at the scores during the day of a match, any match. This is all cricket right now, but it could be any kind of sporting event where you can catch the action. And finally, you know, a U tab, which also allows you to be very, very sort of user-first about it, where you can select the content that you prefer, which content do you want, language do you want to see the content in, select categories that are of interest to you, so that you can opt in and say, okay, this is, you know, information that interests me, and so that the content can be personalized and sent to you, and also obviously, you know, then predict what kind of content you would like. So that's the experience, and this is all happening on the lock screen without you trying to unlock your phone at all. And that's what we're aspiring for, right? That how do you create an experience where the content comes to you on your smart lock screen? And today already, the smart lock screen is where almost 200 million users, you know, Android smartphone users are spending almost 25 minutes a day consuming all the different genres of content that we talked about. And this covers 80% of the Android smartphones in the country across Samsung and Vivo and Oppo and Realme and Xiaomi, all the big Android manufacturers. And this is where, if you look at some of the stats from, you know, the last year, this is where, in terms of, you know, engagement, the news, if you look at news as a genre, we got, you know, this is just some metrics around likes and shares. On news stories, this is where, when you look at gaming, right, live tournaments has really picked up, and almost 2.7 million gamers participated in just one live tournament. That is almost or more than twice of what, you know, PlayStation's seen in its most viewed stream. Similarly, if you look at sports as a genre, almost 100 million people consumed sports content, of which 42% were just expert analysis of different cricket matches through all of last year. And then, of course, around live entertainment, almost 66 million people in total over the last year consuming content over the weekends, just tuning into live content. It could be music, it could be live shows, it could be any form of, live entertainment. So very different categories of content getting consumed on the lock screen already. Now, if we switch gears in the last, just a couple of minutes, as a marketeer, so this was all, what consumers are doing and why the smart lock screen is making sense to them, because they don't have to go through this very cumbersome, long process of clicking, finding app, finding content, because the content is coming to them on their lock screen. But as a storyteller, as a brand storyteller, or as a marketeer, how can you drive better experiences for your consumers using this entire seamless content discovery? There's quite a few, ways of doing that, to drive this seamless, zero-friction discovery, to drive this one-click sort of experience that we talked about, which was more consumer-driven, but also how you bring it into your brand storytelling. We'll talk of just quickly a few examples of that. The first one is, this is from Upgrad, which is, everyone knows, is a large edtech company, where they brought in the element of data science into cricket and created something called Data Scientist, which then they used a very popular stand-up comedian, cricket analyst, to actually bring this show as an educational content series for their users, and in conjunction also help promote the brand, right? So very interesting use case of bringing content in a storytelling way from an edtech brand. Another was, of course, everyone knows Swiggy. So again, they used the lock screen to bring in extremely hyper-local, sort of cuisines, because they used obviously the element of location, but also time of day to personalize the kind of content that was surfaced on the lock screen at dinner time versus breakfast versus lunch, so that when the user is picking up their phone, what they see is very, very relevant, for their location, for their time of day. And because it's on the lock screen, it is, extremely easy for them to then drive a seamless one-click experience to discover the right, product, to discover the right restaurant, and then help drive, orders and installs and so on for Swiggy. Similarly, looking at a very different experience with Sprite, which actually again went and created the concept of Sprite Cricket Premier League last year, where they offered this virtual cricket tournament to their users on the lock screen. And very simple, one-click gaming experience for users to engage with the brand, to engage with the products of the brand in the environment of, the gaming environment that you saw earlier on the lock screen. And again, a very, very interesting way for them to bring reach, bring, the right content experience for their user. Meesho, another example, very different category, where they actually used the lock screen for their Mahal. And again, what they were able to do is that they were able to surface relevant products, relevant categories, relevant offers during the sale period on the lock screen for the users, and drive that entire, again, things like app installs, adding products to their cart, and end transactions as well. And then, lastly, again, another example of Pizza Hut, which again used Glance to bring very, very interesting kind of, offers and products on the lock screen. So the idea was that, if you see these 4 or 5 brands, they're all from very different categories: e-commerce, CPG, beverages, right? But they have all used unique storytelling experiences to bring seamless content discovery onto the lock screen, and then be able to, truly drive the, the KPIs or, the call to action that they were looking for through a one-click experience. Some of them have used gaming, some of them have used, the shopping experience, but different content experiences to bring that entire thing to the lock screen. So I think in summary, whether you're looking to do product launches, whether it's about big sales, whether it's your consumers getting to just know the brand awareness, brand consideration, or even, further down the funnel, whether it's them getting to even love your brand and actually making purchases, it's ultimately about driving seamless content discovery and seamless experiences for your consumers, and it can all start with a glance. Thank you, everyone. It was good being here.
Thank you so much, Vasudha, for that very crisp and to-the-point presentation. Thank you so much for being on time. I request you to kindly take the stage. Probably the only speaker who finished the presentation before time. Let's give her a huge round of applause for that. Thank you so very much. And on that note, in the interest of time, we have pushed our next segment, our next keynote session by Lulu Raghavan for post-lunch. And Lulu has been ever so kind to cooperate and stay back for the next session. So please, requesting all of you all to join us back on time because she has a very interesting session planned for you all. Please join us back in 45 minutes. Thank you very much and have a great lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Only that side. Good afternoon. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's just clap. I know. Are you sleepy? You can be honest with me. Are you sleepy? Looks like you are. Are you sleepy? I need a yes or a no. Are you all sleepy? Okay, let's do this very quickly. Okay, we're behind our schedule clearly, but let's do this. Let's just clap. We're clapping this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see the unity in our MMA family. Okay, we're going to do it in this count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you ready? You want me to show it again? Are you all with me? Thank you. Do you want me to show you the counts again? No? Oh, you're very confident? Go for it. Okay, पीछे वाले लोग थोड़े खफा है क्या हमसे वहाँ पे जो बैठे हैं? You all are not a part of the conference, you all are there, right? Let's do this together, everyone, okay? People at the back as well. Let's do it one time with a lot more energy. Did you all have lunch? Did you all enjoy your lunch break? The food was good? Scrumptious meal? Why is the energy not coming out then? Let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much. And once again, let's bring in those smiles on our faces. Can we do that? Only then I start. Thank you so very much. And on that note, without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly take this moment to express our gratitude to our esteemed partners for our event. Our program partners, InMobiGlance, Google, Amazon Ads, Paytm Ads, our corporate partner, mFilterIt, Masterclass partner, Double Verify, gifting partner, MyGlam, associate partner, Walk, and Essential Company. Let's take a moment and give them a thunderous round of applause, everyone. Come on, let's do this. On that note, let's now move on to our next keynote session. Vulnerability is your superpower. For brands to thrive while remaining relentlessly relevant and sharply differentiated, they have to stop striving for perfection. Exposing yourself to the possibility of failure, criticism, or harm may actually be good for your brand. In her keynote, our speaker will make the case for vulnerability as an imperative for brands and as a mindset to be embraced by the entire organization. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Lulu Raghavan, Managing Director, Landor & Fitch. She is a highly respected global leader and expert in brand transformation across industries. As the Managing Director of Landor & Fitch India, she leads a large team of creators and strategists focused on delivering strategic brand and design solutions for clients. With over 2 decades of experience in brand management and performance, Lulu is recognized as a thought leader in her field, with her opinions sought by clients, colleagues, and industry peers alike. In addition to her leadership role at Landor & Fitch, Lulu is an accomplished speaker and commentator, regularly addressing brand and design conferences worldwide. Let's put our hands together and please welcome our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Lulu Raghavan.
Thank you so much. I was wondering if I had the graveyard shift. You know, when Tanya was telling me, your presentation is going to get moved, I wasn't really sure that was a good thing, but hopefully everyone has eaten, satiated, and you're ready to broaden your perspective on a topic. So let me start by asking, if you can have the presentation, please. Okay, how many of you are curious about the notion of vulnerability? Raise your hand. A few of you? How many of you can define it precisely? Raise your hand. We have no risk takers here for defining vulnerability. Okay, Sunita, I won't test you. And how many of you really believe that vulnerability can be your superpower? Come on, show of hands. Awesome. So I think I don't have that much of a difficult task. But good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Lulu Raghavan. I'm the Managing Director of Landor & Fitch. And in the next 15 minutes, I'm hoping to broaden your perspective on vulnerability as a powerful tool for companies and for personal brands as well. Though the personal brand bit is a topic for another day. Today, we'll talk about why organizations should think very seriously about vulnerability and whether their cultures foster it or not, because it can make a huge difference to to the success of your brands and therefore your business. I'd love to start today with a quote from a Japanese artist, thinker, and critic who in the 1800s believed that in order to live a very fulfilling life, you needed to constantly readjust, to scan the surroundings, to keep evolving. Just like an artist keeps refining his work or her work, it's never quite done. The imperative for us is to embrace imperfection, to never think it's quite there, but to be okay, but to keep evolving. To lay emphasis on flexibility, to truly have resilience, and to be very open to change as well. These are all elements that Kokuzo or Kukara remind us of. This spirit is the absolute need of the hour. And why am I saying this? I think we'll all agree that the world has been totally transformed. In fact, I think for more than 50 years, every article or every report has started with how much change there has been. But I think you'll agree with me that in the past 2 years, that technological change has accelerated like never before. Digital transformation is in the boardroom agenda. Now, sustainability is a new imperative as well. And companies are thinking about sustainability not just as compliance, but competitive advantage for brands. And of course, all of us have experienced the pandemic and how it completely shifted consumer behaviors and categories, accelerated some behaviors and decelerated others. Our clients are asking us, how do we navigate these mammoth changes? What's the role of brand in all of this? In fact, you'd probably be in the statistic, 75% of firms expect to increase the types of major change initiatives that they'll undertake in the next 3 years. A Gartner report says this. And what kind of changes are we really talking about? They run the gamut from digital transformation that we talked about, M&A, spin-offs, venturing into adjacent categories, go-to-market strategies. And all of them are in the service of creating products, services, new partnerships, and collaborations for a younger and younger cohort of customers. Millennials, Gen Zs, Gen Alphas. Not only are these the customers, but they are your employees as well. Somebody earlier, I think Amit Jain, talked about how employees are also getting younger and younger and younger. So what is the commonality between these younger cohorts of customers as well as employees? They value human-centric brands. They seek authenticity, came up again earlier today, transparency, which was referenced in the first presentation, true value, and human centricity. These are a tribe, these are cohorts that can sniff fakeness from a mile. They truly want to see your real side. They don't want perfection. They want authenticity. And they are disavowing brands that act perfect and think they are know-it-all, right? So in this world, what got us here is not going to get us there. And we all dream of being that unicorn, of disrupting a market, of chasing market share. So what can we do? I truly believe that in this journey, vulnerability can actually be a very trusted ally and your superpower. So what do we mean when we say vulnerability? Actually, Merriam-Webster's, the dictionary says, vulnerability means capable of being physically or emotionally wounded, open to attack. Think of vulnerability as acts of exposing yourself to the possibility of criticism, of failure, of harm. Actually, Brené Brown, who's the world's expert on vulnerability, tells us that what we all believe, and I'm sure many of us in this room believe, that vulnerability is not a weakness. That myth is profoundly dangerous. Actually, vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, of creativity, and change. How many of you believe this or can resonate with it? Right? It's two sides of the same coin. What does this mean in the business context? How do we embrace vulnerability and make it work for our business? It's about being more open, more risk-taking. It's about more courage, more bravery, more creativity, and more authenticity as well. At Lando and Fitch, we see the world through a brand lens. And if you're crazy about brand valuation and how it impacts the business value, we see that organizations that put brand at the center derive value in two fundamental ways: by driving the brand deeply into the culture and by manifesting the brand in the experience for all stakeholders. So today, I'd like to pose to you 3 ways in which you can deploy vulnerability and embrace it fully in your organization. Number 1, define the brand in the boldest possible terms. I'm going to come to this. Amit Jain also talked about brand purpose. And I'm really happy he already sold you in on the importance of brand purpose. And of course, we have a lot of work research which also shows us the importance of it. The second imperative is to embed vulnerability deeply in organizational culture. This is difficult to do, but can we take inspiration from others who've done it? And the third, more exciting one, there are lots of people from media here as well, drive bold breakthrough innovation in the experience. So let's quickly look at these 3 areas. So the first one is defining the brand in the boldest possible terms as possible. This is your North Star, your brand purpose. A very famous example is Patagonia, where they truly believe that they create products which give back to the earth more than they take from the earth. And guess what they recently did, which was the boldest move? Exactly, and they made Earth their only shareholder. How cool is that? How vulnerable is that? Nobody had ever done it before. Is it going to work? Don't know, but he bet the farm on it. Closer home, we had experience working with Kamesh Goyal, who started up India's first digital insurance company. And when he was starting, he wanted to create insurance products that he would buy for his own mother. He wanted it to be so simple that even children could understand, teenagers could understand insurance. Was he insane, trying to be simple in a very complex and regulated category? No, they made simplicity the core of the brand. And if you go on the Digit website now, everything that the brand does, from the call center to the one-page insurance, all embraces simplicity. This was a very bold move, by the way, but one that has paid off. Because guess what? In a very, very crowded and competitive insurance category, in 6 years' time, they have 4.5% market share, no easy feat. And that's because they had the courage to embrace a promise and operationalize it at every level. I'm a huge fan of Satya Nadella's. Has anyone read Hit Refresh? Fantastic book. He's so vulnerable as a leader. He shared his own personal experiences and struggles, and that fostered a vulnerable culture at Microsoft. And in fact, when he took over and started the transformation, he redefined the purpose of Microsoft to be empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. This wasn't just something on paper. What did it do? It actually led to open source. It led to collaboration with even a hitherto enemy. Everybody knows who that is. And a diverse ecosystem. Could never have been possible if Satya Nadella hadn't been vulnerable enough to define his brand purpose the way it has been and to put people at the center of this transformation and have a supportive culture to drive the changes that he needed to drive. So when it comes to you in this first way of deploying vulnerability, how can you start to think about it? Have you as a company defined your reason to exist beyond making money? can everyone at the company get excited about the purpose and articulate it? Are they waking up in the morning and getting ready to either go to their laptop or come to work, as the case may be? And how can it become your North Star? Amit Jain again referenced it, how after L'Oreal defined their brand purpose, it has truly driven everything that they do at every level of the organization. Is it driving both actions and expressions of your brand? So that was the first way in which to deploy vulnerability. The second, and for me the most interesting one, lots of you are leaders here, is to embed vulnerability deeply in the organizational culture. As we all know, culture is the new brand currency, and culture is not snooker tables or free food, the way Silicon Valley once portrayed it. It's really what the organization stands for and the way things happen in an organization. What are the behaviors that are truly rewarded and others that are killed? 56% of workers ranked a strong workplace culture as more important than salary. Do we believe that? It's changing with the newer generations, right? 75% of applicants can consider corporate culture before handing over their CVs. A lot more scrutiny, and this is coming from Glassdoor. So what does this mean from a purpose of vulnerability? At Lando and Fitch, we believe that the brand can be a catalyst for transformation of the organization. They're not two separate things. Brand and culture go hand in hand. And what you need to do is to have a brand-led people proposition and activations that drive new behaviors over time. Because ultimately, it's about behavior change that will drive the transformation to be more successful or not. Gucci actually recognized this. Imagine a very traditional luxury company reinventing itself, using transformation as a moment to reimagine the way they worked, putting power in the hands of every single Gucciite and inspiring them to give their best. A very hierarchical culture which was smashed to truly promote collaboration. They developed a people proposition and a campaign which put the humans of Gucci at the center and truly encouraged them to break free, to hold their truths, to not be afraid for being who they are, and to truly revolutionize whatever they were doing on behalf of the company. And they also activated the new behaviors that they want. This is a really cool example of the Gucci Observatory. So they actually trained their retail employees in anthropology so that they could observe customers coming into the store and feedback into headquarters, which then created more learning about customers from all across the organization. Covestro is a spin-off of Bayer, large organization. 4,000 people needed a new home. They were no longer part of Bayer. A whole new culture based on collaboration, open doors. What did they do? They gave leaders screwdrivers to remove the doors, to truly have an open culture. They put these pink elephants everywhere to encourage employees to speak up when there was the elephant in the room. And they've also promoted a culture of fast failing, to not be afraid to fail. Right? These are the things that create vulnerability in the organization. My favorite example is Brian Chesky, who announced a couple of years ago, when all of us were still trying to figure it out, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, what do we really do? What did Airbnb do? They said, #work from anywhere. And actually, if you go on their website, they have a beautiful description of the design of work from anywhere. Even before it was proven, they said, we're going to do it because we know our employees need the same kind of flexibility that our customers are seeking. And by the way, 2 years after, their results have been phenomenal, and they're institutionalizing work from anywhere. But Brian Chesky and his team had the vulnerability to actually make that move. So here's how you can start to think about it. How can your people proposition, EVP sometimes we call it, stem from your brand purpose? So really connect the two to create a thriving culture. What are those activations? You know, I showed some of those examples. What are those things that you can do to drive and promote the behaviors that you want? And most importantly, before, marketing and HR never spoke to each other. But today, there are two sides of the same coin. They have to be fused together to create incredible value for the organization. Finally, the third way to deploy vulnerability is through boldness, bravery in breakthrough innovations when it comes to the customer experience or the brand experience. To be clear, I'm not talking about painting the town red with your logos, right? We believe a great brand experience is born from the brand. It's not painted by the brand. Let me give you some inspiration. Did anybody read about the Lululemon dupe swaps? So basically, they were bold enough to have these pop-ups where you could go take your fake Lululemons and swap them in for the real ones. How daring is that? They experimented with this, and it shows the bravery and the courage of Lululemon. And actually, their sales of the Align yoga pant went up because people could feel the real difference of this product. Love for you to collaborate daringly as well. Many of you may have seen this on LinkedIn. Tiffany and Nike, LVMH, and Supreme. When two different forces come together, magic can truly happen. How about showing BTS moments daringly? Is this something that you've considered doing for your brand? GoPro really excels at that. And when you see those BTS moments, the authenticity, the realness with the brand, the connect goes up so much more. And of course, the Share a Coke was one of the first early campaigns that truly was brave in putting their customers and their stories up front and center. There's also a fun way to admit mistakes. By the way, when you are vulnerable, you will make mistakes. So do you have a mechanism to make up for those mistakes? This is an awesome example of Johnson & Johnson when OB tampons, a particular SKU was pulled off, and customers were really livid. And 65,000 of them gathered on Facebook and were complaining. And the company and brand found a way to customize an apology. They created a song for each individual. So whether it's Monica or Sunita or Tanya, each one got an email with a link to a YouTube song that was sung just for them, apologizing. And that created love for the brand. So when it comes to brand experience, what would we like you to think about? Which parts of your customer experience are most fertile for taking risks? What would you do if there were no negative consequences? And think about what the true cost of failure is for you or your organization. So to sum up, I've been talking a lot about vulnerability not being a weakness, but a strength. Because when you are vulnerable, you can be more authentic, you can build greater differentiation for your brands, and you engender trust. And by the way, all of these are characteristics of strong brands. And for those left-brained in the room, we know very clearly and definitively that strong brands beat the index, right? So if you look at the data all the way from 2006 to 2020, the index of strong brands outperforms the market index significantly. And what's most interesting is 2008 and 2020. You'll see the index dips less than the market index, the strong brands index. And when it goes up that much faster. That's the power of strong brands that are authentic, that are transparent, that build trust with customers. So finally, to conclude, if I hadn't said it too many times, let me say it one last time. Vulnerability is not your weakness, but perhaps your greatest strength. May the force be with you while you give it a go in your organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lulu. Thank you so very much. Thank you for the time and efforts that you've put into this remarkable keynote address. I now request Alina Gandhi, founder of Social Media Dissect, to kindly join us on the stage for a quick fireside chat with Lulu.
piercing questions now.
Over to you, Alina. Let's welcome Alina with a huge round of applause, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think we need this, yeah. There's one more there. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Alina Gandhi. I run an agency and a publishing house called Social Media Dissect. And without wasting any time, first of all, I have to mention that that was a great presentation. I think we all got a lot of insights from it. But I'm going to ask you some questions I have as a marketer and a company where we want to understand how to implement these vulnerability talks that you have shared with us. So my first question is that since we're talking about rethinking and rebuilding, how can marketing organizations really contribute, use this vulnerability to contribute in an organization internally?
As I said, I think the biggest opportunity is to make vulnerability the core of your culture. Why is culture important? Because culture attracts the best talent, nurtures their creativity, gives them psychological safety, and enables them to be their best selves, which means on behalf of the company, they can take risk, they can be more innovative, more brave, more courageous, more invested. And any leader would want employees who are invested their heart and soul into the company. When you're allowed to be seen for who you are, if you feel like you're included and you belong, then just the sky's the limit. That is the case for vulnerability.
Correct. I agree. I think 100%. But as young leaders that come into business, when we talk about vulnerability, there's also a lot of fear that is attached to it. Because like you said, you know, there's chances that we may fail, that we will have criticism. So how can leaders in their organizations, you know, have this overpowering attribute to get over this fear before we take a decision to be vulnerable?
Great question. Leaders are all ambitious. And I always remember Sanjeev Mehta, the Unilever CEO, who talks about the idea of humbition. So it's ambition coupled with humility. I think humility grounds us. It reminds us that we don't know all of the answers. We can be wrong. It's okay to make mistakes. It's about failing fast, it's about learning, and it's about constantly moving. And I think that requires a lot of self-awareness and coming down from this, you know, sort of perch that you may be on of thinking of yourself as the greatest because you have become the leader. It's truly staying very, very grounded, staying close to the consumer, and constantly moving and being fearless with heavy, heavy, heavy doses of humility.
Correct. I think that leads me to the next question, which is, like you said, vulnerability can lead you to a lot of learning. Has there ever been an opportunity or a situation where you have been vulnerable and you have learned something that you would like to share with all of us today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have a pretty funny story, if you'll indulge me for a minute. About 10 years ago, my colleagues and I were flying from Bombay to Delhi. It was a winter morning. Our flight was delayed by over 3 hours, and it was the first big FMCG pitch in Delhi. And we thought we weren't going to make it. But luckily, after a couple of hours, the flight started boarding. And we were just at the tarmac. I was about to climb the stairs. My colleagues had already boarded. I could see them from the window. They were waiting for me to board. And guess what? Indigo deplaned me. Why? Because I'd lost my boarding pass. I started fighting with them. I'm like, I couldn't have come here without a boarding pass. I have my email confirmation. What do you mean you're deplaning me? Anyway, I looked at her and I said, I can't be the first idiot who has done this. You know, surely there's a precedent. She looked at me very calmly and she said, no, ma'am, you are the first idiot who has done this. So what's this lesson here? My colleagues went on. Our client director had never been in a pitch without me. This was the one opening she required to come out of a shadow. She won the pitch. She won many, many more projects after that, and she's one of our most successful client directors. She's an executive client director now. What was my learning? Sometimes as leaders, we can dominate, we can overshadow people, and talented people just need one opening to come on their own. You know, that was such an eye-opener for me. I'm always now being on the side, shining the light on others and truly bringing out the potential, because sometimes it's just hidden and they need an opportunity to shine. We tell this story many times in our company, and people always laugh because it's funny. How the heck did you get deplaned? And by the way, when I went home, which is even funnier, the boarding pass was at the bottom of my handbag, which is the most ridiculous thing, right? Really idiotic behavior from a leader. But people also then say, wow, if a leader can talk like this and be vulnerable, so can we, and it's okay to make mistakes.
I think that's changing also a lot with younger, like you said, younger audiences coming in, a lot of Gen Z coming in. And I think that they are more accepting to organizations and brands that are more open and willing to talk about changes. So I think that's really great. And that's a fun story I'm going to repeat a lot more later. But I do want to talk about, there are a lot of challenges that you can have when you're being so vulnerable, and say you have taken a decision to do that. How do you get everybody to be open to it in your organization, and also be like, this is a challenge we may have to overcome, and this could go anyway if we're deciding to be so vulnerable out in the open?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest challenge is resistance to change. Nobody likes to change. Change is difficult. You can have all the change consultants in the world in your organization, but at the end of the day, if people don't buy into change with their hearts and souls, then that change is not going to happen. I think a big challenge is a fixed mindset versus a growth mindset. A lot of us have fixed mindsets. We're not willing to try new ways. We're not open.
Correct.
And leaders who have leadership teams and people in the organization with very fixed mindsets find it difficult to drive transformation. The other part of it is collaboration. When you have silos, there are lots of people who have their fiefdoms and lots of power. And vulnerability, collaboration, they challenge traditional organizational structures. In fact, Amit Jain in the morning was talking about how in order to deliver a seamless customer experience, you've got to break silos. You have to put your ego aside and come together. That's very difficult to do.
Yes.
Ego gets in the way. So how do you leave your ego behind and collaborate to deliver a consumer-centric experience of the brand?
I think a great way that comes ahead also is in the form of results. So when you see that you have done something with so much vulnerability, and so many brands and organizations have done that in the past, you see the results and you get more courage to maybe do that also, so we can help our employees talk about the same. But now that we've spoken about individuals and organizations, you did speak about brands being more open and vulnerable. But you know, in our industry, there are lots of brands that come with very stringent and very strict brand guidelines, right? How do we get them as marketers, how do we get them to understand that this is something you need to try, or this is something that you need to move away from in your brand guidelines to do, so that you can excel? Because from personal experience, we work with a lot of Marriott hotels, and they have these very strict brand guidelines. And we got into social media where we're telling them that, you know, you need to actually try some fun stuff on social, and all of the brand managers would be like, but that's really not part of our brand guidelines. Or, you know, certain times we would tell them, use this influencer or use this trend that is happening. And it took years of us being able to tell them that, you know, you need to start accepting that maybe everything won't go according to your brand guidelines. So how do you think that brands can come in and be more open, and us as marketers be able to, you know, say that to them better?
So I think the world of brands is evolving. Brands used to be rigid structures. They were these cathedrals that you were building, and you just polished them. That was the job of brand management many, many years ago when some of us started in brand management. But that construct is dead. Today, brands are agile. They're constantly evolving. If you look at Nike, it's gone from shoes to an app to athleisure to what else. It's constantly reinvented itself, right? The meaning of Nike is much more an ideology or a philosophy. It's not just a product. Brand guidelines and the way brands are represented are evolving as well. It used to be an 800-page manual, and it was all about where the logo was and what the size of the font needed to be. But today, it's much more about a sandbox that you play in. It's about principles of the brand. I think what you said is a real challenge. I think you can't just respond to trends and funky things and do whatever you want. You have to find new ways of activating the brand that stay true to the meaning of the brand. So I think there is a job to be done in broadening the perspective of brand managers, that it's not just about logos and guidelines, but also inspiring agencies who work on the brand to create activations and expressions that are more related to the meaning of the brand. And so when those two come together, it can be quite synergistic.
Correct. I think one of the things that we did from our end is basically show data once we've tried one format and said that here's data that says that your users are enjoying this more than if we did it the traditional way. So I think that was...
I think there's a lot of data to show if you focus on bringing joy and entertainment into the consumers' lives, the brands will have that much more relatability and connect.
Correct. So I think, Lulu, my last question would be on what is currently happening. And since we're talking about AI so much, or whether it's even crypto and metaverse that comes in, you really, as an organization, have to be very vulnerable and open to saying that we now need to leverage this new technology. So how can they leverage this technology while being open with, brands being open, organizations being open to trying this out?
Experiment, experiment, experiment. There's no other way to do it. Prototype what the possible solutions can be, get feedback from your consumers, iterate. If something blows up, then you know not to do it. But you can't not take that risk. So you've got to embrace it and use a design thinking mindset to test and then amplify.
Correct. I think I agree, and that we should be vulnerable enough to be open to new ideas as brands and organizations. So thank you so much for all your insightful information that you've shared with us today.
Thank you. I want to see a show of hands. Vulnerability fans? Now, a few more? Yay, awesome, job done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lulu, for sharing the wealth of knowledge that you have. And thank you so much, Alina, for wonderfully moderating that segment. Thank you so very much. We have a little token of appreciation for you, Alina. Thank you once again. Let's have a huge round of applause for these gorgeous ladies, everyone. Come on. Vulnerability is not your weakness, it is your
strength.
Come on, people. It's strength. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and excitement that we now move on to another exciting unveil of the day, which is an offshoot of 12 to 15 months of extensive work to bring you a very cutting-edge toolkit called Winning with Data, the CXO's Handbook. This is an MMA Accenture initiative in partnership with Google, Unilever, Flipkart Ads, and VServe Audience Pro. To kick off the unveil, I would like to first invite on stage Gaurav Anand, Chief Digital and Marketing Officer, L'Oreal, to kindly share his views on data-led marketing and data-driven outputs. Let's give a huge round of applause for Gaurav, everyone.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hi guys, I'm Gaurav. I'm the Chief Digital and Marketing Officer at L'Oreal. And I'm gonna try to do these sessions without slides. Everybody up for it? You have to pay attention. Okay, good. So let's talk about consumer data. I'm gonna briefly introduce the how and the why, which I think is the most interesting part for you guys. But before that, if I break down marketing overall into three fundamental buckets, one would be audience, the second would be content, and the third would be measurement. Right? So if you look into these three areas, Consumer data is going to touch each of these. But in the paucity of time, let me pick the first one, audiences. Go to a marketer and ask them, describe me your consumer. And you'll see a lot of poetic flair. My consumer is somebody between 18 to 45, affluent. They are into high-end fashion and grooming and blah, 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 blah. And there are a lot of research, like socio-vision and stuff, which can give you a lot of psychographics about your consumer. My simple question is, how do I find this consumer? Let's take the brief. Affluent, 18 to 45, high-end fashion. Let's start with affluence. If you're looking for 18 to 45 female, the traditional NCCS, AB, you're talking about 100 million consumers in India. If you talk about luxury, you're talking about 5 to 6 million consumers in India. 5 to 6 million in 1.4 billion consumers. And I think the biggest challenge in India is how do you find your right audience? And there are a lot of theories around it. One theory is, okay, let's do top city targeting and we'll find the affluent consumers. I come from a small town myself, and I think this is the biggest misnomer that we are living with on top city targeting gets us affluent consumers. One, the aggregation of wealth in some of these small cities is so huge. And beyond just the aggregation of wealth, the propensity to spend is very, very high. Secondly, okay, let's assume for a minute that the top city works. I live in Worli in a very good condo, and I'm flanked by 2 chawls. If we are making the assumption that affluent targeting works with top city marketing, then that's the most convenient lie we are telling to ourselves. But why only affluent? Let me pick the target group audience. Let's talk about the age group. When we were about to launch long-com, we said, okay, long-com, we need high disposable income, let's target women from 25 plus. This was the collective intellectual wisdom that we put into while we were doing the launch. In the first 6 months, we were so surprised that the bulk of the audience was coming from 18 to 25. The worst of all of this is affinity. I've often heard, let's target women who have affinity to beauty. Have you ever seen a woman who doesn't have affinity to beauty? It's one of the most ridiculous paradigms we use in finding our audiences. I browse a lot of Ferrari ads. I hope Ferrari is not going to be targeting me in their marketing. Just imagine, based on somebody's claim on a platform where people are there to make an image or portray an equity, if we decide that our audience is based on that, we are up for bad marketing. So, these are the challenges. What's the solution, you ask? The best way to find your future consumers is to look at your current consumers. If you have a small seed audience of 1 million consumers who have bought your product, you have enough AI filters just with Googles and the Facebooks of the world to find nearly 30 million of them. And this is going to be much more rational than the collective age-old wisdom of all marketers sitting in their rooms. This audience is going to be much more stronger. And at L'Oreal, we have seen the impact of this. When we are using audiences based on seed audiences, we are seeing 2 to 3 times higher brand recalls, higher message associations. And we are not trying to figure out all of this just in India. If we look into China, nearly 50% of media is now tracking consumer data. Closer home, when you see a D2C activation or you see an e-commerce activation, more than half of the money goes behind consumer data. So this is the future. But consumer data in India, especially with the CPG companies in its infancy, and there are quite a few challenges around it. One, Where do you store it? How do you collect it? How do you make sure it's privacy protected, it's consented? Should you be investing in a CDP? What kind of CDP you'd be investing? Let's at least have a CDS. So there is a lot of infrastructure challenges. But for a minute, let's keep that aside. The big question is, how do you collect good quality data? So now that you have understood the importance of it and how you could use it, how do you collect good quality data? But the better way to ask that question is, why will your consumer give you their data? And the answer is quality consumer experiences. Consumers are hungry to see good experiences. And when they see one, they are very keen to give you their data in anticipation that you're going to show them these kind of experiences again. Let me take some examples. What do you get on a DTC that you don't get on Amazon? Good brand experience, good consumer experience. And that's why D2Cs are the gold mine of consumer data. In L'Oreal, we tried a virtual try-on in makeup with Nykaa. Everybody who tried that virtual try-on, there was a 2x conversion to sale from the people who tried this. Last year alone, nearly 35 million times the virtual try-on was tried. But a good consumer experience could be something as simple as a very quality, dedicated sampling. It could be customization. It could even be a great expert consultation. If you really construct these experiences, the consumer is likely going to give you your consumer data. So you have to think about what is the value exchange that we can bring so the consumer is readily going to give them their data to us. However, one caveat to this is all data is not the same. Now imagine I run a campaign and say, okay, whoever wins this lottery comes and meets my celebrity. What kind of audience you will collect at the end of it? People who are fans of that celebrity probably. Will you ever be able to clearly identify any intent for your brand? No. So it's not just beating your chest around how much millions of data we have. You have to think about what is the quality of your data. So in the interest of time, let me try to summarize this. So then we can get into the unveiling and to the panel. And let me summarize this by visualizing for you a bicycle. The front wheel of that, which is going to take your brand to the future, is consumer experience. D2Cs, virtual try-ons, expert consultations, good sampling, that's the front wheel. Because consumers get excited about experiences rather than ads. The second wheel is your data-backed marketing. So how do you make sure you use custom intent, custom audiences, lookalikes, so that nearly 30 to 50% of your media is run by consumer data. And the frame in the middle is consumer insights and analytics. Without good insights, you will not be able to create good experiences, and without good analytics, you will not be creating good ROI on your marketing. Can you visualize your bicycle? So all the marketers of the future, good luck riding your bike. I would invite Monica to come so that we can unveil this playbook.
Yes, I now request, like Gaurav mentioned, Monica to kindly take the stage to quickly share her views on the report that we're going to launch. And Gaurav, requesting you to kindly stay back.
Okay. So, thank you, Gaurav. I think you made my job easier. You really, really express as a marketer the importance of data in today's times, right? And which is also why we're going to unveil today the most awaited playbook, which is called Win with Data, the CXO's handbook. Okay, let me quickly give you a very short background before we open it up for the panel discussion. It has been a work in progress piece for close to a year. We have been very, very curated about what we put into it because we do want to address the kind of gaps which Gaurav shared. At the same time, we do want to ensure that it benefits the marketers the way he explained it in terms of the bike being complete. And for the bike being complete, the data strategy, the data capabilities, the privacy aspect, and the business impact aspect have to come together. And that's what this book is going to do. It's going to bring all of these nuggets in one place for you to be able to really get a very 360 perspective and direction on how to do data-driven marketing effectively. We totally feel very proud of this piece of work. There's a lot of hard work behind it. There are absolute experts backing it. We've also had Accenture curated very deeply with us all through it, just to make sure that what we offer is only cutting edge. Having said that, do remember, consumers, like Gaurav said, are willing to part with data as long as they have control and a choice over their data. Trust is absolutely an important asset for organizations, and currently there is a huge gap in privacy. And privacy is a journey. It's just the way we've been talking a lot about data maturity. Privacy maturity by itself is a journey of its own. It needs to be refreshed, relooked at, strengthened at every stage, depending on how mature you grow in your data marketing journey, right? And I do have to say that a strong data strategy is actually a blended strategy, where 1P data, 2P data, 3P data, all of them need to come together and make melodies in a beautiful symphony. It cannot be a silo, right? So, with that, it's time to strike the right chord and craft a harmonious symphony. To do that, we have Winning with Data, the CXO's handbook, a perfect bridge and a go-to resource to take robust data-driven decisions, be inspired, and to learn from our experts on how to leverage data for real business impact. On that note, may I invite all our partners on stage to help us unveil the report, please? Nisha, you want to? Yes.
Thank you so much, Monica. And on that note, like Monica mentioned, I request our key partners who have helped us shape the report and support the initiative to kindly take the stage. Welcoming Bhaskar Ramesh, MMA India Board Member, Director, Omni-Channel, Google India, Deepak Karana, Co-Founder and CEO, VServe, Tejas Apte, General Manager, Media, South Asia, Unilever, our moderator for the panel, Deepak Bakshi, MD, Accenture Song in India, and I also request Rudrashi Nag, Director, Membership and BD MMA Global India to kindly take the stage. And requesting our key partners to kindly unveil the Winning with Data, the CXO's handbook for all of us. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, congratulations, Team MMA. And some of you might know we have already unveiled the executive summary of the handbook at the recently concluded member meet. And today is when we unveil the complete handbook. I request you all to scan the QR code on the screen to get the access to the complete handbook. Let's put our hands together for Winning with Data, the CXO's handbook. Thank you so much. And thank you, Rudrashish and Monica, for joining us. And now we would like our partners to kindly stay back on the stage and help us help the industry decode the wealth of knowledge in the handbook. May I request all of you to please be seated. Yes. Stand up panel discussion. So that nobody sleeps, even the panelists don't sleep, yes? Ah, nice. And on that note, let's take a moment and give a huge round of applause for this panel on the stage. Come on, everybody, people at the back. And on that note, over to you, Deepak.
Thank you. It's absolutely a pleasure to launch this handbook. It's been, as Monica also mentioned, last 1+ year of effort and thinking, and I would say thought leadership that this forum and a lot of others have contributed to. I sincerely hope all of you and the broader audience from MMA who will be the readers of this handbook will seek the value that we intend to deliver from this handbook. So what we'll do, of course, over the next few minutes is essentially give you a brief summary of what is in the handbook, try to bring it to life in terms of how some of the experts on this panel and all who have contributed as authors to this handbook believe the power of data is for marketeers in today's world, and how it can really change the lives of organizations, specifically in the Indian context. The handbook contains, of course, a lot of content. As you get your hands on it, we talk about how one should look at the strategy for data, collection, maintenance, enrichment of data over a period of time, first party, second party, third party, all types of data. We also talk about how an organization should look at the roadmap, if they are starting on this journey versus they are already taken a few steps or are at some degree of maturity. There are different steps that they need to take. We talk about that. Of course, we touch upon the topic of data privacy. Gaurav also mentioned about that in his keynote on how it's very important from a consumer perspective on what's being done with the data and how it is being utilized. And hence, as marketeers, what we can do, and in organizations what they need to do with privacy of data. We'll talk about that. And also a key aspect is how to bring it to life, right? What capabilities you need within the organization, what ecosystems you need to participate with, or what kind of an operating model changes, if at all it's required to realize the value, right? That's all in this handbook. We do hope you all find it very, very useful. So on that note, maybe let's start a bit of a discussion here to bring this to life. Gaurav, you've talked about why and how of the data and the value of it, and we have a lot of that detail in the handbook. The point I have is, where is the industry in this, in the current state? And Bhaskar, question to you maybe to start with. Are we walking the talk? Or is it just a theory that we are representing in forums like this?
No, firstly, thank you, and it's a straight question. But firstly, guys, I just want to tell you one thing. This has been in the works for the last 12 months for a reason, right? Bringing a collective point of view of the whole industry, marketeers, partners, platforms, has been a gigantic task. Before I share a point of view, can you please give a round of applause to a lot of people who made this report happen? A lot of them are sitting in this audience and this has been in the works for many months. And yeah, coming back, I think we are not walking the talk. Let me share this, because we did a lot of work on this. Obviously, privacy is central to our business and our users, I think. But when we come to our customers, more than 50% of organizations have not even taken a single step towards privacy today. While on the other side, 70% of Indian users say that they are really, really obsessed with privacy. They want their data to be safe. They want their footprint on the internet to be safe. They want their kids to be safe. It's actually increased significantly at around 70% of all users want privacy, but less than 50% of organizations haven't even taken a single step towards that intentionally. So it is a big challenge.
So are there some roadblocks you see? Is there any apprehension that needs to be kind of overcome?
Yeah, I think the first step is awareness, right? I think we all had it easy. Free internet. Users wanted free internet. Customers wanted low-cost acquisitions. Partners wanted monetization. And life was fine, right? That's the way it worked, and it sustained a great open ad ecosystem. But then the user expectations on privacy has actually increased. but at the same time, technology to ensure that privacy preserving technologies has also significantly increased. And the future is clearly privacy first. And first, knowing your customer, as Gaurav has just mentioned, as L'Oreal, maybe a few years back, you didn't care who buys your L'Oreal, right? Somebody should buy with that great advertising, and that's how it worked. But now he cares who's the person, the affluent person in the village in Ranchi, is also equally important to know. So knowing your customer is important. But I think this awareness that, hey, I need to have a strong first-party data strategy, and I need to know how to deploy it, whether it is marketing or business, is not there in most organizations. And on the other side, people are also not being intentional about measurement. In a cookie-friendly world, people had it easy when it comes to measurement, right? Like it was free almost. But in the future, organizations can actually measure the right ways, with a data-first approach, will actually have a much stronger lead over people who do not. So I think that balance of future-proofing your business in a privacy-first world is something that I think we need to collectively do a lot more as an industry, and I hope this is an effort to give a comprehensive understanding, and we have partners like Unilever and L'Oreal who have taken this journey many years ago, and organizations who actually did this well clearly have a almost 2x higher return on investment for their own spends than people who don't.
Absolutely, that's insightful. And on that note, let me just pick Tejas on you in terms of how is your journey, and especially Unilever's journey, have been with data. And I understand you've been using data significantly and have realized value as well. So your story, your learnings would be very helpful.
I think story might be a little too much given the time we have, but yeah, we at Unilever absolutely love data, and I'm sure there are enough current and ex-Unilever people in the room who can vouch for it. So moving from just some samples who do data for us to actually having the ability to know for every individual, I think is very empowering. Of course, it has to be done in a brand safe manner. The consumer should feel he or she is getting value out of it. So that of course stays important. And look, at least we are fortunate in some sense that we recognize this opportunity quite some time back, and the kind of things that we are doing right now is because people who did roles before me have been wise enough and smart enough to actually see this opportunity. In terms of effectiveness, I think the stats are fairly straightforward. Bhaskar said 2x, I have case studies with say 3x effective. I have also case studies with say 1x or 0.5x. But we know how it flows, so that's fine. But I think in terms of benefits, very clear. As an organization, we are focused on it. Where we see actually the beauty of this coming out is, one, as digital gets more and more proliferated and more people switch to digital, and problems of walled gardens become even taller, then one, first-party data kind of makes it easier for us to hopefully navigate it between different walled gardens. That's one. Second, with a lot of digital data being fast-moving, it's also easier for us to get insights that much faster, develop products that much faster, develop communication that much faster, and without actually burning the midnight oil, have good complexity, which will allow us to customize messages, customize products, and actually give a personalized experience to as many people as we can. I think that's what we see as Unilever in terms of what data can do for us and the power of data going forward.
Awesome. That's very, very insightful. Let's look at the other spectrum, the broader spectrum. Deepak, to you. You work with a number of clients of yours in different industries, of course, and at different levels of maturity. Have they adopted data into marketing, and to what degree?
Okay, so just to tell you, what we do is basically, as an enterprise, we basically help other organizations who are looking for consumer intelligence so that they can make the digital marketing efficient. So the whole genesis of my organization, We Serve Audience Pro, exists to democratize customer intelligence for the marketing ecosystem. So we cut across many industry verticals, many industry verticals, and we started this journey about 4 or 5 years ago. So practically we built this category out in our space. talking about specifically of what kind of business outcomes or what kind of business objectives, or so to speak, campaign objectives which people have seen. So when you think about data, the first part is really that whether it is 1P data or whether it is 2P data, it is critical for marketing. As Gaurav also mentioned that by and large what we are echoing out here is that without data, marketing does not exist. Yeah. Now, talking about real use cases, when we say, okay, everyone is throwing out the promise of data, how does it really translate to a campaign objective or a business objective? As a marketer, you'll probably say that, look, what are the use cases I'm solving? I'm constantly searching for insights. I am then looking to see that, okay, using the insights, can I make my targeting sharper? I am looking to activate that. I'm looking to activate segments across any channels. And last but not the least, at the end of the activity, I want to measure. I want to find attribution. So these are the three pillars which are constantly focused and looking at. I'll give an example out here that a leading pharmacy brand out here, they work with us. They have their first party data. Now this pharmacy brand has both an offline presence and an online presence. It's an omni-channel brand. So what do? They put their 1P data on our platform, which is people who have gone and shopped in offline retail stores. We then help them decode that what percentage of the customers, the 8-9 million customers who've transacted in the offline world, have a propensity to buy online. So we're able to tell them that, look, out of 100 customers, there are about 20% of them who can possibly transact online. Okay. Now with that 2P intelligence, so now here is a case, 1P intelligence, when it is scrubbed against 2P intelligence, okay, they're able to get augmented insights. And once we activated that segment for them, we clearly saw their objective really was to get a relevant set of people to shop online, right? That was the problem statement in the room. So we could clearly see that, okay, we were able to give them a 20% lift when it comes to a metric like click to install, click to purchase, yeah? Vis-a-vis targeting customers, which is only their offline data, and just running campaigns on 1P segments. So this is an example where you saw how 1P and 2P came to the rescue for a particular use case. And it started off first with insights, then it moved into activation, and finally they were able to really measure it. Okay, that's, say, one use case. Second use case I want to talk about is that most people in the room, when they run media campaigns or they run campaigns, they're largely looking for couple of objectives. Cost per reach, effective cost per reach, because they want to really reach out to the most relevant set of users and they want a superior in-target reach. And there is another world out there, we'll say that, okay, look, I'm looking for ROAS. Okay, I'm looking for better performance, so to speak. Yeah. So we took an example out here that, one of our partners, Bajaj Consumer Care, they came to us with a problem statement, okay, of targeting. So we were able to give them a very relevant cohort of users. And interestingly, what we did was we gave them unduplicated reach across YouTube and Meta. Okay. So the problem statement in the room is that, look, I can go and run a campaign on YouTube. I can go and run a campaign on Meta. And the assumption is that, okay, there will be some percentage of users where there will be an overlap. Yeah. So here, by eliminating, or by offering unduplicated reach, there was savings to them. Okay. And aside from that, using the 2P segments, they also saw a 3x lift when it comes to engagement rates. You're basically that case study, you will also find it in the report. Or a campaign objective of unduplicated reach. Yeah. Third use case I'm going to refer out here. There is a brand out there, say QSR brand, selling pizzas online. Okay. They go to a channel like Meta and they utilize the platform segments. And through that process of running campaigns, they were getting an order value of 380 rupees from a customer. Okay. They came to us. We said, look, you can now use 2P segments from our partners. We'll bring these 2P segments and activate them on Meta. And we were able to then take their first order value from 380 to 600. So we were able to give them a 60% lift of the first order value. And what it meant was there was a 60% lift on the first order value and there was a 20% improvement in ROAS. So in all these three use cases, I've just tried to highlight, how marketing organizations, right from an omni-channel brand to an FMCG brand or to a QSR brand, okay, how they leverage the data. Having said that, so we work with 50, 80 brands and we are constantly doing great amount of work. But I also would like to echo another sentiment out here as Bhaskar was making a mention out there that look still, we are still, there is miles to go, okay? Because the understanding of data-driven marketing in the room is still not democratized. To a point that I would say that, I'll give an example. If I go to a CMO or a CXO and I tell him that let's talk about a data-driven marketing solution. Let's see what the architecture should be, how things should really play out. You know what? It gets downstreamed. Okay, it gets downstreamed because maybe to the CMO, it is cooler and sexier to speak about content and speak about ad creatives and speak about how the creatives are doing well and talk about their new TV campaign. But talking about data, talking about the architecture around it, and talking about saying that what can go in trying to build this ecosystem, I probably feel that they shy away. Yeah, I think they should not shy away. They should not. They should do, in my words, full funnel conversations with partners. They should not just do, okay, I get the top view, but they should be involved in the full funnel conversations because this is an important capability for an organization, not just for a marketing organization.
No, absolutely. And I think that's what this handbook essentially tries to focus on. Bring in these use cases to life and also demonstrates that value that yes, investing in data, utilizing it for targeting marketing more effectively is got a business value to it. And it's a conversation to be had. It's not a conversation to be shied away from in a way.
It's a very critical area because it can lead into new product development. It can give you a lot of insights into saying that what product variants are working in the market, what are not working in the market. So it's a fairly essential topic. But I think that the importance in organization at a CEO, CXO level, at a CMO level, this has to gain much more very critical rather than it being one of the many things.
Yeah, I just want to build on this point, and I genuinely, from my vantage point, I really think data is not a CMO conversation, right? I think data is a CEO conversation. In every organization where data is not a CEO conversation, it is not unlocking at the full potential at all. I want to give you an example just to build on the use case on say a consumer loan company like Bajaj or any other bank, for example, right? Now, internet has reached a population scale right now, right? Everybody, payments becoming, world's greatest and all that. So everybody with a mobile phone needs credit as well. But the number of people with a CIBIL score higher than 750, where everybody is queuing up to give a loan, are in less than 10, 15 million at best. People who can repay that loan as per the traditional norms. However, if you look at their payments data, right, their historic, all other aspects, there could be another 100 million people whom all these fintech companies and banks with better data can actually give more loans. And trust me, there is data to prove that the guy who takes who does not have a credit profile but takes a small loan has a higher propensity to repay, right, and not default. Small loans will become, medium loans will become like bigger loans over a period of time. So when data becomes a CEO conversation, again the whole vector changes to the investments in data infrastructure are actually far more significant, and business results are far more significant. Of course, marketing becomes a growth engine.
The unlock is much more bigger as what we see. Absolutely. So let's also just kind of discuss a little bit in terms of what it takes to go there, right? And Gaurav, you talked about some examples, but it'll be interesting to know. The organizations are spread across the spectrum. There are 50% or so, as we discussed, who have not even started on this journey and not thinking seriously, and others who are some way or the other on this journey. So what does it take? What capabilities are we talking about? What enables an organization to get onto this data journey?
I think a change happens only when the people and organization get behind it. So I would say three things. First, the traditional way of working in silos is being challenged. And that's one of the biggest handicaps of big MNC companies. Just taking L'Oreal example. When we cracked e-commerce, we really thought very differently. We created tribes around our customers. And that had all the divisions and all the functions in it, and we worked together. Okay, we have to talk about Amazon, we have to talk about Nike. Data requires a similar approach. How do we make sure that it is not thought about in silos, and how do we think about it across? And honestly, that's one of the reasons why smaller companies are getting their act right faster than some of the bigger ones. The second is partnership. I think now this has dawned onto everybody that consumer data is important, but everybody is trying to create their own mountains. Nobody will ever have data on consumers where they will know everything about their consumer. So unless people start getting into partnerships, this is not really going to be taking off for anybody. And the third, the step one to get started on this, a lot of organizations have a lot of data, but that data is not talking to each other, right? So I'll give you an example. In my previous role, I was working with SK2. SK2 is a $1 billion skincare luxury premium brand. We had our shop in shops. So in practical, we had data of every consumer who had bought us anywhere in the world. We're sitting on it. It was sitting somewhere, but we had no idea on how to use it. So step one is to get started on a very basic data infrastructure, where you make sure all the data collected has the consent, and you're storing it in the right way, and you're marrying data from different areas and putting it all together. That can really give a leapfrog jump to companies starting, because it's not like the companies are sitting without any data.
Cool. Very, very relevant. An open question to all of you as we kind of close on the discussion on our side, and I'll check if audience has some questions, we'll take that as well. While we've talked about the fundamentals of the importance of data, how to get there, what's the value, different use cases, and so on, the space is not stagnant, right? This is a continuous evolution. We see technology evolving at a very fast pace, faster than ever. The consumer expectations have significantly evolved and continue to be on an uphill trajectory. How do you see this entire data-driven marketing space evolving? What should a CXO, CEOs, CMOs essentially look up to in the near future on this?
I think the way this is going to evolve, and as more and more tech comes in, is the company who has really high quality data, so assume depth of data, and also width of data, which is the quantum of data, I think is best placed to win. And I'm saying best placed, not necessarily winning, because having data is one thing, harnessing it wisely is the other thing, right? So I think having that data is what people can do like us. I think harnessing is where the tech will come in, and where we look for partnerships on what's the best way for us to draw insights from that, what's the best way for us to deploy that data. I think all of that will be then down to partners and how that space evolves. That's how I see it. But data is marketing, honestly, in a few years from now.
Yeah. So I think there is a fairly established playbook on how to embrace this. That playbook is written in this handbook, so would encourage all of you to take a look at that. It's called Build, Measure, and Activate. Build is something what Gaurav has already mentioned. You have data sitting in different silos. Do you have it organized in a meaningful way, in a consensual way, with all the right permissions and privacy-safe infrastructure? Because believe you me, even one thing you have missed out is regulation, right? Whether it is CCPA in US or whether it is in GDPR in Europe, clearly this is evolving. So it's very important to build a direct connection with your users and have a data lake or data infrastructure in a meaningful way. Second is to measure. So you need to connect how you measure with the data with your measurement techniques that you have, so you are able to kind of begin with what success looks like, whether this is working or not. That is important to look at. And then the third is really activating. And because the data infrastructure is so vast, it could be overwhelming to deploy this data with meaningful audience insights. And that's where AI-powered advertising comes to rescue. And you can potentially, advertise to, hundreds, thousands, or even a million unique consumers with relevant communication. And I think that flywheel will clearly deliver better ROI across brands. So I think that's the way it is evolving, and I hope more and more people leverage this.
It's a journey. It's a journey. You have to start somewhere on a bicycle, I think.
No, I think if I had to add to what Tejas and Bhaskar said, this is inevitable. We have seen this in other markets. So either you build capability or you pay for the capability later. So either you allocate X percentage of your top line to build capability now, or you will pay X percentage of your top line to pay for this later, right? What is very critical is to make sure not try to build this alone. Because just think about it, a consumer who's buying your product is buying probably 20 other products, right? Is shopping in 10 different places. So it is very important to build this with the ecosystem, with the right set of partners, rather than trying to be very internally focused on thinking, I will be the sole proprietor of all the consumer data.
Absolutely. Very well said. Deepak.
Okay, most of the points which my fellow panel members, I'm trying to add value to it. So one part which tells me is that firstly, as a culture, have ethical collection of data. Okay, very important, guys. I'm going to use an example out here, which will probably just surprise everyone. We spoke to a very leading FMCG company, managed by a leading agency platform. Okay, they run campaigns on programmatic platforms. Okay, and then they insist to the partners that the IDFA IDs to whom users, the exposures have happened, that should come to them. They define that as first party data. This is bizarre. Okay, this is a leading FMCG company represented by a leading agency group saying that, listen, you run the campaign digitally, users who are exposed to the campaign programmatically, I should get the IDFAs of it. Okay, it is unethical, unacceptable. Just because you've got dollars to throw at partners, you can't demand that. Yeah. So very important that organizations are able to tell their teams that what is ethical way of collecting data. Very, very important. The second aspect is legitimate use of alternate data. So when you're working with partners, when Gaurav is making a mention that, listen, you're going to work with partners, you're going to borrow intelligence and use that intelligence. Spend time in decoding what kind of architecture they have, what methods they have, how do they onboard that, what is their tech architecture. Get the complete comfort that they have a very legit privacy first approach, where no storage is happening of data anywhere, no leakage is happening anywhere. The partners from which the segments are being sourced, they have the appropriate user consent. Okay, all that comes into the system so that there is a very legit use of that. Okay, that's the second point I would like to land. And last but not the least, this is to everyone in the room, whether it is CXOs, CMOs, stressing on the point of partnership. Go with that mindset. Go with the mindset that you're the most curious person in the room, not the smartest person in the room. If you're the most curious person in the room and you bring together a bunch of relevant people, more often than not, that group is going to come off on the brighter side of things. Yeah. So that's how I would like to end it.
Absolutely. Well summarized, Deepak. I think that's all we have time for. The time's up, clock is already there. So we'll not be able to take audience questions, but yes, the panel is here. And of course, the
conversation is very interesting. We can take audience questions. I'm sure they're eager to ask us.
Yeah. But the handbook, of course, has a lot more details, use cases, and what needs to be done in a very pragmatic way listed out there. So of course, we'll look up to your feedback as well and connect offline with the dais. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, panel.
Thank
you.
Thank
Thank you,
you so
everyone.
much, panelists. I request you to stay back. A small token of appreciation on our behalf. Thank you for being on the front and center to putting together such an enriching toolkit for the industry and working tirelessly to make it a go-to resource. Let's give our panelists a thunderous round of applause for that discussion. And on that note, we also have some of our other expert contributors to the handbook amidst us today. I request them to kindly take the stage. We have Anjali Krishnan from Mondelez, Tarang Goyal from Google, Komal Goyal from Google, Kanika Tawari from Flipkart, Tessa Thomas from Flipkart, and Swapnara Biswas from Accenture. Requesting you to kindly take the stage. And if, again, we've missed out any names, requesting you to kindly join us. Let's do a quick photo op, all our expert contributors to the handbook. Panelists, requesting you to stay back for one picture. Anjali, Tarang, Komal, Kanika, Tessa, Swapnala. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, everyone. Come on. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude to all of you who have contributed to the creation of this handbook. Thank you so very much. Thank you, contributors. Thank you so very much. And on that note, let me quickly introduce the next keynote session for you, ladies and gentlemen, which is rethinking beyond traditional advertising, marketing approaches with fintech platforms. In this session, our key takeaways would be targeting capabilities. Businesses can leverage the audience insights provided by Paytm to create highly personalized and targeted messaging and campaigns. The innovative ad formats that brands can explore through Paytm Ads, and how Paytm Ads can create a seamless commerce using journey from the initial interaction with an ad to the final engagement and transaction, resulting in enhanced customer satisfaction and business growth. And for the session, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Aditya Swaminathan, Vice President, Paytm Ads. So Aditya Swaminathan leads the Center of Excellence Marketing and Partnerships functions at Paytm Ads. He joined the company in December 2019 as General Manager and was instrumental in growing the advertising revenues. He was also responsible for the growth of the Google Play Recharge business and the launch of the now widely accepted Scratch Cards monetization. He's a digital marketing professional with 13 plus years of experience across India and Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause. Let's put our hands together for Aditya Swaminathan.
Thank you. All right, am I audible there at the back, I'm guessing? Okay. Very good evening, everyone. Thank you for the introduction here. I'm here to actually speak about what's happening in the overall fintech space in India and how Paytm, which has been a pioneer when it comes to QR code and revolutionizing the overall payments ecosystem, is also pioneering the advertising vertical by offering brands bespoke marketing solutions. So without much ado, let me just quickly jump into some data to begin with. So what's happening around us, right? Fintech platforms are actually driving commerce. If you look at the most recent stats, we see that almost 5 billion transactions in April alone, which is to P2M, which is any one of us making any kind of payment to merchants or brands, right? So that is the scale at which fintech platforms today operate. Secondly, when it comes to driving affordability and increasing the purchasing power, a platform like Paytm, who is actually pioneering the entire buy now, pay later space as well, it's actually putting money in the hands of customers to actually go ahead and spend. And we are actually bringing a lot of customers who are new to credit customers, and we're also seeing a whopping 70% of those customers who are transacting both online and most importantly offline, right, are also using buy now, pay later instruments, which is extremely, it's a positive flywheel to actually drive commerce transactions. And finally, when it comes to ONDC, I think India is at a tipping point with commerce, open network for digital commerce, and the platform offers an opportunity for merchants to actually be available and distribute themselves on any large consumer platform. And now when you actually merge ONDC on a fintech platform like Paytm, you're actually seeing the future in terms of driving digital commerce for brands through multiple sellers, multiple merchants, and multiple marketplaces. I think that is the beauty of the overall ONDC, and I think there too, Paytm has taken the leap, and we were one of the first partners with the government of India and ONDC in actually launching this, for brands. So when we look at the overall scale at which Paytm operates, and this is something from our audited numbers that we recently announced in the month of April, 90 million monthly transacting customers, and almost 70% of them are coming from tier 2 cities. We are going beyond the obvious metros, and we're seeing consumption happening in tier 2 cities and tier 3 towns. Secondly, when it comes to overall loan distribution itself, Paytm itself did about 12 million loans in about a quarter. That's significantly big, and the growth has been phenomenal for us. And now with so much loans or credit being offered to consumers to transact on commerce platforms, I think we are playing a very strong role in enabling commerce, generally to speak. And when it comes to commerce transactions itself, Paytm is already one of the largest buyer-side applications on the ONDC network, right? And our movies and ticketing platform is also a very close number 2 in their own respective businesses, with clocking over 100,000 transactions. So overall, if you look at it, we're looking at a growth lever here for brands, giving brands the opportunity to look at data holistically, to look at consumers holistically, and look at the overall ecosystem to actually drive their growth. So how are brands currently using us? So we offer a lot of consumer insights. There is a lot of unique advertising solutions. So it is not about rendering or reusing some of the known banner ad formats. We've actually created native ad solutions which are suited for a payments platform, which consumers actually resonate and actually drives brand engagement. And through that, we're able to deliver metrics for them. And needless to mention, I'm sure a lot of you are consumers of Paytm itself. When you look at the overall application and the content on it, it is pretty much brand safe and highly viewable. And today, more than 400 brands are already partnering with Paytm to either drive new customer acquisition, or be it driving higher lifetime value, or increasing the order value, or even reactivating their dormant customers. And all of this is backed by deterministic first-party data of Paytm. A very interesting conversation in the previous session about data and first-party data, right? So let's look at the kind of data that a fintech platform like Paytm actually brings on the table. Demographic data, transactional signals, purchase pattern, both online and offline. I think offline is still 90% of retail transactions in the country. So I think we cover a fairly large base of transacting behavior of customers, and the affordability and the purchase power of customers, which actually helps us do the right kind of segmentation and targeting that we offer both on Paytm and off Paytm. And through that, we're able to create a lot of consumer cohorts, which are either predefined cohorts as per our own ML signals, or we could also create custom cohorts based on brands' requirements. Let me talk about now some of the advertising solutions that we are offering today. And I'm going to begin with offer advertisements. So did you know that almost 50% of customers actually look for offers before they transact? It is consumer behavior, right? You walk into a retail store, you will compare what's the price on Amazon or Flipkart. If you're on a Swiggy, you actually go and see what all kind of offers are there versus Zomato, or today now ONDC, right? So brands are actually taking advantage of this innate consumer behavior. Customers seek a lot of value. It is not discount hunting. It is about value shopping. And we understand that game. And we also saw that almost 60% of those customers actually showed a higher propensity to transact if there was a brand offer that was associated with it. And with this insight, we launched the scratch card monetization, and the overall industry also followed through with us. We've seen that, in the last 1 year itself, Paytm distributed over 3 billion offers to consumers across, almost 200 odd participating brands with us. Our advertising solutions actually cover scratch cards, which you get after making a transaction. there is something called as hot deals. Now, this is a very interesting thing wherein you actually redeem an exclusive offer on Paytm by either paying a rupee or burning some of your cashback points, loyalty points that Paytm has issued. And finally, there is jackpot. I think this is again a very interesting stuff. I think what happens in jackpot is essentially the customer gets a jackpot of your own brand. So it's not like you have a offer running where people are actually participating in the jackpot to meet a celebrity, but your brand is a celebrity here, right? So people who have ambition to actually purchase your product are actually participating in the jackpot. One of them gets a big hamper, and the rest of them actually get a normal offer, which incentivizes them to transact. But what we also did is, I think we've been talking about these 3 ad formats for the longest time. Very recently, as early as last month, we launched a new ad format on Paytm, and I'm going to show a small video about this. We call this the Deal Spot banner. So as you saw in the video, the Deal Spot banner is quite different from what you actually do on a scratch card, right? In scratch card, we push the offer, whether you want it or not. In Deal Spot, we actually are placing the offer, the coupon. The entire element is about the way the design of the banner is, right? It looks like a coupon, right? And this is placed on very high visible ad slots like chat, post-transaction screen, the My Voucher section, which is very frequented by deal seekers. And because of that, there is high brand viewability, and essentially, because there is intent from the targeting that we do, we've seen 3x platform CTRs on this banner ad unit, and followed by almost 15% engagements, which is essentially customers who are clicking on copy code or redeem now. We're also measuring the post-transaction, post-redemption, what is the kind of metric, and that is also looking fairly strong. And we've piloted this, and it was in beta for the last 2 months, and we very recently launched it for a wider range of brands to start using the Deal Spot banners. Now, coming to some of our branding solutions, we offer the banner ads on the ATF, and then there are a lot of native ads on the platform. If you looked at the Paytm app itself, customers are used to seeing icons, and that is what drives a lot of our business, be it recharges or paying some consumer, or paying your electricity bill, etc. So we used icons as a promoted slot where brands can participate. Popular brands that have started using this because the brand logo is fairly strong and well known, and that is how we're able to drive a lot of performance for some of these brands. And recently we also launched the overall chat experience on Paytm. And now we've rolled out to 100% of our users, and we're seeing again phenomenal CTRs coming from the chat ads, because essentially what is happening is it is extremely native to the platform and actually drives better engagement, right? So that is the overall thing from a branding perspective. And we have gone further beyond just standard banner advertisements. We've actually gamified the overall experience. I think my team is working very closely with Mondelez in actually gamifying the overall experience as well. There is some kind of a quiz that has been created. We reward customers with cashback. Customers with consent actually give their data. So there's a lot of building of first-party data out here for Mondelez. This model has actually worked pretty well for the brand and the overall ecosystem, that more brands are actually now using something like this to enable gamification, engagement, and driving their own first-party data. We've also launched splash screens in our entertainment section. What you're seeing, this is a banner that has been done for promoting a movie, and today we've seen automobile brands latch onto this. Essentially, it's a A highly viewable splash screen ad when you enter the movies in the events section of Paytm. Again, very high visibility, very high engagements from a branding perspective. And finally, there are interactive microsites. This is something that we just very recently launched to experience the Skoda Slavia vehicle. And so once you click on the ad, you go to a custom landing page where you actually experience the brand and the features of the car or whatever is the product that is being promoted out here. Once again, Paytm is an innovator, and true to that spirit, we've actually launched video ads on Paytm. Over the last 3 years, a lot of brand and agencies alike have been asking us, why don't you launch video? And we didn't see the reason to launch video ads, right? We felt that video ad metrics, essentially, at the end of the day, when it comes to the Excel sheet, talks about what is my cost per completed view. And that happens on OTT platforms because the customer is actually wanting to watch the program, right? On a Paytm payments application, we didn't see that kind of, we didn't see that kind of a utility. So we rewired the entire thing. We said, what is it that we will offer? We will offer high visibility and extremely good targeting. And the highest attention span on a payments app like Paytm is the post-transaction screen. So let's look at how we've actually used the post-transaction screen, to launch this play on pay video ad.
ऑटो ले गए टैक्सी लेते हैं अच्छी जगह चलते हैं दिल के अकाउंट से पेटीएम करो.
So what we're doing here is, we understand that the customer's highest attention is when the transaction is actually happening, the 3, 2, 1, that orange color circle when it's getting green. So we started playing the ad right from there, right? High viewability, highest attention span, and it flows into the post-transaction screen. It's very, very sequential. It is beautiful. And we've just gone live with a couple of clients on beta. And I'm talking about this in this forum, hoping to have a lot more brands who are looking for innovative ways to communicate to their consumers to participate with us on the Play on Pay ad unit. And then now, let me also talk about what we're doing on Soundbox. Paytm actually created the QR code payments globally from India. And Soundbox is one more innovation that Paytm launched to actually address the issues of merchants who are actually being fooled on with a screenshot of a previous payment. What if we could use that as a moment marketing to play an audio ad? That's the idea behind launching audio ads in Soundbox. So today, Soundbox has got roughly around 7 million penetration amongst the merchants. It's the highest ever in the country. We've got a pan-India presence. What we offer is targeting at both at a merchant level and a city level. So right now, we are in beta mode. We are testing it out. We've got 2 of our marquee brand partners. One is Sprite from Coca-Cola and Oreo from Mondelez, for whom the campaigns are actually right now live as we speak. So when a user is actually making a transaction on a Paytm Soundbox and it says, "Aapko Paytm pe 10 rupees प्राप्त हुए," immediately after that, a jingle is being played or an offer is being called out, right? The attention of the user is extremely high. Now, in this beta, we're looking at a brand lift study. Like, because of that announcement, did Sprite sales go up at the grocery shop, right? Did the sale of Oreo pick up at that grocery shop? That is what we're looking at. Simultaneously, we're also doing research at the merchant side to understand that was this an irritation or was it something which was aiding their business? I think we are in the beta trying to figure out our own stuff here, but I'm happy to talk about this in this forum because there's a lot of innovation that is actually going behind to deliver audio ads programmatically through the Paytm Ads Manager, targeted to certain cohorts of merchants or in certain cities. So this is something which is extremely new. I've talked about 3 new product launches over the last 1 month, and so that's something which is very interesting. And let me move to the final segment where we're talking about data targeting beyond Paytm. So today what we offer is we partnered with a couple of DSPs and we have 2 solutions to offer here. One is a branding solution where you can work with Paytm, use our segmentation and targeting and the data to do relevant ads off Paytm. So let's say you're a brand and you are selling atta, and then you want to talk to customers who are actually purchasing at Kiranas and grocery stores. And you want to now play this video ad on a third-party platform, could be an OTT or a short format video or any other content application. So we are actually partnering with a lot of publishers out there to programmatically buy their inventory on your behalf using the data that Paytm actually brings on the table. And so that we are able to also promise high brand safety, brand viewability. We are actually piloting and partnering with a renowned partner, which is IAS, to actually measure the impact of some of these campaigns that we're doing. On the other side, there is a lot of performance campaigns that we're also doing on the larger open internet, backed by Paytm data, to drive app installs and other performance goals of brands. So that's the overall story with us. Let me just quickly talk about some of the success stories. So here's a campaign that we did for Castrol. We identified car and bike owners because it's an automobile lubricant brand, right? And based on the targeting, based on transactions like paying at a petrol pump and at a mechanic shop and so on and so forth, we were able to narrow down to the right cohorts of customers and show the video ads to them. The numbers are extremely impressive, high reach, extremely high completion ratios, decent CTR, which is being followed by a brand lift study from a third party. On the other side, we're working with brands like Swiggy, etc., to drive app installs for them. We understand customers who are actually paying at restaurants or ordering food online, etc. So that becomes a cohort for us to go after. On the larger open internet, it's not targeted on premium publishers, but it's programmatic nevertheless. And it is, again, with all kind of fraud filters, etc. And you're able to run this campaign through the Paytm partnerships on the DSP. We're able to drive sizable incremental app installs and incremental transactions for a widely distributed app like Swiggy. So I think with that, I will quickly wrap it up for you all. Just in a nutshell, what do we offer? We are backed by audience insights, and we bring out very innovative solutions. From a branding perspective, there is the banner ads, the splash screen, the play on pay video, which is a very unique video advertisement that we've recently launched. From a offer ads perspective, we have got the scratch cards that customers love. We've got the deals and hot deals, which is essentially customers spending some money to get an exclusive deal, very high intent. And very recently, we launched the Deal Spot ad unit, where the customers spot the deal, they have intent, they click on it, a unique code is issued in runtime, and the customer can redeem that code on your website. It's an amalgamation between branding and performance. On the other side, from a programmatic perspective, our data can be used for your programmatic campaigns, be it on the branding side or the performance side. And finally, I spoke about the Soundbox as well, which is in beta as we speak. So, and of course, the gamified advertising solutions as well. So yeah, that's something from us. And my team and I are around here till the evening. Feel free to catch up with us. I hope you had an informative session about how you could leverage fintech platforms to actually drive your next business growth. And I look forward to talking to you all in the evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Requesting you to stay back for a small token of appreciation on our behalf. Thank you for that wonderful keynote address, and thank you for sharing your unique and valuable point of views on this topic. Thank you. And let's give him one more round of applause, everyone. Come on, everybody. Let's give our speakers a thunderous round of applause every time they address us. Thank you. On that note, let's now move forward to our next segment, which is a fireside chat on revolutionizing aerial frontiers, a power-packed fireside discussion covering areas around understanding 5G, how drones can be empowered via seamless connectivity with 5G, the various advanced applications, regulations, and what the future stores for us regarding drone technology and the role of 5G. And to conduct the session, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Neeraj Ruparel, Head of Mobile and Emerging Tech Group M.
One more, right? Thank you so much. I would really urge everyone to come inside, because we're going to throw a lifetime opportunity for you on creative tech. Something which is almost like it's going to help you create a world record of sorts, which is what we are chasing from this particular session which we intend to run today. The session is more super duper futuristic, but it's very closer to us, if you see, as India. 5G labs are already being announced. There are close to 100 odd 5G labs which government keeps talking about, which is going to get rolled out pretty soon. And once that happens, all the tech stack which sits as part of the R&D lab is going to get live. right? And that will help us unleash some of the most creative tech solutions which India has ever seen. One of that is drone tech, which is what we're going to talk about today. And we would have someone who is the best when it comes to building solutions on drone tech, which is Dr. Sarita. Dr. Sarita, please join us. So me and Dr. Sarita, we collaborated at one of our events at WPP Stream, and the reaction from all our clients at that event was like super duper mind blowing in terms of how 200 odd drones were being floated on the skies. We completely owned up the sky. We created a mesmerizing story out there with all our clients singing to that anthem and owning up that sky with a beautiful story which was being created by them. But these guys are super special because Honorable PM Modi tweeted for them about twice on the work which they did on Republic Day. If you guys followed that, 3,500 drones, guys, all floating in tandem, talking to each other and weaving in our super duper story on Republic Day. And what we are gunning for together and what we expect to something which should come out of this session is a world record, which is what we are chasing, about 5,500 drones. If we can build that along with some of our Mavic brands, that's going to be a global headline. So I think China has done about 5,400 and we are going to clock 5,500 drones all working together, weaving in a story, which is going to get India shining. So that's the topic for today's conversation. Now a quick context on 5G and all the tech stack which we are experimenting with, right? So I did something pretty interesting through a device called HoloBox. So you place the HoloBox on the stage and the lead protagonist can move in from anywhere in the globe, beaming at 1 Gbps, and you can do pretty much like a live chat out there. My streaming immersive studio, which I initially coded with a broadband of 350 Mbps, today with Geo 5G and mobile hotspot, I'm able to control that and relay experiences on Microsoft Teams with a mobile hotspot in 3D. With about 50 odd augmented reality filters running in tandem and showcasing some of the most powerful creative tech demonstrations for our clients here, right? So there are these tons of technology stack which we are seeing, which is exploding. There's mixed reality which Jio is launching. You saw sensational hardware which people in Indian market, they were kind of viewing the 3D experience through a 1,300 rupee VR device, which is again, make in India. Device called GeoDive, and there are millions of people who watched it, right? Now, along with 5G and 5G computing, it's going to take all these experiences at a different level. 5G is clearly not here to watch video. 5G is here to do some heavy lifting on computing, and that is what we are going to do today, a conversation which is sharp targeted on drone technology and how India is leveraging drone technology. We'll throw some use cases at you. Over to Dr. Sarita for a quick intro on BoatLab. Should we start with the AV? Let's just start with the AV, please. Come on, guys, everyone inside. This is super duper interesting. All right, let's just play the AV. fabulous, right? We wanted to actually fly one of these beauties here, but we didn't get the approvals from hotel staff. Otherwise, we would have shown you. Imagine now millions of these devices all talking to each other in the 5G era where latency completely drops. You're able to do delivery seamlessly. They're not going to bang at each other, right, while they're moving around and dropping stuff. So let's hear it from our expert. Super duper fan of yours, ma'am. All over to you. Please, let's have a seat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here, Neeraj. It's one of the special experience. We are a startup from IIT Delhi. We don't get to be among people like you, and we really need your help for going forward. So let me start with the story why we are here and what we aim to achieve. And it's going to be a little bit distraction from where we want to end up. So let me just start. Back in 2016, a couple of us came together at IIT Delhi. We wanted to build hardware for India in India. And if you look at any technology, be it mic, TV, your computer, anything technology which you can touch is actually not made in India. And that has bothered me during my PhD, that a lot of instrument microscopes are not made in India. And my colleagues, Tanmay and Anuj, shared the similar sentiment when it came to defense technology. Even now, our dependency on Western countries is more than 90%. And that is why if there is a war, we are really dependent, and in many unfortunate situations, we can't take sides because we do not own the technology. And that was the starting point which brought us to make this startup. And with this thought process, in 2016, we started our journey. We started with defense because we felt if we made a technology, they will appreciate and they'll take it. And we started our journey with drones because drones was the upcoming technology which India needed. And little we knew that it's very difficult to get into defense for a startup. And, but nonetheless, we started our journey in 3 years. We built the drones of all kinds with different capabilities. We took our drones to Pokhran. We were the first group in the country to connect 10 drones which are talking to each other. And the experience that we had in Pokhran, that if you assemble a system, it is not going to be up to the spec. And in Pokhran, our systems actually failed really bad. And after coming back from Pokhran, we realized to build a technology, we have to start from the scratch. And in 2019, we started building the system entirely in India. The system, Neeraj, that you saw and showed to everybody is actually fully made and designed in India. It took us, and it is one of the few systems in the country which is entirely made in India. We have taken help from local vendors in building the plastic structure and designing the whole thing. And so it took us a long time. It was a very journey full of struggle because in India, people do not trust you when you make a hardware. You've seen a lot of success stories. Just Paytm story was discussed, Flipkart. These are very software-based solutions, but when it comes to hardware, very few solutions you see. And so because of that, we struggled quite a bit. We ran out of money many times. And in 2020, we were flying 49 drones. And Ministry of Defense saw our capability on LinkedIn. They approached us. And they asked if we could fly 1,000 drones. And imagine a startup which is struggling to fly 40 drones, now suddenly being asked to fly 1,000 drones in presence of Prime Minister, President. But they said, we do understand, why don't we keep this project a secret? If you're successful, we'll make it public and we'll support you with whatever you need. And it's a history now. We worked really hard, and from a team of 12 to 40, we built a fleet of 1,000. And little we knew, when we flew 1,000 drones, India became the 4th country in the world to have such capability. And our work was appreciated much beyond our imagination. And this year, we were asked if we could fly 3,500 drones from the same venue. It was a much bigger task because now you have to connect more than 1,000 drones. Now you have to connect 3,500 drones. It was a huge task. And the team has been working really hard. And the journey that started with 3 or 4 of us, now we have close to 100 team members, mostly engineers. And we flew 3,500 drones. We made a history again, and India became the second country in the world to have that capability. Moving forward, we do want to make a world record, Neeraj, as you said, but not 1, but 2. We want to fly 5,500 drones this September, and we are looking for partners who can support us in this dream. And we want to break the record by a huge margin with 7,500 by end of this year or early next year. And that's pretty much is the story.
So when it comes to, that's amazing. That's amazing. And that's why you're seeing there's no one outside. Everyone's inside and completely watching us in terms of how we can use this, right? So when it comes to swarm applications, I would say you would be the only guys in India who have kind of mastered it, or there are more players?
So we are the leading group in the country, but now there are 4 or 5 groups which are working on swarm technology. And by the way, swarm technology has very many applications. Defense is actually the number 1, what we have used as an entertainment, but it has very deep applications in any sector you think. The swarm essentially means multiple drones operated by a single user. So wherever a single drone is useful, multiple drones can do the job much better. Any application that you can imagine.
So what prompted you to move from using swarm apps from defense for brands and for creating all these storytelling outputs, something what we did together? So what prompted the company to move in that direction? And what are the kind of opportunities which you see evolving in the 5G era? Because when the latency drops, these kind of devices are going to talk to each other in runtime, which allows you to do really magical stuff.
So there are multiple questions, and the answer is first, it was a necessity that put us into the entertainment, media and entertainment. We wanted to raise funds of just 3 crores to do what we wanted to do. And being a hardware startup, nobody will give you funds. So there is nobody will trust you and give you funds. So we saw a Chinese company do a show in India for the launch of a movie called Brahmastra on Kumbh Mela. And one of our team member was there. He was watching live, and he was screaming and that your idea has been stolen, ma'am, your idea has been stolen, somebody is already doing a light show. Because, and what we were doing, we were building a defense application and they were building a media and then we inquired and found out how much money was paid for this show. It was only 150 drones. I think around 2.5 crores were paid to the team for that show. Yeah. So we made the calculation, if we do one show, larger than 100, we can arrange for our funding, and probably we don't have to do, I mean, we can, carry on, make our defense drone. So the idea clicked to us that this is more a viable commercial option. And one problem is when you're techie, you're more focused on building a product than a commercial application. So it clicked to us, and it took us very little time, and we approached the same company that in India, if we provide you the drones, could you take our technology? And they said yes. And with that idea, we went back to IIT Delhi administration that you please let us stay 1 more year. Because in IIT incubation, what happens is they keep you only for 3 years. After that, you're supposed to be taking care of yourself and move out of the campus. So we requested, we said, now finally we have a business model and we can, prove ourselves. And that led us into the business of media and entertainment. And then we started looking, and then we realized there are only few players in the world who are doing that. And so it became very quickly apparent to us that you can launch a product, you can launch a QR code, it becomes an immersive experience. You can display a message, and you can create a storyline with 3D. So we kind of had a clarity, and thank God to us that the COVID came, because COVID actually worked in favor of us. It allowed us it allowed us.
So this use case on Kumbh Mela, because there's a lot of marketing and media audiences here who would really understand cost per contact dynamics. If you go to them and if you tell them that spend crores of rupees with me, and it's going to just reach out to a handful of people. Now look at Kumbh Mela, and this particular use case is so sci-fi and so powerful. Now, you're owning up skies here, right? You don't want the user to own up any device. You don't need to have a 25,000 rupees smartphone to access a MR experience, or even a 45,000 rupees Quest 2 headgear to experience a VR experience. Here you're saying you're owning up skies. There are 100 million or 150 million people who visit Kumbh Mela, and you're owning up the skies. So a user with limited, absolutely you just need to have your eyes, that's it, in terms of investment, right? If you've got your eyes intact, you can see a story with so much impact. And in the 5G era, like we were building a use case together, that if you end up creating a very, very powerful creative tech story in the skies in a very, very high intense or dense events or concerts, right? You are floating a QR code on the skies where people are then scanning, and they are able to pull a digital human onto their phone. So experience is not just there in the sky, but it lands onto your mobile phone. And then the character which opens up is your brand's AI mascot, which is going to in runtime read into your emotions. Imagine creating a mental helpline, something which Bonvita did. We created a WhatsApp bot. Imagine replacing that WhatsApp bot with a digital human, which will thrive with low latency and 5G, right? And imagine fetching that character who's your buddy when you are mentally depressed. You're fetching it from the skies with that high impact campaign. So sky is a limit, as you call it, right, for this particular technology. And there are so many use cases which are evolving. Now, 5G and drone tech, how will it all shape up?
Yeah, I was about to come to that. So 5G is going to be reality very soon. The technology is here now. The operators are already working on, and of course, it will take time for 4G to be completely replaced by 5G. But let's come to the point of what 5G brings in general. So 5G is faster and reliable. And what is lacking currently in drone, and because when typically we do show, right, I mean, in current times, it takes us from 5 days to a week to set it up, practice. And so with 5G, that runtime will become shorter. And we'll be able to do much bigger shows, much faster. And but not just for the show. If you think about it, like Zomato deliveries are not happening by drones because the reliability beyond line of sight is very limited for drones. But if these drones are connected by 5G, in real time, these drones will be able to talk to each other while they are on their path to deliver a package. So they will not collide with each other. So 5G brings a lot of reliability to drone technology. And now you're not seeing drones flying within cities because of that one reason. And 5G and drone offer a lot of solutions. Imagine there is an area that is disaster struck and there's no network. So you can actually create a local network through drones using 5G network. And you can stream live feedback from the drone that makes cinematography much better, that make drone light shows much better because dynamically you will be able to change. So 5G is going to revolutionize drone by one more generation. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Now at WPP we lead this, we had this very strong creative tech practice, which is basically, blue ocean thinking, which is what's going to happen in the future. How can we marry creativity and technology and create a product around it? One of the thoughts which we were discussing, and we would be love to get your feedback, is to take the OOH space to the next level using drone tech. Imagine if there is a space which we block, where this is a high density kind of a space, and you co-create a property along with one of the telecom players, right? So OOH is now moved to digital OOH and now to anamorphic, where characters are coming out from those screens. And that's what the Nike ad is all over the place and people are getting super excited about. If we were to create some hotspots where you can always run drone shows, like you keep the setup ready, you get all the government approvals in place, and you partner with one of the, telecom players, because government is now launching about 100 odd 5G labs. And those are the spaces where I'm assuming people would go and experience the speeds of 5G, right? And 5G clearly is not to watch regular content. Every large organization today has an XR strategy, extended reality strategy, right? Telecoms are also working towards it. So when you launch 5G, what experience would you give your consumers out there? Right? So all the work which we did on virtual worlds last year, we are piloting that on pixel streaming now. So even a rural guy with 2 Mbps will be able to launch a virtual 3D site, which is kudos to 5G computing. Right? So those are the kind of use cases which are coming in. So what's your view on creating a product of this caliber?
So I think if you find a place where there is a connectivity at all times, you can create different storyboards, different messages at that location. And what I can tell you from experience is what you saw in video is very different than what you see in real life.
Very powerful.
Very powerful. And when you come for for real experience, the experience, it is very immersive in nature, and it's very thrilling.
You could have flown that. They've taken away our batteries, by the way. If you could see that drone, that's soulless. The battery is being removed.
And when you make such stations or the work, in that what happens is people can experience not just the show, but they can come afterwards of what goes behind and how the drone looks like, how the drone is made, and they can experience all of it. And when they realize that it's made in India, it's even more fun and empowering.
Absolutely. Let's do a quick time check and take some questions, please. Short of time. We've been short of time from the beginning of this event. So thank you so much, Dr. Sarita. I hope, audience, this was pretty much new and interesting information for you all. I think this goes in line with MMA's theme, which is about...
Okay, we can take one question. We have Monica's permission.
Can we play that one planted question? So that we'll give you a power-packed answer. Yeah, please go for it.
Yep.
One question. Monica has been kind. The event is delayed. She still allowed us one question.
You all have to ask that one question, guys.
Monica will ask that one question then. All right, then you tell us the experience in terms of the content. Have you ever thought of using drone tech?
Oh, there's one question. Yeah.
Oh, right there. Yes, please. Yeah.
Mind-blowing tech. Very proud to be an Indian in this moment. So thank you so much for making all of us proud. Secondly, the question is, all of us here are marketers. So my question is very focused on that. How do you plan to, scale this intervention that you have had in the media and marketing space? It is a very, very disruptive force. As Neeraj pointed out, you own the skies in a way, and the amount of people that you can reach is like infinite in a way. So what is the plan? Like, what are your thoughts on, I don't know, do you plan to have an entire marketing team, and do you, what are the steps that you're planning to take in that direction?
Thank you for asking question. Actually, I came with this request for help only. It's been only 1 year since we've launched ourselves. In that 1 year, we have done close to 50 shows across country. We have done one international show in Africa. That was the largest show for African continent. This year again, we are going to Congo, so that will mark us the second international show. So going forward, we do not want to be just bound to India or Indian market. What we are trying to do to expand our business, we are looking at permanent shows where you can have recurring event, and we are talking to lot of state governments across India. If we can have small installations of even like 100, 150 drones, because it's a very powerful medium of connecting with the youth. And it's not only entertainment, it excites people about technology. Because end of the day, any nation can move forward if they are excited about technology, innovation. So it has that kind of approach also. So, and other than that, we are really looking for help. We partnered with WPP. We've been asking Neeraj and everyone. And we have a very small team. Ayush is here. He's heading our marketing and advertise every aspect that we need. He's exploring, and we need help. If you have ideas, we are very open. Our team currently is very small. Of marketing is just 4 to 5 very young guys, inexperienced, and that is why we are coming to this forum, so that we can learn something. And honestly, since morning I have been attending these sessions, and I'm really finding it very interesting and different ways of looking at how you guys look at market and how do you guys reach out to your audience. So I would say it has been very enriching experience for me personally and my team. So we are very thankful for this opportunity to have us here. And anytime you're at IIT Delhi, please come and see a very young tech team trying to build technology.
More enthu than me?
I think nobody can beat Neeraj.
No, so absolutely. Look at the opportunity. Look at the opportunity. Someone here has already delivered 3,500 drone show. That means they have hardware intact. They have an experience which is already there. All they need is an agency like us who has brand understanding, who can weave in creative storytelling, and that's what we are trying to do together. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, firstly, Dr. Sarita, for that very kind, honest review and your feedback and your experience today. Thank you to both of you, Neeraj and Dr. Sarita. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, and thank you for beautifully conducting that fireside chat for us. Thank you so very much. Let's have one more round of applause for both of them. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note, let me quickly introduce the next keynote segment for you, which is This panel discussion is brought to you by Walk, an essential company, and our panelists for this segment are Sheetal Goel, Digital Marketing Head, Aditya Birla Group; Unmisha Bhatt, Co-founder and Chief Strategy Officer, Tonic Worldwide; Yatnesh Pandey, VP Marketing, Greenply Industries Limited; Shetanshu Dikshit, Lead Digital Communications, Pernod Ricard India; and our moderator for this segment is Bipro Das, India Editor, Walk. Let's give a warm welcome to our panelists and our moderator. Come on, everybody. And on that note, over to you, Biproshi.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And, I knew she would pause for at least a second when she came to my name. Hi, I'm Biproshi. Bipro, to make your life easier. I'm the India editor of Walk, and we are here to talk about unlocking the potential of personalization that generative AI provides. And I have a very, very interesting bunch of panelists here, simply because they represent the kind of brands that they do, and that gets me very excited, and I'm looking forward to learn from them the kind of insights that they're going to share. And in the interest of time, I am not going to waste any more of that, and I'll take it right to our panelists. And I want to ask each one of them, and ma'am, what is the one thing that excites you about generative AI, and at the same time, give me something that's also the concern that's on your minds?
Should I start?
Please, please. Anita.
Awesome. I think in one word, it's agility. And everybody sitting here would always look for speed. Deadlines are always as of yesterday. I'm sure everybody would agree. So generative AI definitely enables agility from that perspective. As far as everything has its plus and minuses, pros and cons. I think the con would be guidelines. The faster we can come up with guidelines, the faster we can have some sort of guardrails which can build some sort of security in the entire ecosystem. That'll be great. To give you an example, with voice generative AI, if somebody had to, or if a system had to replicate or train my voice and generate a duplicate voice and give a call to my family with my voice and ask for my card details, that would be the scariest shit, right? Sorry about the language. But I think guardrails, the cons would be to immediately look at guardrails and guidelines.
Thank you so much. And Yatish, why don't I hear from you?
What's the first thing for the generative AI comes to my mind is focus toward the solution, is focus to be job to be done rather than just keep giving the search and search option. Because I think recently one of the professor from the US university, they posted, search is like the means journey. It's not giving you the end. And I think generative AI is the new things which is coming, which can give the consumers to the end what they are searching for it, what they're looking for the solution. So that's there is a pros and cons, and there is very early stage. But the focus to giving the solution, to giving the end to the customer's search journey, I think that's the most important thing for this.
What excites me about AI, generative AI, is the opportunity that it gives, right? So in every industry, generative AI has already proven to be something that they can do better than what humans can. And I think in the sessions in the morning, they were also talking about how creativity has been replaced, how generative AI is now doing music, text, image, everything, right? So I think that's what excites me. That also has a flip to the coin, that is also what scares me, because as Unmisha said, that there is no control on it right now. Yeah. We have seen examples of Microsoft coming up with an AI long back, which just turned on itself and it started doing a lot of negative conversations and other stuff. So that's the other part of it right now, which is there is just no control. When we don't know how to control, and I think what Dr. Praful said as well was, even the people who have created these AI, this generative AI, they don't know what it's capable of. So that's the scary part.
Thank you, Sheila.
No, I think three legs: personalization, innovation, and intrigue. I think these are the three aspects I'm looking for as a marketer. I do see a lack of emotions. We humans are emotions. We are storytellers at the end of the day. So there is the lack of emotions, but I think every facet, if you look at, would have certain pros and cons, as the team said. But I'm looking forward to seeing how creativity can be married using the power of AI. Right now, it's too sci-fi, abstract thing, which is trying to be decoded. We are looking at personalization. We are looking at rephrase AI technologies to kind of build campaigns. But in the next couple of years, I'm looking at some interesting creative solutions built and married using the power of AI. That's something which I'm looking forward to.
Thank you so much, Shitanshu. And I'm going to come back to this point, but before that, I want to ask each of the marketer here that how have you used AI in your respective categories, and what's the kind of promise, and how has it helped you achieve the kind of objectives you've set?
Okay, so I'll kind of go first, kind of we've done the loop, I'll
Sure,
go first.
let's do that.
So we do keep certain experimentative so-called budgets, and I'll tell you a campaign which we did recently. So using the power of so-called multiple talents and multiple Scilab voice video synthesis was created so that one can give personalized New Year wishes.
Yeah.
So you can choose different celebs. You can put in your message. A video is popped up in the next 30 seconds. It can be downloaded and shared. How many versions were created? Almost more than 1 lakh. But that's the power of it. It delivered a great punch in terms of the brand. It was for Imperial Blue, packaged drinking water. It worked really well because it believes in the power of unlocking the magic of human connections. So the brand purpose was there. The campaign was built on the power of personalization. The challenges, however, was that how do we make it more engaging, right? What is the novelty factor which we can build in? And that's the challenge which I see, because while it will be first in this category of Alcobev, we are still looking at novel ways to build more creative campaigns. That's the challenge, yes.
Certainly. She said.
So at the group, so I work in Aditya Birla Group. At the group, we are exploring how we can use AI in various different forms. I think the closest that we're working on is a little to do with customer service, right? Because we have so many brands which require that kind of service, especially when it comes to finance as well as retail. That's where we're looking at AI, generative AI, to really help us, because there are a lot of consumers, they have a lot of questions, especially when it comes to your finances. So that's something that we're exploring. Results are still to come in.
Excellent. Yatnesh?
I think we also on to the more testing phase, only the one use case study. But before that, let me give you the context of the category. So in the home innovation, consumer purchase journey is quite long. It's quite a planned purchase journey, unlike the we have the services or this thing. It's non-glamorous but very hard market category. We have to do the all sort of the marketing in place. And for this, the consumer is simultaneously always looking for the exploration and evaluation of this thing information, because there is a high ticket size, but he lacks the information about the what kind of the material is going, what kind of the design idea he has to go. So here, how I can do the personalized communication, that's very, very important. We have the one use case study. We signed the Lucknow IPL team last year. It was the first year entry of the IPL team from the Lucknow. And there was all the usual ideas was there, how to create a communication, ad, song and all those things. But what we came out, and during our study we found, if we have to target the UP is a very diversified market. And we got the example of how the UP last assembly election campaign has been done with the different song of the different clusters of the UP. So we created a very personalized communication, used the different set of the players, used the rephrase AI thing, and then we sent those targeted communication. And we saw it has increased the consideration, increased the conversion, and we are able to get the brand result. So that's the way we are able to fulfill the customer, the consideration to conversion journey, or you can say the exploration to evaluation journey in a more customized manner to give them the personalized targeting.
Absolutely. And when you're talking personalization per se, it becomes very key in, particularly in the category that you operate in. Like you were saying the last week when we were chatting about this, that nobody wants the same piece of furniture.
Yes, yes. IKEA study has came out, and I think the more than 2/3 of the home buyer, they want to copy the interior idea, but they don't want the similar kind of the furniture which the neighbor's home has. And you see, another study what we were doing it, and in the recently, the earlier the traditional media, the ads were get sold based on to the media and the platform where it belongs to. Now in the era of the connected devices, I cannot communicate on the same way I'm communicating to the UP customers to all. And within the UP, there are the different set of the customer. Within the different set, different tastes are there. So for the category like us, I think it can be the more beneficial tool.
Absolutely. Unmesh, I wanted to ask you this, that do you think your clients fully understand the potential? How are you educating this? I mean, it is at the, what it is, and the way, how are we keeping pace with the way things are changing? And it's changing very, very rapidly. So how, as somebody who's representing an agency, how are you educating your clients here?
I think it's at a very nascent stage, and all of us are experimenting with these various platforms. So we have a separate innovations arm called Yellow Labs, and there is a team dedicated for AI who's constantly churning out information about various tools and how it can empower various skill sets, and all of that goes into a sort of newsletter called ETTD, which is Year to the Digital. So once a month, we have a newsletter which goes out to all our marketeers, where we enable them with all this information. Not just that, we also have quarterly sessions with our clients where we try and educate them. But like I said, it's at a very nascent stage where, like Shitanshu mentioned, and a lot of people on the panel mentioned, we are experimenting with campaigns. We've also done, we've got a platform for generative video AI, where we've created an interactive video campaign for a leading food FMCG brand, where people could go and choose the ingredients that they want to see in a recipe, and basis the ingredients that they chosen, a different kind of a recipe is generated. So it's personalization to another level. One is, of course, there is name, which is coming out, so the user feels like the video's been. Secondly, the recipe is also basis what they are choosing, that level of interactivity and personalization. And those are the kind of things that we're experimenting with. I think creativity can take it to another level, and which is where HI will play a very important role, because AI can get as intelligent as the prompts. And at the end of the day, the prompts are defined, or the training is done by HI. So that is where everything starts.
I'll just add to Misha's point. So for AI, I see it as a people challenge. We need to have a right set of people within the organization. As she said, there's a wing. Now let's look at the other side of the table. As marketing team, we don't have AI specific individuals within the team. We are given the task, there's a campaign, let's work it out, we learn something, we kind of fiddle with it, we discuss with agencies whom we're dependent with. I do see specialist role also coming out, just like the roles of creative strategists there used to be a couple of years back. There will be specific AI roles, just as the advertising side of things, they are built in. I do see it happening across this side of the table as well, but again, it will be a innovation experimentative lab which will be built in for the marketing side. Where I'm coming from is that ITC earlier, we used to have a specific squad, and I'm sure Misha will be a testimony to that. We had a set of squad which was built on data insights and creative, because we realized that the next way of working is more in-house. Bigger organizations are moving towards and getting pivoted towards that. It's high time that you get newer facets included and create a squad which is trying to create those value within the team and within the organization, and these will be the change agents which will kind of push the barrier.
Thanks so much for that. Sheetal, you want to add anything to that? Yes.
Actually, designations and talent skill sets which are coming up globally around prompts, technical prompts officers. So you're right.
Right. I completely agree with both Shitanshu and Unmisha that we have to have people, right, that who will actually drive this agenda. not just in the marketing team, but overall in the organization, because that's the kind of mindset it requires. Because otherwise it just becomes a fad, right? It could become a metaverse, or it could become a NFT or something like that. It is not that. I hope it's not that. So that's something that we will need to invest in, both in people and in technology. So when you look at consumer experience, now Indians are known to ask for a more personalized experience. There have been enough and more studies that have been done around that. So to get that consumer experience, it is always going to be a marriage of function as well as emotion. So the function is where the technology comes in, where the AI and the generative AI will bring in its features, and it brings in its merit that it gets in. But the emotion is what the people will add to it. Whether it's the prompts, whether it's the human intelligence, how do we get that final personalization will have to be a combination of both of that.
Absolutely, and that's.
I think I would like to add here.
Yes.
We lacks the user case studies. I think there is a more and more case study has to be promoted. So that's maybe from the agency side, because what we find from the net search is more about the global thing, but on the India level, those item case studies are not that much promoted. So maybe that can help us to the organization to more go for it.
Shetanshu, I'm coming for your experimentative budget.
Have it offline.
No, absolutely, and that's something I was thinking. When we keep talking about, when you're talking about artificial intelligence and automation, you keep talking about job losses and those and those fears, which I'm not saying are unfounded. But having said that, you'll still need that human intervention, right, to control the outcome, to provide those right kind of prompts. And I loved something that Shetanshu had mentioned last week, and he said that let's look at this. Let's look at generative AI beyond just mere copywriting. I mean, there's so much more to do with it. So I just have a few minutes left. So just quickly, a last question is that AI and creativity, an oxymoron, would you say?
I wouldn't. I think AI is going to make us think more creatively, because I think when we write the right prompt, right? And if you have used ChatGPT, the first time that you use ChatGPT, it will give you a response which you will not like, and then you will refine it, and then you will refine it again, and finally you will come up with something, and then you will copy paste it into some other platform because it still doesn't allow downloads, and then you will edit it all of it again, right? So I don't think creativity is something that or AI, generative AI, it's only going to support it. It's only going to enhance it. The humans are still going to help develop it further. But I think what it will do is open our minds a lot more. It will help us think in ways that we might not have thought of earlier, because we ourselves come with a lot of biases, come with our experiences, and that creates biases. ChatGPT or generative AI also has them, but in a very different manner. So I think it will always be a combination which we will further develop on.
Yeah, but agreed, yeah, absolutely. But my only concern is that it should not be a hack. It should not be a hota hai na ki jugaad. Creativity comes from within. There's a high when you write something. I'm a creative guy, unfortunately. And there's a high. You feel the happiness when you've created something, a masterpiece which goes live. Yes, AI will break the linearity. So there's a linear way of thinking creative, and it will give you a direction. But I do feel that there's nothing which can beat the humanness way of thinking. I remember when ChatGPT kind of came into action, the first thing which people put out on LinkedIn was their brand stories. I could see all of them putting out their brand stories in a couple of minutes, which flashed out. I read through most of them. They just lacked emotion. It was written by mind, not from heart. Stories are written by heart. I do feel it will be a big challenge, but where there's challenge, there's excitement, because I'm looking forward. I'm sure there'll be a lot of new avenues which will be opened up, but that's the fun. I do find it a bit confusing in a way, because there are very limited case studies, as Yatnesh said. I'm looking forward to those cases and maybe break those linearities as well.
Absolutely. Anything you guys want to add, Yatnesh?
No, I think we should not take any binary view whether it's a creative or the copy on this thing. It's still on the evolving stage, but it's gonna be the supplement for the creativity. Because ultimately any prompt is based on certain algorithm, and algorithm is going to scrap and then get some this thing. So unless until we will not give any those creative inputs, the prompt will give you what the output is there. So that's the, I think is we should not be the binary toward any on this thing. Let's see how it's going to be the support.
Absolutely. So there's still hope for us blazer-hating, long-hair people. So like I see it, and like I mean, based on the discussions that we've had, I think, I mean, it's a personal opinion, as long as we use this as an enabler, and I think, you know, in the course of our discussion, I noticed that somebody would just, when it's like ChatGPT is almost becoming synonymous with generative AI. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more than just that, but what I am essentially getting at is that as long as we use this tool as an enabler and not something that's just making us lazier, I think we should be in a good space, don't you think? And in the few seconds, less than a minute that we have, I'd be glad if you to answer any questions if you have any questions for the panel, please. Yes, we have a question.
Hello, is it better now? Yes. Okay, perfect. So I just have a question on the largeness of generative AI, and I mean ChatGPT, and marketing. The idea is, how do you really deal with ownership? Because today the question is, who really owns anything that's produced by ChatGPT? So how do you as marketers really deal with ownership and protecting the work that you create and put up on various platforms?
I think that's a very good question, and this brings me back to the original, the starting point of the session, where we do need those guardrails and, you know, guidelines which can help us protect copyright to the work that is generated out of it, because at the end of the day, whatever AI or GPT-4 or whatever the other generative AI tools are going to produce is going to be basis the training that has been given by a human. So at the end of the day, you do want rights to that work as a brand and as an agency. So really looking forward to some sort of body which comes together and starts putting these guidelines. And there are also tools which help you identify if there has been any sort of copy. So for example, today when we interview candidates, and if there's an assignment which has been given by them, a lot of times when you put that assignment into that tool, you're able to identify that they've actually used ChatGPT to answer that assignment. So it's very easy to figure out, firstly, whether this is original or not, thanks to more tools and more platforms. And then, of course, we can have guidelines in play as and when the industry evolves.
Sorry, I'd like to just add to that. It's not just a marketer's problem right now. It's not just about how do we ensure our copyrights or our brand copyrights are being not infringed upon. I think it's an overall content issue right now. There is so much content, and all of these generative AI models have been taught on this massive amount of data that has been existing for years, right? So it's not just about how do we protect our brand assets. It's about how do we protect all content, right? So as Anmisha said, we need some bodies, we need some regulations. I think it's still so nascent and it's still so not understood that creating those guardrails themselves can be different, right? Because what we knew about generative AI 1 month ago is now almost obsolete because it's changed today, right? So creating those guardrails, we will have to work faster than what the generative AI is actually generating. So I think we still have a long way to go protecting all content and then maybe marketing content.
Thank you so much, panelists. Yes?
All right, unfortunately we can take any more questions, but I'm sure our panelists will be around and you guys can obviously, of course, approach them. So thank you so much for this. Thanks for staying with us.
Thank you so very much. And yes, we are taking many offline questions with the panelists also. Our panelists are ready to take offline questions, as I said, and we have a small token of appreciation. Yeah. Let's give a thunderous round of applause to this panel. Come on, everybody. And while we do this, let me quickly brief you all about our final segment, our final session of the day. Decoding MMA India Survey Industries Outlook on ONDC. Joining us are experts across the value chain, and they are here to throw light on how ONDC is disrupting the digital commerce ecosystem. An online study was conducted to understand the industry outlook towards ONDC in terms of the level of awareness and understanding of ONDC amongst practitioners and experts in the digital commerce space, its potential benefits and challenges, and its impact on the future of digital commerce. There were 175 plus respondents across the industry who have given their valuable feedback and perspectives, which will be shared with you today by some of our will be a part of the panel discussion. I would first like to invite Monica Karana on the stage to help us demystify the survey insights alongside our experts. Joining us now are Atik Khazi, President of Data Performance and Digital Products Group M India, Girish Ramachandra, co-founder and CEO Shopalist, Neeraj Pratap Sanghani, CEO Hansa Security, Sanjay Mehta, joint CEO Miram Digital Private Limited, and of course we have Monica on the stage who will be moderating the segment. Requesting our panelists to kindly take the stage. Let's welcome our final set of panelists on the stage with a huge round of applause, everyone. Over to you, Monica.
Thank you, Nisha. So good evening, gentlemen, and good evening. This is our last session, but it is a session you sure want to be captively engaged. We're talking about ONDC. All of us are learning about the open network digital commerce, and at MMA, we have taken the charge of evangelizing the narrative effective 2023. For some of you who would have attended our Decoding ONDC Bespoke event in the month of February, would have heard a lot about how ONDC is evolving and how use cases are emerging. As a next level to that particular initiative, we conducted an extensive study on understanding the challenges and opportunities associated with ONDC, and to learn and to understand the level of awareness which currently exists within the industry. I'm going to quickly call out a few top lines, and then we're going to break open into a discussion about it. So, some of the top lines, and of course, you will get a QR code on the screen, and you can download a copy of the survey to really go deeper and read more about it. I will just touch upon a few of them. So in the survey, it was discovered that 90% of respondents are likely to adopt ONDC in some form or the other. 73% of the respondents believe that ONDC could help level the playing field for small and medium-sized businesses, which is pretty true. ONDC is likely to transform digital commerce through market expansion, interoperability, and unbundling. A majority of respondents, about 51%, believe that their company is very likely to adopt ONDC. And 54% believe that consumers would benefit from the implementation of ONDC by having access to a wider range of products and services, which is absolutely logical, and the survey pretty much validates a lot of these points, which we already probably believe are the reason why ONDC is being discussed and explored in terms of adoption, right? And remember, this was a survey which was taken by 175 respondents, so that's a pretty decent number. So we believe that there is some merit in, really learning more about what we've discovered through the survey, and ask some of our respondents who are absolute experts and have far more understanding in the space than a lot of us here. Okay, so on that note, Atik, I'm going to start with you. Okay, in the survey, about 30% of the respondents believe that ONDC can expand market access and customer reach in the digital commerce ecosystem. What do you think, is that a possibility, and how do you think Group M, which is already taking the lead in educating the market about ONDC, what do you think is the potential?
Firstly, I expected that number to be much higher,
Okay.
not just 30%, right? And I think the market expansion and kind of really opening up things is the pivotal promise of ONDC. The way I look at it is there are two outcomes that ONDC will eventually deliver. One is that obviously it will, as you all know, that it will democratize and unbundle the entire digital commerce ecosystem.
Yes.
And more importantly, it will also improve the economics of doing digital commerce businesses.
Right.
Right? I think that's very key to me. And more importantly, what it will also do is that it will include a lot of sellers and a variety of sellers from different backgrounds, from different categories as such, which will have more access to more consumers, lower platform fees, the ability to choose logistic partners. So in essence, all of this will lead to a benefit that needs to be crossed back to the consumer, right? And that's essentially the success of ONDC to me. Because if the consumer preference shifts on transacting on ONDC-enabled platforms, I mean, that's where we'll see magic coming through, right? And that would essentially lead to the expansion and the customer reach that you kind of really spoke about.
Okay.
Linking back to the second topic that you said, that what is GroupM doing in this space?
Yes.
Again, early days, okay? But for GroupM, the key priority is commerce, right? And that's where the entire digital commerce, and that's where the market is kind of really moving. I mean, just to give you some sense, like, you know, in the last 11 months, we have onboarded 34 new clients on our e-com services.
Okay.
And they range from, like, you know, being from the screen to the door.
Sure.
Right? And ONDC is a part of our strategy, right? I mean, it goes into the area of how do we strategize for our clients, their e-com strategy, and how ONDC plays an important role in now being the early adopter, what is the potential of it, what could be the use cases. So that goes in the whole strategy thinking for clients.
Right.
And then coming back to two specific services that we kind of really focus on ONDC at this point of time is to work with partners, some of them are in the stage, to kind of really help clients technically connect to the network by that 8-point integration. And on the other hand, we are also working with cataloging and content, which can then be seamlessly integrated to the buyer apps.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Those are interesting insights. I'm going to go to someone who is a lot more deeply engaged in the ecosystem. And Girish, I'm going to pull you in here. The survey indicates that the potential impact on existing business processes and systems is an important factor in the decision to adopt ONDC, right? And from a technological standpoint, what do you think could be the challenges businesses could face and how should they be handled?
Yeah, like in any new change, technology or otherwise, the ability to kind of, operate with business continuity is an important element that makes it or breaks it. Yeah? So with ONDC, the fact that it democratizes commerce to businesses of all sizes, you could look at big brands that are already, doing e-commerce on their own, wanting to join the network, versus smaller sellers who only do offline businesses. Some of them could be your corner Karana store. Now, the barrier of technology could be different for different sizes and scale of these stakeholders, but it is nonetheless a very important element. What we have seen in the last 1 year of ONDC, right? We have worked with a number of brands, more than 20 of them that joined the network, working with Shoplist and the capabilities that we have built.
Yeah.
The thing that commonly cuts across is how can I run my current e-commerce business by just adding ONDC as a new channel? I don't have to babysit that as an extra element. That's the number one question that most of them really want to answer. And I think that will be the answer that will make this network scale very finely, very easily. And we also work with some of the smaller players, as part of the initial adoption program. We work with smaller Kirana players who literally don't do any online business. And what their ask is, just the way I'm able to use, UPI, you just using a QR code, now I'm able to accept digital payments. How can I make it so easy, equally easy for me to accept digital orders?
Right.
That's their ask, right? And so again, technology plays a very important role. Still lots to do, but I think we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. Like even a Kirana store can be out there. Now we have a MarTech perspective we can bring in and a research perspective we can bring in. So Sanjay, let me come to you. With your lineage and your experience, yeah. How can the implementation of ONDC enable D2C brands to improve their unit economics, right? Considering that the survey results do highlight factors such as improving efficiency and reducing cost as key areas for them to join the platform.
Yeah. So, there are multiple factors which will enable them to improve their fundamental economics as a brand or as a company, as a business.
Yeah.
First of all, like Girish mentioned, it's not just for large brands, but equally for smaller businesses. So smaller businesses which are currently accessing a very small market, around their location, suddenly get access to a much larger market by just plugging their business into the ONDC network. So there is economics in terms of the scale that they can achieve, much larger than what footfalls they can attract in terms of a location. As a consequence of that, of course, they are able to then get better purchase economics and improve their cost. Basically improve their margins. Secondly, by plugging into the digital infrastructure that ONDC offers or will continue to offer, there is a certain standardization of, let's say, cataloging and other digital processes which they don't need to spend on, they don't need to create on their own. They are utilizing the ones which are already available.
Yeah.
Thirdly, there is an increased visibility. Today, imagine a small business.
Yeah.
The only visibility is, whatever people who are walking around. Now you get discovered on the platform, and which reduces your, it basically enhances your marketing, for a brand, and you are getting discovered by customers who would have never known you otherwise.
Yeah.
So all of these, factors and more enable them to improve margins and increase their, unit economics, etc. As a result.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty practical way to look at it. Neeraj, I'm going to come to you. Considering your expertise in understanding consumers and seeking out the right insights, right? So the role of valuable consumer insights and data was mentioned in the survey, right? So how can analytics and marketing technology companies utilize ONDC to enhance their data-driven decision-making and create more personalized experiences for their customers?
Certainly. Monica, I've been here for the last 3-4 hours. Everybody's talking about data-driven marketing. I've been practicing it now for 15 years. But I would like to rephrase this in the context of the country.
Yeah.
And if you look at what this project is supposed to do, and actually we have to go to the heartland. And इसके वजह से मैं कहूँगा कि दूरदृष्टि, अंतर्दृष्टि और विशाल दृष्टि.
Okay.
So long-term view, depth of what we are trying to accomplish, and the width of what this whole project is trying to accomplish. And this is not something which has just come up in 2020. This has been the vision for a very long time. It is work in progress.
Okay.
It is now fructifying. And it again goes back to what Girish again mentioned was, yes, you have 45 million MSMEs in the country. Yes, you have 12 million Kirana stores out in the country.
Right.
How are you going to give them a platform? How are you going to ensure there is no concentration of commercial interests happening?
Right.
And this is a fantastic initiative in that direction. Having said that, what it does for marketers, and I think that is where there is a possibility of a lot of people missing a trick here. We get too narrow focused from a use case perspective, immediate KPI perspective, outcome perspective. I think we need to have a broader vision. It needs a catalyst. It will come at some point of time, which will really catapult this initiative into a big way. But if you're looking from a marketing and usage of data, I think enough has been spoken today about how to use data in a marketing context. But what this does is it gives you a lot more relevant data, right? You exactly know what people are looking for, which are the brands they are going to go after, which are the areas.
Right.
And how do you build on that? What are the catalogs, as everybody kind of spoke of? How do you drive the UI UX experience? I think that's going to be critical. Not many people are talking about it, but how are you going to be very discoverable in that space? How are you going to really, and data and analytics is good of that.
Correct.
I think it's a fast evolving space, but we will notice the change after some time, and some brands will be ahead of the curve, and I suspect most brands will not know how to use it.
Very pragmatic. Yet another very pragmatic point of view. I think what you're trying to say is you've got to be in it for the long haul, and you've got to sort of, try different things to see what works for you, and not expect immediate results, right? So I think that makes sense. Atik, I'm going to circle back to you. Yeah. So in the survey, a majority of respondents believe ONDC can provide access to valuable consumer insights and data. So how do you think that kind of data can help with retention and marketing efforts, whilst you're trying to grow the pie in the space?
Yeah, again, a linked question to what he answered,
Right.
but just going a bit deeper into what we are seeing data come through, right?
Yes,
From some of the experiences that some of the brands have had being on ONDC, both on the seller side and people on the buyer apps. What I see is that two sets of data is kind of really important that's coming through from the network, which is accessible. One is the search data, right? And it has its own benefits as to how you kind of really get inciting around it, which is multi-purpose, right? And it's quite similar to the search data, like, that we have available on some of the buy-side platforms, and also all the APIs that kind of connect through. So something really unique out there, but you definitely get to know what people are searching for, what's the intent out there in the market on the ONDC platform. And the second is that people, when they transact on the ONDC platform, you as a brand now or a marketer have access to first-party data,
Yes.
right? And that's gold, and that's the differentiation then being on closed network groups or some of those leading marketplaces where you don't get access to this data.
Right.
Now, eventually, with the cookie deprecation, with the surge of the rush to kind of really get first party data, it definitely complements that. Having said that, if you are looking for deeper category insights and what's happening on a cross-pollination basis, I think the buyer apps would continue to kind of hold that information, okay? And how you build connections with those buyer apps will continue to prevail.
Yeah, makes sense. I think there's a lot of rich input here, and we couldn't have had better points of views coming out of this. I just have a couple of more questions before we wrap up. Girish, I'm going to come back to you. The lack of awareness and education among businesses and consumers has emerged as a significant concern in terms of why ONDC hasn't been embraced at a scale and level it can be. So how do you think that gap can be bridged?
Sure. No, I think the important point that one has to realize is ONDC is not a replacement for marketplace commerce that an Amazon or a Flipkart runs. And fortunately or unfortunately, no, it is often compared with that. The reality, however, is ONDC is something that it's like digital public infrastructure for commerce. It's like, a telephone line or electricity line coming to your office or coming to your home that can activate a number of different applications. It's exactly similar to that, right? So when you look at ONDC through the lens of infrastructure, you can start realizing that there are many different ways in which it can be monetized by sellers, by buyers, buyer apps, and other players in the ecosystem. Today, the lack of awareness is partly because I think there has to be better awareness building that has to happen from the ONDC team, perhaps in terms of telling the right use cases that are possible, that are possibly seemingly visionary today, but they need to be told nonetheless. Number one. Second is the general media coverage around ONDC is often more about how it is cheaper to buy food on ONDC compared to a Swiggy or a Zomato. So that kind of reinforces the comparison with existing platforms, which is unfortunate because ONDC, for the record, is probably the most democratic approach to internet commerce today. And it has never been done anywhere in the world ever. So to that end, the success of ONDC in India could perhaps get replicated worldwide soon enough. Yeah. So I think the stories have to be told the right way. And in particular to the audience here, right, brands need to look beyond the traditional template of commerce when they look at ONDC. If you really look at ONDC, there are other tailwinds that it benefits from. So if you look at UPI, which digitized payments in India, that has built a large opportunity where merchants can get credit based on their UPI transactions. Similarly, consumers like you and me can now get access to credit based on our UPI transactions. CIBIL score is not the only way. Your data can be your passport to credit. What that means is a huge market expansion opportunity, right? When consumers get access to credit, let's say buy now, pay later, premiumization is a natural outcome, right? I will buy a Samsung phone instead of an Oppo, right? I'll buy a higher end beauty product compared to something that I traditionally buy. So for a brand that looks at ONDC, I'm really thinking that you should be looking at this as a 15x, 20x market expansion opportunity, right? So with that big market in mind, the education that we need to have in terms of marketeers is ONDC in itself can also be a fantastic way to kind of, disintermediate the value chain that exists today in terms of how brands communicate and how brands transact in the ecosystem. So those will be really, wonderful ways that are new to the world, potentially can disrupt some existing ways, but all in all is expected to be a better place than, where it is. That's the beauty of tech, right?
Wow. Those are some data points,
If
and
I may
that clearly
add to
shows.
this, answer on to the same question.
Yes.
I mean, I think ONDC is, first of all, to use his words, it's a long-term play. Yes. It's not something which is just something which has got to, come up quickly. It's not a campaign. It's
Right.
need to happen quickly and get done with. So, and it's, it involves multiple participants.
Right.
It involves merchants and logistics providers and payment gateways and fintech and the consumer across the country. And, it's going to take time.
Yeah.
And it's all happening. It's like a beating heart surgery while it's going on. The platform is coming up and it's fixing its glitches, and at the same time it needs to grow. But once it's as a platform, as an operation, it's stable. They need to do a lot of things.
Sure.
There's got to be a lot of outreach programs to begin with. There's got to be engagement with a lot of industry organizations. There's got to be engagement with SME organizations, letting them know the benefits. It's not just that one-off media story about, potatoes coming cheaper or something. That's not adequate. There's got to be a story from people who are already working on it and how they have found success. So it's kind of a huge creation of something new, and it's going to take time.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think there's just a lot of merit in the overall program, and so it will get there. I think we're getting a little impatient in today's world that why is it not growing fast enough? But I think it will get there. It's going to need some more time.
True, very true. So I guess what you're alluding to is that we need to wait for more use cases to emerge, more categories to join the bandwagon, to really start seeing the true potential of it. And with that, I'm going to close with one last question. Neeraj, that's for you. We actually had one very interesting data point, which said that, 54% of the respondents believe that consumers would benefit from a very, very wide range of products and services through the ONDC platform, because we spoke about how the number of SMEs and, Kirana stores can be a part of that particular ecosystem, and of course many others who haven't explored the space at all. So consumers will have the benefit of a wider range of products. So how do you think D2C brands can leverage that opportunity of being able to offer a much wider range of products to their customers and in the process enhance their buying experience?
I think, we need to understand that this is not one more closed-walled ecosystem.
Yeah.
This is as open as it can ever be, right? So this is everybody mentioned the word democratization of data, democratization of options, choices, opportunities, and all of that. Surely it does that. But more importantly,
yes,
what it does in tomorrow's context is it puts the power into the hands of the consumer.
Correct.
Today, there are 3, 4, 5 brands which are trying to control what you see, what you buy, for how much you buy.
Correct.
And this will slowly start chipping away at that. And as I keep repeating, it will take some time. But that was the biggest change that will happen. More choice, more power in the hand of the consumer. What it does, and look at it from an opportunity for the brands.
Yeah.
Better quality data. If you are sharp on the ball, you'll serve out better campaigns, you'll make more money. So I think all around, it is going to really catapult the business ecosystem. Especially it gives a huge platform to the unrepresented or the people who really are not visible to us, but are really creating great products and don't have a marketplace. They become very discovered or discoverable very soon.
True. True. So I think those were very, very valid inputs. And I think we really managed to capture the essence of this particular survey quite thoroughly. I completely appreciate your time and your valuable insights. What I do want to tell everybody out there that this doesn't end with just us decoding the survey. On 30th of June in Delhi, we're going to be unveiling a full-fledged ONDC playbook, which will have answers to a lot of what our panelists spoke about here, and which will have contributions from a lot of experts. So do ensure you catch that, and I hope you have a lovely evening here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Let's give them one last round of applause, everyone. Come on. Thank you so much for sharing your key insights, and thank you for your valuable time. Requesting our team to kindly present a token of appreciation. So ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the end of this remarkable conference. As we wrap this enlightening day, it is now time to reflect on the learnings that we've gained throughout the day, and it is now time to continue to rethink, rebuild and relearn. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, our panelists, whose expertise and knowledge have enriched our understanding and challenged our perspectives. Thank you, a big thank you to all our speakers who have elevated this conference to new heights. I also want to extend our deepest appreciation to all our sponsors and partners whose support and collaboration made this conference possible. Our program partners, InMobi, Glance, Google, Amazon Ads, Paytm Ads, corporate partner, mFilterit, masterclass partner, Double Verify, gifting partner, MyGlam, associate partner, Walk, an essential company. And of course, I believe that a show is a successful one only when a show has a fantastic audience. And believe me, you've been a phenomenal one today. Hence, give yourself that one last round of applause. Put your hands together for the ones who've stayed till the end. Thank you so much for your active participation. And like we've been talking, the impact of this conference doesn't end over here. Please do join us in Delhi on the 30th of June. Do follow us on all our social media handles. Scan the QR codes, download all the reports. Of course, do share your valuable feedback with us as well. And on that note, this is me, Nisha Shetty, signing off for the day. I wish you all the very best, safe travels, and may all the lessons that you've learned today guide each one of you on the path of success. Thank you so much and have a great evening ahead.
A big thank you to all our guests and especially to our lovely host here, Nisha. You've done a fantastic job. It felt like you are MMA. Please, I want to give you a back.
Welcome to MMA Global. MMA Global is a not-for-profit global trade body enabling pioneering marketeers to architect the future of marketing. MMA's mission is to enable marketeers to drive innovation, enduring business value, and stronger consumer engagement in an increasingly dynamic and connected world. Our strategic priorities are inspire and educate, enhance capability, measurement and growth frameworks, and advocacy. MMA is governed by an august and experienced board across markets in North America, LATAM, EMEA, and APAC, and is present in 15 countries. We are a 800+ members strong community globally. Let's now look at our global think tanks. Now let's take a look at MMA India footprints. MMA India's member network comprises of organizations from across the ecosystem, being true to its philosophy of collaborating with all stakeholders to drive adoption at scale. Taking a look at the MMA India AMP community, which stands for Accelerating Modern Marketing Practices, is